Check, 1, 2. Request everyone to please take their seats. Thank you. I also request you all to kindly put your mobile phones in silent mode. I request all the guests to kindly come inside the hall and settle down, please. All the guests who are outside the hall, may I please have your attention? I request everyone to please come inside the hall and take your seats. Once again, requesting you all to please keep your mobile phones on silent mode. Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ushma Tyagi, and it's an absolute honor for me to be hosting this conclave with you all today. On behalf of Council for Leather Exports India, I welcome each one of you to Leather Accessories Footwear Conclave and Awards of North India 2022. To begin with, an auspicious beginning, may I request the dignitaries to come on stage for the lamp lighting ceremony. Shri Subhash Kapoor, former Vice Chairman CLE, Shri Motilal Sethi, Northern Regional Chairman CLE, Shri Arun Kumar Sinha, Managing Director FDDI, Shri Sanjay Likha, Chairman CLE, Dr. Amiya Chandra, Additional Dgft, Shri Gaurav Kaushal, Senior Manager, Global Operations Adidas, Shri Eric Illick, Managing Director, Wilhelm Textiles, Ms. Reena Dhaka, Indian Fashion Designer, Ms. Archit Kansal, General Secretary, BAA, Shri Sanjay Gupta, President, IFCOMA, and Shri Rahul, DGM, Ecgc. Requesting you all to please come on stage for the lamp lighting ceremony and marking a wonderful beginning to this conclave.
चढ़ायो अच्छा गज मुख को दोन दिल लाल विराजे सुत गौरी हर को हाथ लिए गुण लड्डू साई सुरवर को महिमा कहे न जाए लागत हूँ पद को जय देव जय देव जय जय जी गणराज विद्या सुखदाता धन्य तुम्हारो दर्शन मेरा मन रमता जय देव जय देव भगति से कोई शरणागत आवे, संतति संपत्ति सब ही भरपूर पावे। ऐसे तुम महाराज मोह को अति भावे, गोसावी नंदन निज दिन गुण गावे। जय देव जय देव, जय जय जी गणराज विद्या सुखदाता, धन्य तुम्हारो दर्शन मेरा मन रमता। जय देव जय देव।
With this, ladies and gentlemen, seeking the blessings of Almighty, we have inaugurated today's conclave. Thank you, everyone. You can. No, we don't want to. We don't want to. I'm going to. Okay. I now request Shri Subhash Kapoor to come to dais, the former Vice Chairman CLE, to inaugurate the session with the welcome address.
Please come and sit. Hello.
Good morning, everyone. Once again, I welcome you all on this Falcon, this Footwear Conclave and Awards of the North India 2022. I am privileged to welcome Shri Sanjay Likha, Chairman CLE, Shri Motilal Sethi, Northern Regional Chairman, Shri Arun Kumar Sinha, MD, FDDI, Amya Chandra, Additional Dgft, Reena Dhaka, Indian fashion designer, Eric MD, Velam Textile, Sanjay Gupta, President Ifgoma, Anchal Kansal, General Secretary BAA, Mr. Sathmaya Santhi Muthan, CMD Ecgc, Shri Rahul DGM Ecgc, Shri Gaurav Kaushal, Senior Manager Adidas, and all my friends from the industry who are here. I must thank Mr. Sondhi, Mr. Gopal Gupta, Mr. Manoj Tuli, Sunil Harjai, Vipin Seth, and all others whose name I may not be having with me at the moment. We are aiming to, this conclave award is being organized to promote the idea, creating roadmap for achievement of the target of $30 billion by 2025. This target has been set out with an idea to contribute in the greater cause of our Honorable Prime Minister of India, taking export of country from $300 billion to $1 trillion by 2030. We are aiming to double our export from current level of $550 billion and $10 billion to $10 billion by 2025. The program is the beginning of which we are informing and taking one board all the stakeholders of leather and footwear sector of the country who can contribute to the way of increasing the cooperation and bringing in more investment to increase their capacities to achieve the targets. We have to become Atmanirbhar India instead of depending on other countries to help us to give their products. I think we need to have the proper growth, and momentum of growth will be up as per the 7S, which has been initiated by Mr. Motilal Sethi. The 7S are skill, scale, speed, and then supply chain, sustainability and sale, and scale, right? So these are the points which all these panelists will discuss and give you their proper information and their expertise. So I think we start the function and I declare it open now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. May I now request Shri Motilal Sethi, Northern Regional Chairman, CLE, to welcome his address.
Very good morning, and pleasure to see all of you at this morning hour. Despite Delhi traffic, we have been able to make this session started close to the scheduled time, and people even I can see from Agra. So first of all, to begin with, I would address my colleagues on the dais. First of all, my thanks to the dynamic chairman of CLE, Mr. Sanjay Likha, who has been doing remarkable job since the time he has taken over and I have taken over together with him, and other panelists on the dais, Mr. Arun Sinha, Managing Director FDDI, Mr. Amiya Chandra, Additional Dgft, Reena Dhaka ji, Mr. Kaushal, and my other dignitaries who are panelists today in our sessions. And my learned COA members are all also here. The industry members who have come, I'm very, very thankful to them for sparing their valuable time. Mr. Tausif Mirza, I can see, Mr. Dua from Relaxo, and all the leading exporters who are assembled here today. Friends, this idea of having this award conclave, we used to have award conclave where Honorable Minister would come, make an address, and send us all the good wishes. But you see, that is not enough for our industry. I would say one thing very promptly, very categorically, that we should all be taking advantage of it. And we say, there is an essence, make hay when the sun is shining. Now why I'm saying is, the sun is really shining on India today. And how is it shining? I would tell you one thing, in the last 1 week, Prime Minister has addressed 2 important sessions post-budget. The one is for Make in India, and the other session is yesterday. It was a Women's Day. All compliments to the women available here, present here. He complimented women. He said, fortunately, our finance minister is also women. We have got to take the country forward. And he spoke that there has to be financial inclusion. And I would like to even, emphasize and compliment our Prime Minister. Let's give a big hand that post-budget, this is the first time a Prime Minister is taking up meetings with the industry, saying one thing very good, which I really learned. कहीं full stop और comma में अगर mistake हो जाती है, तो उसको 6 महीने लगते हैं ठीक करने में. This is something which is going, which has really touched us all. And that is why this conclave has been convened today. And the best part is, in the last 1 week, on now coming to our sector, we have got very, very nice announcements. We have got a package which has been notified for 1700 crores for India Leather Program, Development Program, where you are going to be getting governmental hand-holding for creation of what? For creation of your factories, for modernization. Government is willing to give you 30% for your plant and machinery. And the best part is, which I'll come to it, it's very simple this time. It has been, simplified. So the bars are not there. So you have got, for modernization, you have got for brand promotion, you got for setting up clusters, you got this for design studio. Now, all these ingredients, if I club with my 7S, this would be a kind of a preview session where we are going to apply this 1700 crores with what all we are going to be discussing. And you know, these guidelines have just been notified. So while we are talking about speed, skill, scale, all these 7 parameters, we are going to be talking in our session that how the governmental policies, framework, and government setups can be really made into a functional programming to take the industry forward, because the target given by all of us is of $30 billion by 2025. How do we achieve it? It's not small. Today, where we are, we in 2022 will be closing at like around $18 billion. Now from 18 billion to 25 billion is, to 30 billion is a lot. And out of this 18 billion, we have got 6 billion exports and we have got about 12 billion domestic. Now there is definitely a very major scope, because Indian diaspora, Indian consumer, Indian market for domestic is also booming. Post-pandemic results are very good. It's very heartening to know that the target fixed by the Prime Minister in the month of August, which was for $400 billion, have been fortunately being seen accomplished. By 31st of March, the other sectors have all shown their positive growth. And with this view, I think we are very optimistic. The chairman is very optimistic, speaking in every forum that $10 billion have to be achieved. Chairman is talking about including leather industry for product link incentive scheme. Since the time we took over as Northern Region Chairman, I presented a document to my chairman on the very first day, giving the vision of Northern Region. So dear friends, in Northern Region, we are doing 8,250 crores of exports. And our target is to take it to 12,000. We have got the best of the entrepreneurs here. We have got the tanning backup. The best of the designing sections are here. We have NIFT, we have FDDI. You will be listening also in the forum what these institutions are doing. And in this panel, we have got a diverse panel where we are going to talk about, first of all, skill, how the skill is going to be done, where FDDI has done something very out of the box. We're going to talk about scale, how by making new clusters, industries, we are going to be, taking the industry forward. A new Yamuna Express park has already been slated, which was allotted 6 months back by the UP government, which is about 100 acres. And this park, I was talking to my friend from Relaxo that you are wanting to have 50 acres in that park, but I think we will now go to Mr. Yogi and tell him that we should be having a 200 acres park. When the textile people are talking about 1,000 acre parks, then why should leather industry be not having it? Friends, I would like to also mention that last week I was in Agra and I was sitting next to the Secretary of Textile and I spoke to him one very important thing. He said, what is it going on? I said, why are you, sir, separating leather from textile? What difference do we have in our working? Leather industry is also completely backwardly integrated. Then why are we giving separate policy framework to the textile sector? Why should we not be having the similar kind of thing? And I said further, to make him feel good, I said, you see, your minister is one. The textile minister and commerce minister is one. So while you go back, please go textile secretary and tell them, because in my park, the textile, next to me, this in the Yamuna Express, there is a textile park which is also coming on Yamuna Express, which is 250 acres. Now the issue before me was that there was this 30% subsidy given to the textile park and which will not be given to the leather park. I emphasized it that this subsidy needs to be given to the leather park also. The Rostel scheme which is being given, ROSTI, is based on the backward integration. I think in the leather industry or in the non-leather industry, we are also having similar kind of backward integration. So while we are sitting today in the forum, as I mentioned in my forwarding note, we have got Mr. Amiya Chandra who is working on the foreign trade policy. So Mr. Amiya Chandra's fortunate presence of today, you will be able to, in the question answer session, while we are all talking, please jot down certain good points. And we have got 15 minutes at the end of this session where you should be raising the issues. It could be anything, any bottlenecks, ease of doing business or anything. please definitely raise it. We've got Mr. Sinha, IAS, who is also very regular with DPIT, attending a lot of governmental meetings. So I am overwhelmingly happy that I've got my friends from all over in the morning session. I'm wanting to say once again that together, if we effort, we are no less than textile industry. If they are talking of 1,000-acre parks, they are talking of penetrating 7 times bigger market. They are talking of so many out-of-box thinkings, new design studios and all. We have got a will, we have got a vision, and we have got very visionary COA members with us in our new team. We have got pool of talent. We have all spent nearly 25 years in Council for Leather Exports. Mr. Sanjay Likha, who is now a dynamic chairman of ours, I would like to say that he is leading the team with all motivation and with all policy intervention. And I just was mentioning, so I would stand to correct. I said he is my very lucky chairman that last week for this, but no, not only lucky, he's a very hard-working chairman. And he really works. Let's give him a big hand. So with all these things, I would like to say that I wish that this session will bring a lot of results and we will take the industry forward. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for addressing the audience on such a positive note. Now I would like to invite to dais Shri Sanjay Likha, Chairman CLE, for keynote address.
Good morning, everybody. A warm welcome to the LEFCAN 2022. I hope that this is the first of many such events that we will have over the years. Shri Arun Sinha ji, MD FDDI, Dr. Amia Chandra, Reena Dhaka ji, Aanchal Kansal ji, Subhash ji, Sanjay Gupta ji, Eric, COA members present here, the Northern Regional Committee members from the Council for Leather Exports, all my friends from the industry. It is an extremely pleasant time that we are here. The industry has a lot going for it, and as Mr. Motilal Sethi, the regional chairman, mentioned, that things are very much in our favor at the moment. Of course, there are challenges. I mean, the biggest challenge being the last 2 years that we have just gone through. And hopefully we are getting out of it. Now I understand that yesterday even regular flights in and out of India have been permitted effective end of this month. So with these changes and hopefully with the COVID and the pandemic behind us as we go along, we need to be looking forward. We need to be looking at how we can take this industry to the numbers that were already just shared, and I will repeat them. But before I get to that, I do want to mention that only day before yesterday, I was in a meeting with our Honorable Commerce and Industry Minister, Shri Piyush Goyal ji, and based on the targets that we have set for ourselves, which I thought initially that they were quite aggressive. The Honorable Minister, when I mentioned these to him, and more specifically going into a specific country which was being discussed at that time, his immediate comment was, he says, I think you are just being you are not being aggressive enough. So that sets you thinking that, here when we've been talking amongst ourselves, we have been saying that we have a reasonably aggressive targets, but the minister feels that we need to be doing much beyond that. And I think that has to be the direction that each and every one of us present here will have to take, because it is not something that that we at the CLE board or the ministry or anywhere, it's not for us really to make it happen. The making it happen has to come from each and every one sitting here, because that is where the numbers have to come from. In the last few days, we've had the good fortune and the result of our efforts that the IDLS scheme, I'm sorry, the the IFL-DP scheme was announced. I didn't really want to be talking about it today because the Honorable Minister is probably going to be launching it in the next few days. So we will come back to that. But that is a continuation of the old scheme with a much simplified manner. And I think that is where a lot of benefit to the industry can be brought. I only appeal to everybody that we must utilize the scheme to its best. The only thing against the last scheme was the fact, in any governmental discussion, what did go against the scheme was that it was not utilized to the extent that it should have been utilized. The last evening also the interest subvention scheme has been notified again, which gives us interest support on our export packing credit and bill discounting limits. This is a scheme that has been notified for the next 3 years, so at least we have stability and we know what is the interest levels that we are going to be working on. Although there is a slight reduction in what we were getting earlier and what has been notified now, but at least we have clarity. We now know that for 3 years you can base your numbers, your costs on this basis. The opportunities available to the industry today, to the Indian industry, are huge. The China factor, the overall change in the geopolitical situation, and the way that all major buyers worldwide are today looking at India, it gives us an opportunity to really go to the next level. And I think all the points that have been mentioned, all the 7 S's that have been talked about, they are in the right direction of taking us forward. Interestingly, in the 7 S's, just earlier in the morning in a casual discussion, Mr. Jarath, who is here, brought up the fact that it's not only these 7 S's, we should actually look at 2 more S's which are extremely important. Synergize and simplify. I think to simplify the whole process, the whole way that we do business, the whole way that we handle situations, that is something that is extremely important, and we all need to be working in that direction. I do want to bring around and update everybody that once we are talking of upgrading, upscaling, bringing more capacities, we have also been working with the government on extending the PLI scheme, the production linked incentive scheme, to the footwear and leather sector. Of course, this is not it is not under notification, or it is not at a stage where any results are there as yet, but we have been pursuing this at every possible forum. We feel that as per estimates that CLE did and a study that we asked KPMG to carry out for us, we've come to a conclusion that an immediate investment of 5,000 to 6,000 crores could come from the industry, from existing industry and from new industry and from overseas investments into the industry if the PLI scheme was to be made available to the leather and footwear sector. So this is something that we are pursuing, and we will continue to do this, and I hope that this does work, because it will be a game changer. It can bring around the additional investments that will take us to the next level of productions. A very positive thing that has been happening also is the FTAs that India has been working on. We recently signed the FTA with the United Arab Emirates, and I'm quite sure that this will also open up avenues for us to export to the UAE and through the UAE to other markets, to Africa and to other parts of the GCC countries. I'm aware that the Indian government is aggressively working on FTAs with Australia, with the United Kingdom, with Europe. And I do hope that these come around quickly, because they will make us more competitive and will open up markets for us and help in attaining the aggressive targets that we are setting for ourselves. All of this does require a large amount of planning, strategy. It requires investment plans, global collaborations, and more than anything else, it also requires a lot of brand building. So those are issues I'm sure that we will discuss in the panel discussion today. The Honorable Prime Minister has given us a target to reach $1 trillion of exports by 2030, and to be able to do that, I think we will all have to constantly be on our toes and continue to grow at an aggressive pace to be able to reach these numbers. The panel discussions today are going to focus on the way that we feel that we can take the industry forward, and I'm sure that with all the distinguished speakers that we have on the dais today, we will be able to come up with some kind of some new ideas and some new thoughts, which we will then deliberate with the learned COA members from the region and take it forward. The northern region, and this meeting today is about the northern region. The northern region comprises, contributes 23% of the country's exports, and the potential to make this much higher and to increase the share is there. The North has the advantage of enterprise. It has the advantage of people with the entrepreneurial skills. So I am quite confident that with everybody's support, my targets are going to become easier and will become attainable. And that is what we are here for today. And I look forward to the next couple of hours of interaction, and all the best to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for the keynote address. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to start with our first panel discussion on role of 7S of industry to achieve the target of $30 billion by 2025. The moderator for the session is Shri Motilal Sethi, Northern Regional Chairman, CLE. On the panel, we have Shri Subhash Kapoor, Shri Arun Kumar Sinha, Managing Director, FTDI, and IAS, who has joined as the Managing Director of Footwear Design and Development Institute from 2017. With an administrative experience of more than 18 years, he is a chemical engineer from IIT Kharagpur and Masters in Public Policy and Management from London School of Economics and Political Science. Next on the panel, we have Shri Sanjay Likha, Chairman Council of Leather Exports, the founder and chairman of the Alpine Group, a veteran in the Indian leather products manufacturing industry. He leads the company with his demonstrated business acumen, vision, profound domain knowledge, and experience of over 3.5 decades. Dr. Amir Chandra, Additional Director General of Foreign Trade, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India. Dr. Chandra is an experienced leader with 30 years of rich experience in government affairs and policy guidelines. He has served 3 union ministers as private secretary, as an interface between constituency and the government departments for projects, progress monitoring, and resolving problems of the constituencies. Next on the panel, we have Shri Gaurav Kaushal, Senior Manager Global Operations Adidas. Mr. Kaushal has an experience as manager in M&B Manufacturer and Marketing License for Lee Cooper for 3 years, Product Engineer in Nike, Manager Sourcing in Adidas, General Manager in Campus for the House of Action, and Senior Manager Operations Head in Adidas. Next panelist is Shri Eric Illig, Managing Director, Wilhelm Textiles, an internationally experienced and awarded Managing Director and CEO with a demonstrated successful history of more than 30 years in the shoe and textile industry. He holds a degree in Industrial Economics, MBA in Production Management and Fashion Technology, and a PhD in Management. Our next panelist is Ms. Achal Kansal, General Secretary, Buying Agents Association. She has represented BAA at various platforms in trade and government circles, has donned the hat of an advocate, and along with her peers, has brought into spotlight the challenges faced by buying agents. She has been instrumental in organizing a host of seminars, conferences, webinars with various trade bodies like EPCH, FICCI, Texprosil, CEPC, HEPC, and many others. Up next on the panel, we have Ms. Reena Dhaka, a renowned Indian fashion designer. Ms. Dhaka graduated from the Government College of Girls in Chandigarh and enrolled into a fashion design course after moving to Delhi. At the age of 18, she interned at Garment Export Intercraft and started her fashion line and came up with several revolutionary designs, and ever since has been unstoppable in creating new and sustainable clothing and accessory lines. Next on the panel, we have Shri Sanjay Gupta, President IFCOMA, a management graduate who is the President of IFCOMA and GC member of FDDI, a partner in Sandeep Rubber Industries, Agra, and has been a part of the shoe components business since 1973. Up next, our next panelist is Shri Rahul, Deputy General Manager, Ecgc, presently posted as Branch Head of New Delhi. After graduating in Science and Physics as major subject, he started his career with Ecgc in 2001. He has 20 years of experience in export credit insurance and has worked closely with various stakeholders in export business at Delhi, Moradabad, Ludhiana, Jalandhar, and Mumbai. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a huge round of applause for our wonderful panel. And let's commence the session.
So, good morning. Am I audible? Right, yeah. Good morning. And basically, this panel on 7S, we've got a distinguished set of people with us with loads of experience. And basically, I'll give a small introduction so that you're all part of this panel discussion. Subsequent to that, you will be having 10 or 15 minutes of time. The whole concept, we are going to do it in two ways. The one is, the 7 panelists or 10 panelists who are with me on the dais, we are basically to explain in nutshell the whole objective of this panel is that in the panel 1, which is the plenary panel, we are going to be talking about these 7 S's to be instrumental in the shaping up of our target of $30 billion. That means this panel, in very simple term, is going to be like a diagnostic center which will be diagnosing the issues which should be applied. And the next valedictory panel session, headed by the chairman, CLE, we are going to give a lot of responsibility to him and to all the COA members and panel conveners. The panel conveners are the conveners who are heading the different verticals of leather industry, headed by CLE chairman, who are heading like leather garments, leather goods and all. They have got the responsibility. They will be responsible for execution of those issues which will be discussed during this 7S. So with this note, I will start with the first S, which is speed. How speed, Sinaji, the first topic I'm taking up to you as Managing Director of FDDI, which is Footwear Design and Development Institute. So Sinaji, the topic for you is, and I think each panelist will have first 3 minutes, and then the concluding session will have 2 minutes. So after the 5 minutes, we'll be rounding up each speaker, and thereafter we'll have 10 to 15 minutes for question answers. Sinaji, we would like to say that you're talking on skilling requirement in leather and footwear industry. Up mic, वो सामने mic ले लो. Skilling requirement, यहीं से बोलें, और मैं भी वहाँ से बोलने, वहाँ से बोलने. Are you comfortable there? मेरा यार फोन आ गया.
Respected Shri Sanjay Likha ji, Chairman CLE, Mr. Motilal Sethi ji, Northern Region Chairman CLE, Mr. Amya Chandra ji, Additional Dgft, and all the other dignitaries present on the dais and off the dais. I wish you a very good morning to all of you. And it's really my privilege to welcome you all to this function. As you are aware that, this sector holds really a crucial place in an Indian economy for its potential for employment, especially for economically weaker section and for supporting the economy through foreign exchange earnings. Yes, this industry has undergone, like any other industry, really it has gone through a very bad phase in the last 2 years because of COVID situation that was prevailing. But still, with the abundance of raw material and innovative technology and a strong presence of allied industries and institutional support, this industry has a tremendous potential for growth and employment generation. And we can achieve our ambitious target of $30 billion by 2025. Fulfilling the goal of Honorable Prime Minister, Vocal for Local, Make in India and Atmanirbhar Bharat. And to achieving this ambitious target of around 30 billion by 2025, we need this 7S that we are going to talk about today, and many speakers would be talking about. As Mr. Motilal Sethi mentioned, currently we are at $18 billion with $5 billion of exports. As I said, we have come a long way from a very basic skill to today you are moving to automation. Most of the industries are going for high-end machines. Today you talk about use of AI and all kind of technology that we are going to use in our production. So if you see, we have come a long way. Even FDDI has come a long way. As far as providing skill is concerned, there are many institutions who are providing skills, whether it is FDDI, whether it is CFTI, and there are many other hosts of institutions who are doing this job. For the past few years, we were also implementing some of the skilling programs of Government of India and some of our own. What I understand is, so far we have been doing a targeted skilling. I think this is not going to work in future because you may say that we have to skill, let's say, lakhs of people, but then we also need to employ them because skill goes very fast. If you don't use those skills, after you get trained in those, it's difficult to sustain those skills for a very long time. So that suddenly you will see that you require some other skills. If I see the industry, the kind of skilling required, if you want to move up the value chain, you require a very high-end skill. It's not going to work with the skill that we have been working with. Yes, today, if it comes to manufacturing processes, we have enough skill available. And we have enough skilled manpower available. But I think what we require today to let this sector come to a next level is true transformation as far as skilling is concerned. We cannot be working the way we have been working. Today you require a skill for, actually more than the skill or the primary skill, you require upskilling of the workers who are working in the industry if you really want to move up the value chain. There are people who are willing to move in, but they're also looking for the skills that is available in this country. After all, what is our advantage? Our competitive advantage is the labor arbitrage that we have. In order to get that labor arbitrage, we really need to upskill our manpower that we have so that we are able to improve our productivity and our efficiency, and we are able to reduce our wastage that you have on the shop floor. So what exactly today, if you ask me in terms of skilling what is required, I think we require a very great deal in design, a great deal in QA and QC, and upskilling in the new technology, whether it is AI or whatever the new technology that we are going to use. For that, yes, FDDI is doing a bit of it. In very few, I think by April end, we'll be able to set up all our center of excellence, which will be able to give you a single point solution as far as all your problem solving is concerned, whatever problem the industry is facing, as well as we'll be able to churn out lots of design, which industry can take it up to the mass production. So there are some of the facilities that we'll be creating at Rohtak, Jodhpur, Chennai, Hyderabad, Kolkata. So we are going to, we are setting up a very high-end infrastructure which will really providing you a high-end skilled manpower, which you require for moving up to your value chain. We have also gone into smart classes whereby we'll be able to provide any manpower which is available across the globe, which will be useful to the industry. Because earlier, bringing in people physically to the campus or to the industry used to be very difficult. So, but with the setting of this smart classroom in all 12 campuses of FDI, we are poised to take you to the next level of a skill that is required for our industry to grow and the potential that we have to achieve that potential. As I said, IFLADP of course is coming, where we have they're providing you for design centers. One design center, our design studio, we are already setting up at Chennai for footwear. So with the government support and with the industry demand, I think as far as infrastructure is concerned, we are there. You have high-end infrastructure and high-end machinery. Now it's up to the industry to use those facilities that government has created and upskill your worker, supervisor, or the managers, so that we move up the value chain and we are able to really get the high-end skilled manpower which is required to really bring in the industry from outside. I think that's the only thing which we have and we should provide, so that now that people are leaving China because their labor cost has increased, and if we are able to really increase our productivity of the labor because of skilling or the other skills that they require for working in the industry, if we do that, I think there are many people who are willing to come to India to relocate for manufacturing. So with this, I just like to conclude that we really don't need to work together as far as FDDI or the other institutions are concerned. We are there to reduce your training cost, and we need really, as I said, we need a demand-based skilling, not a target-based skilling. And the demand has to come from the industry. And if there is demand that we require certain kind of manpower, I think now we have enough institution and enough infrastructure which will be able to provide you the skill that you require to go up the value chain. Thank you.
Thank you, Sinhaji. Actually, for our growth, the skill is very important, and being the part of, I'm working together with him, I'm a board member also. The very, very big dynamic opening by the Commerce Minister at FDDI was recently witnessed by us, where a virtual classroom has been created by FDDI, and a virtual classroom has got an advantage that the students can be imparted knowledge and training from any part of the world. So, Sinhaji, it is in our interest that you train good people, good resources, because most of our leather industry is all owner-driven, and unless we professionalize it, unless we have got people, so we have major responsibility to you in FDDI to take this forward. And I want to say that Mr. Sinha is working more than 16 hours a day working for the cause of FDDI. Let's give him a big hand. So with this, I would like to say that the activism is there. The next speaker on my left is also a very hard-working person. I would say that when Prime Minister was addressing 3 days before, he was calling our chairman at his residence at about 11 o'clock, taking inputs on leather industry. So with this, with a big hand to Mr. Amiya Chandra, I would like him to speak about DGFT's next role, how DGFT can do. It is a Bible. The foreign trade policy is a Bible for all exporters. What all we need from you, we are expecting a lot, Mr. Amiya Chandra, from you in your next policy. Please address us.
नहीं नहीं ठीक है। थैंक यू मोतीलाल सेठी जी, हमारे पुराने मित्र हैं, थोड़े बायस्ड है तो उनकी बात का बुरा नहीं मानिएगा। संजय लिखा जी, सिन्हा साहब, रीना ढाका जी, आंचल जी, नारायण सिन्हा जी, ऑल माई कलीग्स, एंड सबसे बड़ी बात मेरे बॉस डॉक्टर सुमित जैरथ। डॉक्टर सुमित जैरथ के साथ कई बार आप लोगों को हम गए और एड्रेस किए आगरा में एंड अदर प्लेसेस, सो यू नो this all seems to be very familiar, but I'll confine myself to 3 minutes because question answer में हम थोड़ा लंबा ले सकते हैं। अभी 3 मिनट में हम खत्म करेंगे, then I'll be open to all the questions which you want to ask from me. The first thing is that during my career of 32 years, I have realized one thing, and that is that the speed is very, very critical to everything in life. You know, do you know that in sampling, that includes leather sampling, what is the ranking of India? We are number 1. In counter sampling, what is our numbering? We are number 7. And in product delivery, what is our number? We are 133. So you know, you have seen a famous film Bobby. Bobby में गाना है फंसा. You know, एक बार बायर आता है, उसको अच्छा सैंपल दे करके ऑर्डर प्लेस किया जाता है, तो ढेर सारी फटीग हो जाती है। वर्कर्स नहीं आ रहे हैं, सरकार नहीं आ रही है, फैक्ट्री नहीं चल पा रही है, अंत में वो फटीग लेके कहता है मैं ज्यादा दाम में कहीं और से ले लूंगा आपके पास आने की जगह। सो द स्पीड इज द मोस्ट क्रिटिकल टू योर एक्सपोर्ट सप्लाई। एंड इन 32 years I have learned 2 things. The one thing is that when you're talking about the speed, first you increase your own speed before you expect from the industry. Now जब मैं अपनी स्पीड की बात कर रहा हूं, एंड कुछ दिन पहले अभी जो $1 trillion का, आई वॉज द कोऑर्डिनेटर फ्रॉम द कॉमर्स मिनिस्ट्री साइड, and I was asked that you have to do $1 trillion in merchandise by 2027 or 30. What is it which you are looking for? So we brainstormed and we said it has to be IOCCP. You know, like इन्होंने कहा 7 speed का ये 7 factor important होता है. What is I? I is information. What information? कई बार किस देश में आपका एक प्रांत में, अमेरिका में लेदर बहुत अच्छा कर रहा है, उसके 22 में से उसके बगल वाले प्रांत में अच्छा नहीं कर रहा है। क्या कारण है? कई बार अगर यूरोप के एक देश में अच्छा कर रहा है, दूसरी जगह में क्यों अच्छा नहीं कर रहा है? वहां के फाइटोसैनिटरी मेजर्स क्या हैं, वहां पे जो टीबीटी मेजर्स क्या हैं, वहां पे जो टैरिफ है, कंसेशंस कहां पे है, एफटीए से क्या एडवांटेज ले सकते हैं, कई चीजें तो हम आपको नहीं बता पा रहे, तो गलती हमारी है। So the first thing which I have to do is that I have to give adequate information to you. Second, we call it opportunity tracking. O का पार्ट है ना। अपॉर्चुनिटी ट्रैकिंग स्पीड के लिए अगर एक जगह अपॉर्चुनिटी आई है और उस अपॉर्चुनिटी को आप तुरंत रिस्पॉन्ड नहीं करते हैं, तो अपॉर्चुनिटी किसी और के पास चली जाएगी। हम जानते हैं कि क्रिसमस के टाइम में, थैंक्सगिविंग के टाइम में, या पर्टिकुलर फंक्शंस होते हैं जहां पे डिमांड्स ज्यादा होती हैं, हम अगर उस समय में स्केल नहीं कर सकते जैसा कहा गया, तो पॉसिबली दैट अपॉर्चुनिटी इज गॉन। थर्ड इज कॉम्पिटेंसी मैचिंग, विच वी कॉल बैकवर्ड फॉरवर्ड लिंकेज। देश में बाहर में जरूरत है इस तरह के लेदर का, वेगान लेदर का। लेट्स से कितने लोग वेगान लेदर पे बना सकते हैं? कई जगह पे लेदर का कॉम्बिनेशन करना है टेक्सटाइल्स के साथ, कितने कॉम्बिनेशन पे कर सकते हैं? स्वेट का क्या मटेरियल होना चाहिए? तो कॉम्पिटेंसी मैचिंग के लिए स्किलिंग और रीस्किलिंग की जो बात हो रही थी, अप स्किलिंग की बात हो रही थी, उसके हमने डिजाइन क्या किए हैं। द फोर्थ इज वी कॉल इट कैपेसिटी यूटिलाइजेशन। कई जगह पे हमें ऑर्डर आते हैं, हम दे नहीं पाते हैं। अच्छी बात है कि हम कई जगह पे हम बिल्ड कर रहे हैं, लेकिन आज के दिन में भी कई ऑर्डर को इंप्लीमेंट नहीं करने का कारण ये होता है कि उतने ऑर्डर को एग्जीक्यूट करना उस लेवल पे, यूनिफॉर्मिटी पे हमारे साथ पॉसिबल नहीं हो पाता है। लास्ट पी इज द एक्सपोर्ट प्रमोशन। ना, वो एक्सपोर्ट प्रमोशन हमारा काम है, वो हम बाद में क्वेश्चन आंसर में करेंगे, उसमें कई मेजर्स होते हैं। एंड दैट्स व्हाई वी आर मेकिंग ए पोर्टल फॉर द एमएसएमई, जिस पोर्टल में हम इन सारी चीजों को आप तक पहुंचाने का काम करेंगे, जिससे आपकी स्पीड बढ़ सके। तो जब मैं दूसरी बात डिस्कस कर रहा था, जब हम ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस में स्पीड बढ़ाने के लिए, तो हमने कहा कि हम अपने ये नियम कम कर देंगे, 10 दिन की जगह 1 दिन कर देंगे, हम सिटीजन चार्टर करेंगे। देन माय सेक्रेटरी स्माइल्ड एंड सेड, आप ईज ऑफ एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन की बात कर रहे हैं, आप ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस की बात नहीं कर रहे हैं। ईज ऑफ एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन का मतलब होता है फाइलें कितनी तेजी चला पाए, हम आपको कितनी जल्दी डिसबर्समेंट दे सके। आप अगर फाइल करते हैं वो इंपॉर्टेंट है, दैट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, बट ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस EODB2 इज फार बियॉन्ड दैट। आप कितने दिन में वहां से, आपका लॉजिस्टिक्स क्या है, गति शक्ति क्या है। देन वी केम आउट विथ हॉरिजॉन्टल और वर्टिकल मैट्रिक्स। वर्टिकल मैट्रिक्स को हम लोग मिशन मोड कहते हैं, लेदर को मिशन मोड में करके कई हमने इनको कई इंसेंटिव दिए हैं। और जो हॉरिजॉन्टल मोड होता है वो हर को डिपेंड करता है। फॉर एग्जांपल लॉजिस्टिक्स की बात है, R&D की बात है, इन्वेस्टमेंट की बात है, इंटरेस्ट फ्री लोन की बात है, जो हमें छोटे और मध्यम उद्यमी हैं उनको किस तरीके से हम डिसबर्स कर सकते हैं, कितनी स्पीड से पहुंचा सकते हैं, क्या इंफॉर्मेशन दे सकते हैं, क्या लिंकेजेस हैं ऊपर से नीचे तक, ये सारे ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस में आते हैं। उनका हमको लंबा प्लान बनाना है जब 1 ट्रिलियन की बात कर रहे हैं। और आज यहां पे मैं आपको सुनने के लिए आया हूं, बिकॉज मुझे सारा नॉलेज नहीं है। दैट्स व्हाट आई वाज टेलिंग रीना। आई सेड मैं बोलने नहीं आया हूं, मैं आपसे ज्ञान लेने आया हूं। और रात को भी ज्ञान ले रहा था कि आप मुझे ये बताइए कि अगर इसमें अचीव करने का टारगेट डेट ये है, उसके 2 साल पहले कैसे अचीव कर सकते हैं। बिकॉज हम लोग कोशिश ये करते हैं कि जो क्वालिटी की बात आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने अपने भाषण में कहा, वो क्वालिटी की बात हम सिर्फ साइलॉज में देखते हैं, हम अच्छा बना के देखते हैं, लेकिन एक बार फ्लेइंग से लेकर डी स्किनिंग से लेकर टैनिंग से लेकर के अंत तक हर लेवल पे अगर क्वालिटी नहीं होगा तो टॉप क्वालिटी डिलीवर नहीं कर सकते हैं। और क्वालिटी तो हम भारत सरकार में इंस्टीट्यूशन बना सकते हैं, लीगल फ्रेमवर्क दे सकते हैं, पॉलिसी दे सकते हैं, इंफॉर्मेशन दे सकते हैं, लेकिन इसके साथ साथ जैसा हमने कहा कि ताली दोनों हाथों से बजती है। यू नो, टैंगो डांस में कपल को ही डांस करना पड़ता है, टैंगो अकेले हम डांस नहीं कर सकते। तो मैं चाहता हूं कि टैंगो डांस में आपको इनवाइट करना। तो आपको इनवाइट करने का मतलब क्या है? आपको इनवाइट करने का मतलब यह है कि आप से हमारी कुछ अपेक्षा है। क्या अपेक्षा है? आप क्या कहते हैं, हम ये बना रहे हैं, बताइए इसकी मार्केटिंग कहां है। तो इसको हम लोग कहते हैं पुश। हम पुश की बात नहीं करना चाहते, हम पुल की बात करना चाहते हैं। उस मार्केट का ये रिक्वायरमेंट है, आप उस रिक्वायरमेंट को कैसे पूरा कर सकते हैं। फॉर एग्जाम्पल जब हम बात करते हैं तो आप कहते हैं कई बार, अब इनफैक्ट मैं बैठा हुआ तो कहा कि पहले 5% मिल रहा था, अब 1.5% क्यों मिल रहा है। आई सेड दैट्स इंपॉर्टेंट, हम लोग शायद उसको देखेंगे, बट इससे ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट ये है कि हम इंसेंटिव की बात नहीं कर रहे हैं, हम रिमिशन की बात कर रहे हैं। और रिमिशन की बात जब हम कर रहे हैं तो हम ये नहीं कह रहे हैं कि आपको कम बेनिफिट दे पाएंगे आपको, बिकॉज ये WTO कंसिस्टेंट है। आप पार्क की बात करते हैं उसमें इंसेंटिव दे रहे हैं, आप स्किलिंग की बात करें उसमें इंसेंटिव दे रहे हैं, आप अप स्किलिंग की बात करें उसमें इंसेंटिव कर रहे हैं, आप बैठ करके वर्कर्स को इंसेंटिव देने की बात करें उसमें, आप वो सारे मेजर्स बताइए जो WTO कंसिस्टेंट है, ताकि आप एक्सपोर्ट्स में हम बढ़ा सकें। आप ये नहीं कह सकते हैं कि WTO को छोड़ दीजिए सर, लड़ते रहेंगे हम, आप हमें सारे WTO इनकंसिस्टेंट मेजर दीजिए, हम वो शायद नहीं कर पाएंगे। लेकिन उसके साथ सारे देश, चाइना, ताइवान जो आपके कॉम्पिटिटर है, बांग्लादेश अब कॉम्पिटिटर है, वो सारे उस मेजर्स में इन्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं जो WTO कंसिस्टेंट है, और उसके चलते एक्सपोर्ट्स बढ़ रहा है। तो आपको एक तरीके से वॉल्यूम पुश की जगह वैल्यू पुश देना होगा। तो रीना जी जिस तरीके से बैठी हुई है, आंचल जी जिस तरह बैठी हुई है, ये आपको बताएंगे कि किस तरीके से आप उसी लेदर पे बैठ करके कैसे वैल्यू पुश दे सकते हैं, जिसके चलते इंडिया का डिजाइनर बन सके। आज हमारे बहुत कम डिजाइन है जो विदेशों में इंटरनेशनल लेवल पे पॉपुलर है, और मैं ये चाहता हूं, जिस तरह आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा कि देश में आत्मनिर्भर भारत में इंडिया को, अगर देश को दुनिया का कारखाना बनाना है तो हमें अपने कारखाने में उत्कृष्टता बढ़ानी पड़ेगी। हम बाहर की चीजों को नहीं लेकर अपने देश के लोगों को अपनी चीजें खरीदने की बात करें, जब हम प्राउडली कह सके ये इंडिया मेजर है। आई वाज रिसेंटली इन ताशकंद एंड देयर द मिनिस्टर्स वाइफ सेड, ये मैं जो पहनी हूं बताइए कहां से है। आई सेड कहां से? ये मैं आपके इंडिया से लेके आई हूं। एंड आई फेल्ट वेरी प्राउड। शी वॉज डिस्प्लेइंग इट एंड शी इज मेड इन इंडिया। तो मैं ये चाहता हूं कि केवल रशिया में नहीं, यूरोप में नहीं, अमेरिका में नहीं, आज दुनिया के हर जगह पे आपका ब्रांड हो। लोग कहिए मेड इन इंडिया है, बहुत प्राउडली डिक्लेयर कर पाए। हम सोशल ऑडिटिंग में भी बिल्कुल खरे उतरे। हम कहीं भी पोल्यूशन के लेवल पे कहीं भी जो टैनिंग का या क्रोमियम का पोल्यूशन की बात लोग नहीं करें, और तब कहें ये सोशली एंड इकोनॉमिकली वायबल है एंड टॉप ब्रांड इन इंडिया है। As I say that, you know, you can sell anything if you have a story to tell. Link it with some story. India has lots of story. Build up a brand and we are there to continuously cooperate with you. हम लोग सिर्फ आपके लिए हैं। I do not exist because you do not exist because I am there, but I exist because you are there, and that will be my endeavor कि हम दोनों को साथ मिलकर एक डांस करना है। All the best.
Very, very encouraging, very nice. And in fact, what you are talking is that instead of direct subsidies, there should be servification of manufacturing, which we should be talking to Prime Minister, that maybe the power subsidies, the infrastructure subsidies, the built-in things, and I think that model Mr. Amir Chandra is also studying how Bangladesh and all our neighboring countries are getting hand-holding in compliance with WTO. तो आपको एक छोटी सी जिम्मेवारी दे रहे हैं कि WTO को और स्टडी करके एक्सपोर्टिंग कम्युनिटी के लिए लेवल प्लेइंग फील्ड पर लेकर जाएं, जिससे कि हम लोग भी compete कर सकें, क्योंकि आज सब बांग्लादेश की, ताइवान की, सब की बातें करते हैं. So with these words, we are coming to now the very interesting subject of styling, which creates designs, which creates demand in the world. I'll call upon Reena ji to give us an insight on the styling.
Thank you so much. What a wonderful audience you've been to listen in to all of us. And Motilal ji, thank you. Thank you, FDDI. And such, it is an honor for me to be in the company of the top exporters, as I have met here in the room earlier, of the footwear industry. And Chandra ji, you said something which is incredible, because in Buddhism they say speed is essential for victory. It is so true of our trade. Of course, I do, as an exporter, have empathy and an understanding of the very, very treacherous world of exports, as it is all, you know, deadline bound, and shipments get cancelled, buyers have to face losses, you can have rejections, which is the topic of quality, and it is hard, I know, and as you said, some orders do not get delivered, which is, the fact is, multiple reasons for most exporters. It can sometimes be even approvals which get pending, because we can have 3 months in hand, and on the last 7 days you get your approvals, and if you don't deliver, you can get cancellations, or in our cases it was 2% per day of loss. The other factor is, as you know, right now there is a bigger need of the hour, wherein you have to compete with so many more people on the planet because of the interconnectivity, which means you have to give more and more value to that same product at a lesser and lesser cost. So that challenge is also, I think, very big right now all over the world for each one of us in the manufacturing trade. When I came about as a designer in Delhi, we used to go to only one store here, Mumbai made shoes, was John Brothers, because no fashion show, no catwalk can ever be complete without its accessorization. It can be footwear, it can be belts, it can be accessories, necklaces, chokers, hats, headgear. So for that we used to go to John Brothers, and he was the only person who could make it. Of course, the shoes cost a lot, which means when you're trying to budget a sampling collection, pay for the cost of the fashion show, that is also another challenge one faces. So since FDDI is a shoe institute, what I would suggest, and there was another institute, and he spoke of having them all over, that the institutes be garnered with the industry's designers, with the industry's exporters, and be a part of the fashion weeks. Because not only are we going to be releasing our own trends per season, we will also do that with the footwear industry of India. I know there is a lot of domestic players here. There's Gola Shoes. I worked with them in a Tihar jail factory, because I was trying to set up a fashion cell for Tihar jail. And there's Relaxo here, a very dominant player in the fashion industry. But Indian brands, Indian designers should also be riding the wave with them. Like Lakme does that with the Indian Fashion Week. I've had a lipstick made by me, or other designers have had. So all it does is integrates a kind of a localness, wherein you're taking your local talent, and we are both getting connected. We are one. It is no more just about you supplying to your buyer. The buyer also gets to get more ideas from the Indian trends. There is a lot of traditional leather crafts of the Indian Purani books hoti thi, jo, you know, you get in these trade fairs. They used to make the most beautiful maroon colored leather books. Then of course there is the Kolhapuri chappals, which were the original kinds. I really feel together we can create a day. Today is the day of a trainer, where one day your juti can become the trainer. You know, let it be worn on all over, let it become that big wave setting trend. We can do it, because I'll give you the example of an exporter in Jaipur by the name of Amrapali. He works very closely with all the designers. He works very closely with even the fashion institutes of his city. So, you know, like in the days of Akbar and other great kings, art and culture prospered. You know, artisans, artists, businessmen like you all are, governments, they all work together with a synergy, and that is what created this wish of a world you all are talking about, wherein the trillions or billions or whatever will follow. But if we go from there, I feel it may not happen, because it all starts with style, with design, with the passion, and to get new ideas, to bring in our craft sector, because that is, most of us Indian designers will go back into our history of fashion. That is where we learn from. In fact, I feel very bad that, you know, the regional, I go, as I was telling Chandraji, I go to Unnao and that Kanpur belt, because just as a charity thing with the ODOP thing, बहुत सारे craftsmen हैं of the leather industry who have been laid, you know, without jobs, and their skill sets are amazing. Even the mochis we have is something you see at Harrods. You pay so much to sit there and get your shoes shine. Let's get that light to shine on them. Let's create them into craftsmen, you know, match them with your backing, or with the design sector, or with the lost crafts which don't find sellers in, you know, the melas. There is a way to do it. I really feel it may not sound like these are all about creating trends. You create a trend, you put it on a catwalk, you have the marketability, do it. Your own buyers from the rest of the world will come back and place the orders with you, which you can manufacture. Or as a home industry, we can, like say film industry in India is by doing so well, it will help us, it will support our industry. In addition, film industry goes to Pakistan. They don't have a film industry, you know, so they follow our films, whether legally or illegally. There's so many other countries where we can sell our own national leather, footwear especially, or our accessories too. I really feel you were right when you said textile gets a lot more. Leather really needs to come up in terms of design, in terms of bringing in a revival of our own age-old crafts, because they're just there. We just got so used to them that we don't realize how much time and how labor intrinsic we are. Or even as something as common as a mochi on a corner, it's bespoke. It's a service. It is what we call haute couture in France. But we are just letting that guy stand on the side of our roads. He's not honored. We can do it because you are the stalwarts of this world, of your world of fashion, of footwear industry. And I really wish we could find ways through institutes, through your reach as exporters, to bring in these people into our daily lives. Let there be high streets, little pop-up stores, you know, little areas where this becomes the fashion. And innovation in our traditional designs of reinventing. Now the juti is great, but it's too small. It makes me look short. I want to make myself taller. So I can recreate it with a bit of a sponging or a height. I learned that from the footwear exporters, because you all will have the latest soles or techniques which are available, which are comfort driven and are cost savvy. So I would say that. And also, you know, that the new mantra is everybody is rooting right now for sustainable, the other alternates in leather. There's so many other options. Let us not be so closed. Let's be open to receiving them. And I think...
Yeah, that's very nice of you. And in fact, as you were mentioning, thank you so much for such a good insight. And so pleasurable to have you. And Reena ji, Indian designers for some of the reservations are not taking leathers into collection, but I would like to say from this forum that even your fashion shows, your collections should have some leather or the other. And my friend Mr. Sunil Sethi was supposed to be here, but as she is saying, emphasis is more on textile. He is sitting in the Ministry of Textile today, the last minute, and even they're talking about design studio, those 1,000 acres parks and all. So with this note, since you will not be in the second session, what should be done for getting the design intervention on international standards in this design studio, where in our new ILDP scheme, we've got 100 crores allocated for design studio. It's the only simple word is design studio. Do you have any suggestion for design studios? How should they be made and what can be done?
Of course, the best advisors would be the sampling rooms of the currently existing exporters, because their sample rooms, they will really have the realistic test. The other thing I found was the lasts. At least when I tried to make lasts for a catwalk, beyond a size, they don't make the lasts, which means we got these very funny shoes for the models. And I remember our minister who was watching my show in Pragati Maidan, he said, Reena, your shoes were very nice, but why were they all going behind? I said, because there were no lasts for their feet. And nobody was ready to create beyond a size 10. And some of these models, they are not just tall, they have very big feet. And this is a fact everywhere in the world. Models have long feet. So, yes, I do think what one needs is trade, right? What one needs is a buyer. What one needs is a business. Buyer, what does he want? He wants to go to the place where he gets the best design at the cheapest price. And then he wants delivery, which is what Chandraji was talking about. So those, I feel you need to get the rightest and the top agents. If your government's going to spend so much crores, let them get the top agents from the world. They're buying shows. There are these shows we have. For fashion, there are some shows. I don't know for footwear which are the shows in the world. But from those trade shows, you get the best agents. Let the agents take a commission on the sales, and they give the business. And in terms of design, they give us the international design, plus the local industry will give you their own input. That is what I'm saying. Marry the design team of India, where so many, the design schools, the design institutes. I really think learn from the example of the Amrapali story. You must converse with them. You must have dialogue. You must have them in your factories. Trade the work. Like I don't mind giving you free design if you give me my free shoes for my shows. Correct. It's just that. Your shoe, my clothes, they go on the catwalk. Every magazine in the world, in the country, will pick it up. And who knows who gets to wear it? That's how your stylist will choose it. Deepika may wear it. And if it's a soulful story of a humble worker making it in some remote part of India, then who knows? You get an international recognition.
Absolutely.
That's
very good.
Yeah.
In fact, when the Honorable Minister came for the National Award, he was talking of Kolhapur Chakral should be sent and sold all over the world. And we just want to say that the design studio's intervention, we would be definitely wanting FDCI to get involved also for leather and take this forward. So on, Reena ji, would you be staying on, because Chairman is saying very few are there, if you have time, or do you
I have my own exhibition. I have enjoyed this so much, so I appreciate it. I'm grateful to all of you, sirs.
May I ask
and thank you, Chandraji, so much.
Please,
so enlightening.
Please, Jadiji, if she wants to leave, because I would not, I told you till 12 o'clock.
मोती जी एक सेकेंड रीना जी आपने कहा ना सैंपल साइज लास्ट के लिए कि आपको बिगर साइज चाहिए तो आपको कभी भी चाहिए तो आप कांटेक्ट कर सकते हैं हम मिस्टर दीपक इज हियर सो या
So, Riva, you would like to leave over now? Just 1 second. So, may I request Mr. Tausif Mirza, Managing Director of Red Tape Shoes, Mirza Tanners, to just present a memento to Reena ji before she say. Yeah, he is absolutely. Yeah, okay. Yeah, let her go because she's driving. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Reena. And now with this, we go to who could tell us more about the scale. I've got on my right hand side the chairman of CLE and managing director of Alpine Group, who has got the outstanding record of dealing with international brands in terms of leather goods and footwear. So I would call upon Mr. Sanjay Lekha as Chairman of Council and Managing Director of Alpine International Group, to please give us an insight as to how scale will take the industry forward in the next plan. The scale is that important because when we are talking about China and our other neighboring country and global factory of India, it's the scale which is going to take us forward. With this, I would like Mr. Sanjay Likha to give us some insight on the scale and what is the intervention required for making the scale of India. Thank you.
Thank you, Motilalji. I think the last, couple of minutes with Reena ji talking about style and the interventions there was very interesting because a new element was brought out, the Indian art forms and what we can do with them. But anyway, I mean, that's just something I wanted to touch on. Scale, I mean, on one hand, we do want to reach the levels of $30 billion in the next 3 to 4 years as an overall industry. And to be able to do this, the first thing that we talk of is obviously that the infrastructure has got to be there, the scale has to be created. And on this, I would like to take us all in, to what really happened in China. China in 1981 was the size that we are more or less, it was more or less the same size as us in 1981. From there, we reached, a level of 5 billion. They reached a level of 80, 90 billion. There is no comparison. A similar thing also happened to the next story, which was Vietnam. 10, 11 years back, both India and China, Vietnam were at about $3 billion exports. We have managed to go from 3 to 5, and they have gone from 3 to 28 or 20, I think this year they will be at about 28. Last year they were 24. So the paradigm is so different. I mean, we really have to understand as to what is happening and what if anything, I mean, are we missing something? Obviously we are missing something because we've not been able to do it. The biggest challenge which comes up is the infrastructure. The first of all and foremost, the infrastructure. Everywhere we talk about that, the land cost is too high. The infrastructure is simply not available. We have schemes like the mega cluster scheme, which is also a part of the IFLDP scheme. And I hope that this time round, we are able to utilize that and really create the clusters that are needed. Another thing that we have always been talking about is the plug and play model, where an exporter should be able to have the flexibility of being able to suddenly expand his capacities based on the orders that they get. And this is a model which has worked successfully in other countries and other competitive countries. And this is something we need to bring in. I am quite confident, and I know for a fact that the various levels of government are convinced about this, and there is a clear understanding that what we are asking for makes sense because this is the way to go. Unfortunately, with land being a state subject and our discussions mostly happening at the central level, there is sometimes a disconnect there. But at the same time, I think the scale has to be created, and for that, the infrastructure is foremost. I mean, we miss out on simple things like, our production areas may not have drainage, may not have water supply, may not have enough water, electricity supply. I, for one, I know that, area I am in, and I don't want to pinpoint, but the area that I have some factories in, we do not have drainage in there. You see, we do not have a water supply there. And this is a regular approved industrial area. So these are the kind of things that we lack. And these are the things that we must push and get. Because once we have the basics, I think we as entrepreneurs can do a lot. But coming back to the scale, I think this is now the time that we have to start thinking out of the box. We have to start thinking big. If we have to compete with the other competitive countries, we will have to take the initiative as entrepreneurs ourselves. I'm sure the government support is there, but we ourselves have to be first and foremost, we have to be ready to take it forward. The most important aspect here that I feel that we should look at is that the opportunity that we have today from China, from the shift of business from China, from the breakdown in the supply chain in Vietnam and other countries, this has created an opportunity which we must immediately utilize. If we don't do it this time, I don't see it coming back to us for another couple of decades. And I don't know whether this business will even survive if we don't take this opportunity now. So let us scale up, let's create the infrastructure, and I'm quite confident that from CLE side, we will give all the support that is required. I will take it up at any level and every level that is required. So let's take this forward, and we will continue to discuss, and I'll be more than happy to take any questions later as we go along. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lekha. And I think scale building is definitely a need of the hour. Very important thing which he said, I think global value chain is undergoing a lot of changes. And I think speakers will speak that the brands are coming towards India, but they will be now leaving India because of the capacities. So in this context, I think the creation of parks and land at a very reasonable rate and infrastructure subsidies and building up infrastructure is very, very important. In my ILDP program, now I'm coming to the next very important issue, which is sustainability. And sustainability is a kind which they have defined STEP in the scheme, allocating 500 crores, sustainable technology and environmental protection, which is, I think, the global call today. I've got Mr. Kaushal, Gaurav Kaushal from Adidas talking on sustainability, the S of sustainability. Mr. Gaurav Kaushal, thank you. Yeah.
Rightly said, sir. Sustainability is one of the most important pillars right now we all need to look into actually. Why? Because what are we offering to our Mother Earth and what are we leaving behind for our future generations? That is very, very important. And most of the global brands, whether it's Adidas or some other brands, they look into first what sustainability or what product we are offering as India market to export market. So we all are sitting here from the Council for Export Promotion. So we need to understand that first, that what are the global or the export requirements in terms of sustainability being one of the most important pillars. So we all are here to make our world more sustainable. So I will just take you through few of the facts. I hope you all must be aware about that how much virgin plastic is produced every year. As per study of 2019, 350 million tons of virgin plastic is produced every year. So we can calculate how much it is total by now. So that's what we are offering to Mother Earth, which needs to be looked into immediately. That's what global warming is concerned, or how the ozone layer is depleting, and what we are offering to our environment. And we need to face the consequences later on. So now, there is a report and there is a research in Adidas that 70% of our consumers consider sustainability while taking their decision on the product. If you visit our showroom or any retail space in India also, you will see so many sustainability things happening in the retail space as well. 85% of Gen Zs believe their choices determine their future. So we can think that we need to focus on the Gen Zs, but yes, they consider their future, which needs to be sustainable in the product, in the processes, in our manufacturing, even in our supply chain. And moreover, in Adidas, 100% of our employees and recruits are engaged through sustainability. So it's not only me actually, anyone from Adidas can deliver a lot on sustainability. I'm sorry. Yeah. So sustainability is not a sprint actually, it's a long marathon. I will not talk about each and every year from last 20 plus years, it would take a lot. I will just talk about from 2015, how we partnered with Parley and we had done a lots of changes for aquatic life. We collected plastic waste from the oceans, from the beaches, and we put it into our shoes, and our shoes are made from that plastic waste. And then 2017, 99% of our products are PFC free. Then in 2018, we signed the industry charter with the UN, and then in 2019, circular loop was introduced, which is one of the very good technology in which 100% shoe is recycled. And last year, we have been given a target that 9 out of 10 articles needs to be sustainable in next 5 years. That is by 2025. Now, this is the statement by our CEO. Why I am showing it to you? Because in this forum, we all are the leaders, and it has to be top driven only. We can't expect that it could be from the ground. We have to drive it from the top, then it can be converted into the ground reality. That's what our CEO said, that by 2025, Adidas will be stronger, more sustainable, and more digital than ever. You see, he has only 2 pointers, digital and sustainable. That's what the company is looking into for next future. Again, I had already explained about 2025 that 9 out of 10 articles needs to be sustainable. Whereas in addition to that, Adidas would be achieving climate neutrality by 2050. That's also a big statement. Now, what is our path to climate neutrality? Recently, Adidas partnered with Allwords and made a shoe which is just giving a carbon footprint of 2.94 kg. You see on what scale things are happening at global level or at the export level. That's how we need to measure the carbon footprints of each and every product and even processes. Now I will take you through the product more actually, because we have been hearing or listening on air pollution, water pollution, what happened in Chennai, Ambur and all. I won't be talking about that right now because I hope most of us know about that already. So I would be more focusing on the product part here. These are the 3 strategies, we can say it 3 loop strategies actually. The first one is recycled loop, the second is circular loop, and the third is regenerative loop. What is this all about? Recycled loop is from which shoes are made from plastic waste. It could be, as I mentioned, aquatic or the plastic waste found at the beaches, or it could be the plastic bottles or the plastic which we consume in our day-to-day life. That's how the product is made from that wastage. And the second is circular loop. What is this all about? Circular loop is we do have a specific age of our product. When it ends, we just throw it into the wastage or garbage. In this loop, we convert that product which is wasted into the complete shoe. We do make components from that. And the last one is regenerative loop, in which we make the products from nature, from organic nature. I will explain that in my next slide. Adidas has partnered with 3 organizations. The first is Milo. What does it do? Here we have made a lab-grown mycelium, which is a structure like roots found in the mushrooms. So we are making shoes from that. The second is infighted fiber. In this, organic cotton-rich textile waste is used to convert it into our textiles or even into footwear. And the last one is Spinova. What is this? Spinova is the combination of normal natural wood and the organic cotton waste. Here we have done the R&Ds in recent years, in which 25% of organic cotton waste was mixed with 75% of the wood, and then the product is made out of that. Now these are the targets on which our company is working, and that's what each and everyone need to work out. Even it could be better than this also. So carbon emissions, yes, we have to achieve carbon neutrality. And then if I talk about the waste, 95% of diversion rate, that's what the target is for next 5 years within Adidas. And then about water, yes, it has been one of the major focuses across the industry, but yeah, we need to reduce 15% of consumption waste. Thank you guys, thank you for making it happen. I hope it was quite interesting for all of you. Thank you very much. So if you want to talk or...
We will just be taking this to the next level. So thank you very much and very informative. I think on the question hour session, maybe we'll have people now taking up.
Yeah.
So the second round, maybe I will be skipping it and giving more time to the participants for doing it. So I think we can now move on to the next one. So we'll wrap up now by having those 3 minutes of 2 or 3 more presentations. And I think keep that time of 2 minutes, utilized by the audience. Thank you so much. Thank you. So with this, I would request now Mr. Eric Elig, to give an insight on supply chain management. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone, once again. Respected Sri Sanjay Liga, Chairman CLE, Sri Motilal Sethi, Regional Chairman CLE, Sanjay Gupta, President IFCOMA, Aaron Kumar, Senior MD FTDI, my friends and colleagues of the industry on and off the dais. Speaking about supply chain is a long topic, and putting this in 3 minutes is of course a hard task. We could speak about this about hours, and I try to squeeze it. We all know that our footwear industry is labor intensive, is affected by by various factors such as land resources, labor costs, material supply, energy costs, environmental protection, and sales markets. Consequently, in pursuit of profit maximization, major customer markets, footwear manufacturers, wholesalers, and retailers worldwide are shifting their focus to lower cost countries, leading to constant movement of global shoemaking bases. For example, some years before, in the 60s, Germany was shifting their shoemaking to countries like France and Austria. From there, it was shifted incredibly for today to Japan and Taiwan. From Taiwan, it was shifted to China and Vietnam. Later, from out of Vietnam, more to China, and then back to China. From 1996, the shoe industry in China has been growing by 10 to 20% every year. At the moment, in the world, it is estimated that there are 30 to 40,000 shoe manufacturing companies producing 23 million pairs of shoes. India is the second biggest producer in the world and working towards being the biggest. Hopefully we achieve it. To achieve this goal, a resilient supply chain is essential. But it's not only, as we have seen, how the caravan has moved from country to country. It's not only about being the cheapest. It's not only about being the best. It's about balancing the quality with the delivery time, with the price, so that we can satisfy our customers worldwide the best. And of course, for this, a resilient supply chain is very important. The challenges for that, the scale of the crisis of COVID has not only upturned business practices, but also made many fundamental changes to customer behavior. Resilience no longer became a buzzword and instead became a reality. as was agility, adaptiveness, and acceleration. Planning for continuity in supply chain involves close collaboration with suppliers and other business partners. Continuous end-to-end assessment, optimization, and monitoring need to be done immediately and constantly. Businesses need to rapidly and confidently respond to the need to create supply chain strategies to protect human resources and ensure their global supply chain continue to function. For that, of course, we need to evaluate sourcing strategies and shorten supply chain to minimize the risk. This, for example, we have learned what happened in the Suez Channel when before supply chain was just existing, nobody was bothering. When the ship in the Suez Channel stopped all the movement, suddenly everybody remembered, wow, supply chain is existing, we need to take care of it. Shortening it, localizing it is very important. Relocate capital if needed. Certain supply chains may need to reamp in a crisis, such as Brexit or coronavirus pandemic, as these produce critical resources necessary to mitigate the emergency. On the other hand, other companies need to know how to redirect their supply chain because of vulnerability to disruption. This means if we constantly monitorize our supply chain and know what is happening, sometimes we need to relocate capital if needed to increase our stocks, forwarding the risk so that our production can still run while the supply chain is disrupted. Implement visibility to counter the lack of transparency. Of course, visibility is essential as it allows business leaders to make timely decisions in getting the right components into the right hands to save time or at least keep the critical timeline. Lack of visibility into the supply chain prevents flexibility under these circumstances and can cause bottlenecks that can tie up cash flow considerably for months and years. If our production is stopped because material is missing, it costs us a lot of money, and maybe we get claims from customers keep on sitting on the product which the customer does not take, and this will fix our cash flow for years. The actual logistics situation, everybody knows it. There is a problem, but at the moment, interestingly, 612 container ships are sitting in front of ports, waiting to be unloaded or loaded, which makes 14% of the global cellular fleet of container ships. This is why, at the moment, when you ask for a container, you are not getting it, or you are paying a huge amount. We are coming to that. Here you see the number of container ships waiting and the consequent delay per hot port, as well as the trend. As example of a US port, where constantly, since 1st of December, about 80 ships are waiting to be loaded and unloaded, which is causing the lack of containers and the continued disruption in our supply chain. Still then, the global containerized cargo is growing, unless in 2009, when there was the recession, and in 2020 with the COVID crisis. Still, after that, we are at the highest level ever with 232,000 megatons. The supply has still fallen due to the congestion. As you see in the graphic, we are at the spike when the Suez Canal happened, and at the moment, due to the 14% of container ships which are blocked in the ports. At the same time, we see that the reliability of the container ships has decreased a lot while in 2016, the reliability of a container ship was about 80%. At the moment, currently in 2022, we are at incredible 30%. No customer would accept this from us if we would supply our material so bad on time. But we still have to live with that supply chain. So what we must take when we supply to our customers, we have to think about what we do to get our raw materials. So look at the supply chain. Here you see that the same happens Trans-Pacific and Asia-Europe. The same problem everywhere. The on-time of container ships has decreased drastically. At the same time, incredibly, if we would be late in our shipments, our customers would penalize us. At the same time, the container rates have gone up from $5,000 or $2,500 to $9,700 per container. Incredible. But as there's a shortage, as there are less container ships, as they are blocked in front of the ports, we have no alternative. We have to take it. We have to survive with that. Somebody is happy in that. Fun fact, or not, if you see the net income in billion of the biggest companies, Alphabet, of course, everybody knows, Meta, of course, they're very successful, but would you have ever wondered that companies, shipping companies, which 5 years before were doing losses, are now suddenly in the biggest winners, like Maersk, Costco, Hapag-Lloyd, Evergreen, Hapag-Lloyd, even doing more profit than Amazon? Financed by us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ines. Thank you so much.
Now, coming to our headache, comparison of lead times. If you compare the lead times in export between countries like Germany, Indonesia, India, and China, we come very quickly to a conclusion that a container from exit of the factory to loading on the ship in China takes 2.5 days. In Germany, I admit we Germans are a little slower, it takes 4.2 days. But in India, it takes 11 days. In import, we have a similar scenario. In import, while in Germany it takes 3.6 days, in China, luckily, in this time Germany won, it takes 4 days, but in India it still takes 11 days. This brings us to the conclusion that import and export operations in India are still much slower than in other countries, extending additionally to our lead time, which is very valuable to all of us. What we can learn, infrastructure in China is built around export. 8 out of the 10 largest shipping ports in the world are in China, and every one of them can manage more than 25 million containers annually. The biggest port in India is Nhava Sheva in Mumbai, and it has a maximum capacity of 7.5 million containers. Now you know why it takes so long. Import versus local sourcing. If we compare local sourcing versus import, if we import the raw material, of course the raw material supplier somewhere in the world, maybe China, needs 4 weeks to produce it. It takes 8 weeks to reach. You take 6 weeks to produce your shoes or your uppers, if you are quick, which makes a total production time or lead time of 18 months. If you purchase locally, the raw material production takes 2 weeks, which you can, with a combined push-pull sourcing, you can even decrease to 1 week. The raw material transport is 1 week, your upper production still takes 6 weeks, which brings you to a total production time of 9 weeks, which decreases the total lead time of the production by half, by 9 weeks. Here you see the clear advantage of local supply chain. The cash flow, our finance, is also not to neglect in this point of view. Of course, if you import, you don't have to, sometimes you don't have to pay when you order the product, but you have to pay before the product is shipped. Then the material, you have to pay 100% before, when the product is shipped. Then it takes 8 weeks for the shipment. It takes, for the shoe upper production, 6 to 8 weeks, which means that you need to finance it for 14 to 16 weeks. If you buy the product locally, still your production takes 6 weeks, but you only pay the raw material when you are getting it from the supplier, which gives you at least 90 days credit. Many of you don't take 90 days credit. Many are lucky, you get 150 days, 180 days, whatever. For the ease of calculation, I'm only calculating with 90 days credit, which would be lucky for our component industry, which makes 12 weeks, meaning negative 6 weeks of finance, meaning the component industry locally is financing the operation. The conclusion is a strong local sourcing is essential to support future growth. Local sourcing reduces your financial costs. Improvement of infrastructure has direct impact in supply chain and therefore competitiveness in the market. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. I think supply chain is the backbone of the industry. And now from here, I think the sales is a byproduct of what all we have discussed. Skill, scale, speed. If we have a good product by applying all these, we have automatically sales. So for sales and marketing, let me invite the General Secretary of Buying Agents Association, Ms. Anchal Kansal, to give her an insight as to how India can really go to the world market and what all we need to do to get more buyers here to achieve these targets. Thank you, Kansal.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's been very, very delightful to hear all of the esteemed panelists we have today. And Motilal ji, thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to come together to discuss all of this. I will like to make my presentation short. I'm sure बहुत ज़्यादा knowledge हो चुका है already. So, how do I change the? Okay, got it. Quick introduction about what we do at BAA. We are a body of over 250 buying agents or sourcing consultants, as we would like to call ourselves. What do? We are the marketing campaign of India. As simple as that. We promote Make in India. We promote every product that goes out of India. We are your feet on the ground representing all international customers. We've estimated about 70% of the buying out of India happens through buying agents. That goes to show the strength of this service sector that we've been trying to promote for a very long time and finally organized ourselves in 2016. We streamline the buying operations. While we're doing that, we also work with the MSME sector in a significant way. People, all of you sitting here, we are working with you closely across product portfolios. And we provide a common ground for understanding between the buyers, between the suppliers, and the complete buying community. Now, why am I standing here today? We've spoken about scale, speed, sustainability. We've had beautiful interventions about what is needed to promote export. But do we really know what the buyer is asking for today? And that is the perspective I bring to the table today as to what the buying community, we as buying and sourcing consultants, our customers who are actually buying the product, expecting out of us. I'll be discussing a few points here which will be key to how sales can be increased for our community as such. Compliance, quality, delivery, communication, trend setting, and image building. Before I go deep into all these discussions, I would have a quick snapshot of what the industry in the world, in the leather market stands today. In 2021, the world leather market was about $408 billion. Now, out of this, 47% was only footwear, followed very closely by about 22%, which was garments. 55% was genuine leather. We're estimating leather to be $626 billion by 2028, the world market I'm talking about. And we are talking here today, $30 billion by 2025. Essentially, what we're asking for is about 5.8% of the market share by 2025. We have a Prime Minister who is a leader known to the world, who's been promoting trade, promoting industry. We have 16.5%, 7% population of the world. Achieving 6% nearly is not difficult with the kind of product we have, with the kind of Atiti Devo Bhayava mentality we hold, and with the kind of hard-working ethos this country has been working towards. Talking about compliance, why do we need compliance? Very simply, we've spoken about sustainability. We are all moving towards the ethical sourcing and a sustainable world. Customers are asking, are you using child labor? Are you throwing pollutants into the environment? It is customer asking. It's not only our customers. It is a final customer who brings into the product in their houses who is saying, I want a sustainable product. I want to protect my environment. I want my generations to be at a place where we've not depleted the environment completely. It is important to cater to that customer, that India has to move towards compliance. We have today with us one of our very old buying agents, Ms. Rohini Suri. She is one of the first people who started compliance in India with JCPenney in 1984. So when we were talking about compliance, that was garment compliance that started in 1984. And she took about 5 years to have about 20-25 companies compliant. And that was the first set of compliance that happened in India. If you see that, that led to a beautiful thing, which was organization of the garment industry. In all of the sectors that exist today, one of the sectors which is most organized is the garment sector. And that is where it is stemming from. So compliance also invariably leads to a better organization of the industry and the sector. Definitely it builds the trust. When a company knows that our factories are compliant, they win the trust to actually invest into these factories. We've seen in 2020, Bangladesh suffered severely. Their exports went down by 22%. Why? Because they were polluting their main river. People didn't want to buy from them. Compliance became the buzzword in Bangladesh after that. And they've been doing beautifully after that. So we want to build the trust amongst our buyers to bring them into India. And most importantly, as we all human beings say, it improves the working condition. We've spoken about, Gaurav very beautifully put about carbon footprint. We're talking about carbon footprint. We are talking about environmental impact. All this is a part of compliance. We need it. I know the bigger business houses sitting today here, they would say we are all compliant. But for the industry per se to step forward, we don't only need the bigger business houses to be compliant. We need the industry to be compliant, the smaller players to step up and be compliant to bring more faith across the world in what we are manufacturing. Going forward to quality. When I say achieve maximum possible standardization and quality, I'm sure all the exporters are going to come back to me saying leather hai. Standardization nahi ho sakta. We don't know how it will react. I agree. I totally agree. But my question is, can we control these variations? Can we not? We can control these variations. Can we educate our customers to control these variations? Can we give them swatch pans? Can we give them videos of how the leather is being treated, how the leather is being colored? Let them know right at the sampling stage, at the initial stage, what really is the way. Let them understand the process. It is not about them being unreasonable. When they don't know, they will ask for anything. We can ask for the moon. They're asking us for the moon. But we have to deliver. We know our product, we know our process, we know our manufacturing. Can we educate our customers? Most importantly, we need to invest in technology. We are handcrafted. We are a handcrafted nation. But that doesn't say that we cannot invest in technology, machinery. We can. How many of us are looking for those new machineries that are actually coming into the market? I mean, I'll give you a classic case in point. When we buy furniture from India versus China, the biggest change that happens and the biggest thing that you would observe, India में सोफे की जो edge है, piping है, कभी भी सीधी नहीं आती है. Never ever. China में एक सोफा उठा लो आप, every piping will be prim and proper and straight. Now, why would a customer buy from India when they can get perfection out of China? We can be handcrafted, but then build a story around it. Delivery and communication, you know, these are two things every buyer gets bothered with. Today, COVID has taken away everything from delivery, but then again, even when COVID was not there, India का हमारा सबका सोचना है, चलता है, होता है, अब चल नहीं पा रहा है वो. We need to be at a place where we are saying, yes, we've got to do it. If we're committing a 90 days, इंडिया की शादियों की तरह 8 बजे के इनवाइट में 11 बजे नहीं पहुंचना हमें 90 दिन के पहले 85 दिन पे उनको शिपमेंट देनी है. It has to be delivered. Now my question to you is, we suddenly come up with Holi, Diwali and Eid. We are all aware of it. Then how come we tell the customers, oh Diwali हो गई थी 2 हफ्ते हमारी लेबर नहीं आई इसलिए शिपमेंट डिले हो जाएगी? How is that possible? Didn't we know when we took the order that there is going to be a Holi, Diwali and Eid in between and we are going to lose 2 weeks in labor? Did we not know that we have container issues today? We don't get containers immediately, so we have to buffer in that timing so that we are on time for delivery. Do we know whether our supply chain is reliable? मेरे सब supplier ने बोला मैं 30 दिन में दूंगा. With your experience in the past, do you know वो 30 दिन में देगा कि नहीं देगा? क्या वो 45 दिन में देगा? क्या वो 60 दिन में देगा? We need to know this. The idea for us is to under-commit and over-deliver. This is the mantra that India really needs to learn. कम बोलो ज़्यादा करो. Rather than बड़ी बड़ी बातें करो और इतना सा perform करो. That is what we need to learn because that is what the buyer is expecting. They love people who come up and say no to their face. They say, learn to say a no. If you cannot do it in 120 days, you have genuine reasons, tell us a no. They're not inhumans. Buyer गोरी चमड़ी देखते ही हम लोगों को लगता है, oh my God, buyer है. We cannot say anything to them. No, it's not like that. They're very reasonable people. You talk to them with the rationale, you talk to them with the reasoning, they will agree, they will understand, they will find solution to your problems. Communicate with them, inform them. हर के business में problem आती हैं. But they need to know the problems to be able to give you a helping hand. Just saying at the brink of the moment at 90th day, oh, I need 15 more days because my leather came in wrong. My God. We've lost 90 days in deciding to ask for extension of 15 days. No, give them an advance information. They need it, they love it. And I can assure you, all the big business houses who are doing big business, they already know this. They're not shy of telling a no. They're not shy of sharing a problem because the buyers expect us to be partners. They're not expecting slave manufacturing. They're expecting partners who are going to work with them, alongside them, and fulfill their commitment and expectation. Going forward to the most important thing, Reena has beautifully put forward trends and styling as a key factor. And what we really need to know is what the buyer is expecting when we come to trends. As a buying agent or as a buying house, when we source any product or when we walk the shows, we are expecting kuch naya dikhe, kuch exciting dikhe. When we walk and we see the same old things, color change ho gaya, size change ho gaya, it is not fun. When it is not fun for us, how can it be fun for anybody outside who's buying from us? We need new things constantly. We need designing. We need a strategy of sampling. We've spoken about sampling strategy. How many samples are we churning around every season? Do we have a strategy? 20 बनाने हैं, 40 बनाने हैं, 100 बनाने हैं, टाइम फ्रेम लेड आउट, बजट है हमारा, क्या सोचना है, ट्रेंड्स हमने इन्वेस्टिगेट किए, रिसर्च किए. वी नीड न्यूनेस ऑल द टाइम. वी नीड सस्टेनेबल प्रोडक्ट्स. वी नीड टू यूज रिसाइकल्ड एज अ मंत्रा. वी नीड टू think through till the level of a customer. Talking about the next one is research. Gaurav has beautifully put about sustainability and the development of mycelium, right? So mycelium as one of the new leathers that are coming up, and I believe they launched Footwear in 2020 with mycelium. That was amazing. Timberland, they started manufacturing Green Stride Solar Wake EK+. Very complicated name, but very, very innovative technique. It is using regenerative leather. Again, Gaurav shared about the regenerative leather. Hermes in 2021, it came up with Victoria handbag. It was all about mushroom-based vegan leather. People are coming up with new things, but I'm questioning how many of us are doing that in India? If we are saying we need to step forward, we need to step forward from India. We can't just expect to execute. We want to do new things, new research, new development to be able to give something new to the customers. Keep an eye on the competitors, and when I say competitors, I'm not meaning the exporters on the left and the right. What I mean is the competitors sitting in Spain, Turkey, Italy, Vietnam, China. What are they doing? How is the sourcing happening? What is the investment in the research design? What are they coming up with? That is very critical for our market. And then study your market. Amya ji very beautifully put it कि बगल के country में बिक रहा है, यहाँ पे नहीं बिक रहा, ऐसा क्यों है? That's because we need to study. We need to study buying behaviors. We need to study buying patterns. And you don't really need to go there and do it. There is research and study available. All you need to do is buy. It's buy and invest into understanding the problems of people and giving a solution to that. I was recently talking to somebody who said, I am working on a shoe that is stretchable for children. Isn't that a problem that all of us, each individual sitting in this auditorium today has faced? हम सबके बच्चे हैं. हम सबके बच्चे जब grow हो रहे थे, the shoe size was changing every month. We couldn't use it. We spent a lot of money on shoes, but we couldn't use it after a month or two. What a beautiful idea to get a shoe which is stretchable, which can be used. People are working on women's shoes by adjusting the heel size. Amazing, right? And the last one that we are going to talk about is image building. This is probably one of the most key factors when we talk about India, because when we're talking about the entire world, image building is becoming very, very critical for us. Marketing your products, what is important? We get a lot of, as buying agents, sourcing consultants, we get a lot of products from across suppliers, across products. But who do we promote? We promote that supplier who gives us product that shows its value on the picture itself. And what I mean by that is, गंदी सी फोटो खींची यहाँ पे बैग रखा उसको फोटो खींच के फोन से भेज दिया. You think I will like it or the buyer who is going to buy that product like it? Not at all. It does not reflect the value of the product. You need to actually take good pictures, invest in photography, invest in ambient photography, create flip books of your products, share your products regularly. Again, a very beautifully put about the push and the pull method. We want to give what we are manufacturing. No. We need to get what the buyer is asking for. Understand the expectation of the buyer and then share it regularly with the buyer. Sometimes just share because they may not need it right now, but the next season you will see your inspiration on their mood board. So share it regularly. Create your own story. India has a beautiful handcraft story. How many of us are really using this to promote our own story and our own product? Can we give it a human touch, create videos around how leather is being made, how finishing is being done, to actually share what is happening in India and create the story around your product? Create your own brand. Again, we discussed about this. There are not too many brands that originate from India. I mean, the few brands that come to my mind are Royal Enfield or Kingfisher. That's it. I can't think of many brands that have really made their mark in the international world. And India really needs to start doing that because product hamara hai, but brand kisi aur ki hai. So why can't we make our own brands? What stops us? Just the marketing mindset. We have talented youth. We've had discussions with FDDI. They're upskilling youth. Why can't we hire talented youth to create marketing strategies to create our own brands? Target your offerings. Again, going to say offer what your buyer needs and select your market and offer it. Dubai में US का product और US में Spain का product नहीं चलेगा. We have to share product that fits that market. Go digital. That's the mantra of today. After COVID, everything is go digital. Nothing is offline today. Everything is online today. Have a social media presence, have a web presence, have a Google presence. Create your presence across the board, do SEO, SMO. That will help create your credibility. Now, everybody who's sitting here, and especially the big business houses we're talking to today and others, I can vouch for it. The big business house would have been smiling and saying, oh, hum ye kar rahe hain, hum ye kar rahe hain, hum ye kar rahe hain. It is the industry at large that I'm addressing today that we all need to do it. Not just the top 1%. It is the remaining 99% who needs to make that effort and needs to go forward to make this thought of $30 billion by 2025 achievable. Thank you.
Thank you, Anshul. Very nice, good insight. How do we market? How do we sell? I liked your 2 points. 626 billion, big encouraging factor. I think we should all gear up. 6% of global share, very good. And the partnership. I think today is a time for partnership, whether it's with the government or with the buyers or with the supply chain. And partnership must have a lot of trust between the partners. So with this, I would like to call upon for a very short insight on the component sector, which is the backbone of us. We have got the President of Indian Component Manufacturers Association, IFCOMA, Mr. Sanjay Gupta.
ऑनेस्टली स्पीकिंग मैं 3 मिनट से कम का टाइम लूँगा जो मुझे कहा गया है. रेस्पेक्टेड श्री संजय लिखा जी, चेयरमैन CLE, श्री अरुण कुमार सिन्हा, MD FDTI, श्री अमिया चंद्रा जी, एडिशनल DG of Dgft, श्री मोतीलाल सेठी, रीजनल चेयरमैन CLE North, my friends on dais and off the dais. On behalf of the Indian Footwear Components Manufacturers Association, my focus is on how to strengthen the footwear component sector to achieve the export target of $10 billion and domestic industry $20 billion of leather products and footwear by 2025. See, the cost-wise contribution of shoe components and accessories in one pair of shoe is almost 35% without the shoe upper. It means to achieve the export and domestic target of $10 billion of footwear, we need $3.5 billion manufacturing sector of shoe components and accessories. So, hence, I will request Sanjay Likhaji and mainly Arun Sinhaji, please take care of this figure and request you to please give attention to the following points. One is a component survey. We request you to please conduct a nationwide market survey about the total number of component manufacturers in India, their capacity, the quality, quantity of the material to understand the exact dynamics of the sector. The outcome of the survey will give us actual data which will help us to build the policy to drive the economic growth of the sector, restructuring the import duty. The last such survey was done by CLE in 2004 and NLDP by 1999. The result of these surveys has given a big boost to the component sector that time. I am really thankful to Mr. Amminder Sinha, former IAS, and Rafiq sir, former chairman of CLE, जिन्होंने ये सर्वे कंडक्ट करके इस इंडस्ट्री को उस टाइम बूस्ट दिया था. अब दोबारा हमें एक सर्वे करने का इसमें ज़रूरत है. इसके बाद सेकंड पॉइंट इज़ अ जॉइंट वेंचर. If it is the need of the hour to bring in new technology from Italy, Spain, Taiwan and other such countries which have a strong footwear component background, this will help us to bring more new components, products and upgrade the quality as well. We submit that CLE must take initiative to provide us a platform for joint ventures with the international players. Number 3 point is NCLT. NCLT should restore the threshold limit of rupees 10 lakhs for application filed under section 7 or 9. It was 9 lakhs, now they have shifted to 1 crore. So finally, supply chain network has improved a lot in India. It is largely dependent upon the availability of the raw materials which are needed to produce the footwear components and accessories and the honoring the payment terms agreed by the footwear manufacturers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sanjay ji. Thank you so much. And may I now, I think money saved is money earned in exports. We have a lot of risk of sending the goods collecting money. We got very quick insight, sustainability through safety by risk management. We got Rahul from Ecgc explaining the products, how do we really safeguard our money and the risk perception. So very quick and short insight of new products of Ecgc and how I think even they have gone into the factoring part, they are taking up more products and be safeguard. Rahul Kumar from Ecgc.
Distinguished guests on the dais, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to all of you. For this panel discussion, I am the last speaker on the sustainability through safety by risk management. So, the CLE has set an internal target of 30 billion by 2025. I wish them all the best. I am sure they will achieve it. We have heard about how they are going to achieve it by skill, by scaling, by style, by sustainability, all the factors we have heard. But how we can sustain that growth first of all, we look what we need to do. The first factor that will help to achieve the ambitious target of 30 billion is expansion of our business. Now, we have to scale up the operation to our existing customers. We have to enter the new market. New customer, we have to find new customers. We have to optimize our bank finance also. So how we can do that? Now, when you do the export business, there are three types of risk involved. First, the physical damage to the transit of goods. Then you have an exchange fluctuation risk. And then you have a credit insurance risk. The physical damage of goods in transit can be covered by your general insurance. The exchange fluctuation is taken by if you take a forward cover from your banks. And the export credit risk insurance is covered by Ecgc. It's a Government of India institution under the administrative control of Ministry of Commerce. Now in the recent past, what we have seen that we saw a many insolvency of the major buyers. I think Ms. Aanchal Kansal must be aware about it. A lot of the buyers due to COVID, this pandemic, became insolvent. And we have a very recent example of the Russia-Ukraine conflict. Now, these are some factors which are beyond the control of the exporters. आपके पास इसका कोई कंट्रोल नहीं है. आप बिजनेस कर रहे हैं बट ऑल ऑफ अ सडन ऐसी सिचुएशन आ जाएगी जहाँ पे आपके पेमेंट पूरी obstruct हो जाएगी. And if one payment is held up, I am sure to compensate that, you need to increase your business at least 20 to 25% to compensate that loss. So you have to manage the risk. So Ecgc comes very handy to you. In fact, Ecgc is a partner in your growth, partner in your expansion of business. So Ecgc, how can we? So this is our vision and mission statement, that we provide export credit insurance and trade related service, and our credit risk insurance policies, whatever we offer, are very cost effective. Let me tell you one thing, that I have been in this organization for last 21 years, and in last 21 years, we have not increased our premium rate. On the contrary, we have reduced the premium rate twice in the last 21 years. Now, how we cover the export receivables? Now, ECA is Export Credit Agency. Now, we provide insurance policy to the Indian exporters. They supply export of goods or services to the importer or overseas buyer, and in turn they receive the payment. And if they do not receive the payment, Ecgc comes into picture and compensate for your losses to the extent possible. It is not a 100% cover. There is it works on the co-insurance principle. Some of the portion has to be retained by the exporter. Now, what are the risks covered under this? Our policies cover. These are the risks. Now, these risks you have to manage. You are not aware about this risk. Now, this war or armed conflicts, what has happened in Russia right now, occasioned by interruption or diversion of voyage outside India, like during this Russia and Ukraine crisis, we have seen a lot of countries have restricted their airspace for the other countries. So in those situations, they might have, situation might come that वो अपना sea route ही बंद कर दें, then normally there is a longer destination has to be covered. So you incurred an additional cost. So those are the risks which are beyond your control. Then there are restrictions imposed by the government or other entities directed or controlled by the government. Then nationalization or expropriation of the sovereign act, which is beyond your control. So these are the political risks, which is not in your hand, neither in the buyer's hand. This may happen. So if any payment is held up due to these type of risk, so Ecgc provides you the compensation on behalf of this. Now these were the political risk, and there are some commercial risks also involved. Now default of the buyer or default of the LC opening bank, buyer refuses to accept your goods once it has reached the port, or buyer has become insolvent. Now recent past we have paid so many claims. Last year we ended up paying more than 550 claims all over India to the Indian exporters. And most of the cases were due to insolvency. Then inability of the LC opening bank to honor the commitment. And Ecgc also covers the minor discrepancies under the LC. So these are the risks attached when you are into the export business. Now, what are the risk assessment? Basically, risk दो तरह के ही होंगे export में when we are talking about credit insurance. एक होगा country का assessment, एक होगा buyer का assessment. और इसी दो factors पे your premium depends. So we have a dedicated our country underwriting department and buyer underwriting department at our head office at Mumbai, which looks into it. Now, what is the country assessment? Country assessment are again bifurcated into two categories. One is open cover countries and one is restricted cover countries. Now, why restricted cover countries? We do not provide an open-ended cover on these countries. Like in the recent example of Russia and all, like Syria or North Korea, these countries come under restricted cover countries. So here you have to take a prior approval or a specific approval from us, but we cover all the countries on this earth. There is no this thing. Now restricted cover countries are further bifurcated into two. Restricted cover countries group 1 and 2. 2 we have more stringent underwriting on the 2, and RCC 1 will have lesser stringent underwriting on these countries. Now, what are the country risk rating factors? It mainly depends upon these factors: economic risk evaluation, political risk, eco-political, like trade relation with India and other countries, and Ecgc experience, then experience of other agencies, and forecast. And this country rating is in line with the Government of India policies. Suppose on these parameters, a country falls under B1 category, which is a moderate risk, but it is a country, there's a park of SAARC countries. So government says that we have to promote export to the SAARC countries. So Ecgc places that country one notch above what is usually, it comes under its usual rating. So how it helps the exporter? So it reduces your premium. As I said, the premium depends upon the two parameters. One is country and another is your terms of payment. So it helps to reduce your premium under the cover. Now there is a buyer assessment. Second thing, the risk attached is the assessment of the buyer. So Ecgc, what it does, it helps to support, Ecgc supports you in identifying a good buyers across the world. Now how this buyer, we do the buyer underwriting, we have a scorecard model, it's very objective. The business ability, the financial strength, his transaction behavior in the past, its payment method, and the industries, in which industry the buyer is from. So basically you have to mitigate your risk. How can you manage the risk? These are the unforeseen risks on the country and the buyer, because they are the unknown. You are dealing with a buyer in the unknown land. So it's always better to have a risk mitigating tools in force. So Ecgc will always be there with you, and I assure you from this platform that if you, in case of any need, you can reach out over the nearest office. We have an office in Agra, we have office in West Delhi, we have office in New Delhi, we have a regional office over here. So that's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Rahul, for giving a good insight. And now, without taking any more time from speakers and all, the house is open for a couple of questions. And I know that we are really running short of time. And really, it has been very, very kind of you to be attending all the sessions and listening to the speakers. I would like to have Mr. Amiya Chandra would be now leaving very shortly. So maybe a couple of questions pertaining to the foreign trade policy, ease of doing business, or anything that you should be wrapping it up very quickly. I would like you to take up. And on the speed front, I have a suggestion that whatever custom policies are coming, the duty free, the speed और जो गति शक्ति की बात है वो बहुत जल्दी होनी चाहिए. The customs at least needs to be doing their job very fast. Please take up your question immediately.
I have first question to Mr. Amiya Chandra ji. With due respect, sir, I very much appreciate your point of view, speed and ease of doing business. And I am from the finished leather trade, and for that reason I have a question to you. Sir, with speed and ease of doing business, with all the trade barriers being put up by our different organizations, number one example is that all the leathers being exported are subjected to testing for last many years, which have resulted in no negative reports ever more than 0.001%. Lakhs of rupees have been spent by the trade, and all our shipments get held up. Result is that finished leather export have come down to 10% of what it was few years back. Not only that you are putting these trade barriers on export, but also there are trade barriers being put up when we are importing the finished leather from ports like Petrapol, etc., ex-Bangladesh. The leathers are being again tested for finished leather. Testing, and that too, test is not being done by CLRI at Calcutta, which has a fully equipped lab. But the sample goes another 6 days by courier or 5 days in these times to CLRI Chennai for testing. And that means my shipments which I import from Bangladesh are held up to 10 to 12 days, incurring not only damages and storage charges, but also delay in my export orders. That is two things. That is first part, sir. I have also a second part of the question, that our finished leather has certain standards being put, that is standard for exports. I would like you to kindly, because it is a long topic, I would not take your time on that, but kindly when you are making the policies, I request you to kindly look into it and make the export of leather more simpler for testing as well as for the basic standards. Thank you, sir.
I'll take both the questions, whatever questions are there, at one go rather than answering all the questions one by one. Any more question? Because, yeah, bol.
So good afternoon, sir. This is Sunil Harjai from Siddharth Exports, Noida, manufacturing footwear for the last 42 years.
I can't see you.
I'm here, sir.
Yeah, yeah.
Sorry, sir.
Yeah.
Raise my hand. However, so your discussions and your presentations were wonderful, actually, and it gave a lot of energy to our people who are sitting here, you know. You are given a total energy for speed to be developed. And the speed we want to discuss is the method what we always been fighting for a very long time. Today, the customer, what we are exporters are, we have to feed a customer to his requirements. Now, the buyers always suggest sometimes his samples, his ideas, his design. Now, to meet those requirements and sampling and everything, we have to source around our material from out of the world. whichever the countries, whether it is China or Italy or Germany, wherever it is feasible. But in the same time, whenever we import these components from the various countries, in general, are either those samples are being stuck in the customs, one, or maybe there will be some sort of a duties which is exaggerated duties, which is phenomenal. We can't even talk about. But in the end of the day, we have to pay the duties and everything, take them out, and by the time you take them out, the time has been delayed and everything is gone. So buyer says, "Is bari chodo, agli time hum fir aapko help karenge." So my intention is, we should get a warehouse sort of a thing, one place which is known as a shoe centrum, where all exporters should display their product, where all our components makers, they should display their product, so that we should know what is being provided by them, what services have been provided them, so it becomes easier. Like in China, in Dongguan, there are huge buildings are there. In 5 minutes, you can source your product and your materials, and within half an hour, you come back to your factory and you start manufacturing your samples. So that is where the speed goes on, sir. So now once that has been achieved, and then second part is where you had mentioned also, and you discussed also, and Reena ji also discussed, our Kansal ji also discussed. Today we are what we are lacking is the fashion, and to meet the fashion, we need the designers. We need some consultants. How these consultants and how these designers can be part of the helpful to the industry and make the industry grow faster.
I got to your point. Okay, let me. Anybody else? Okay.
There was somebody there. Please go ahead.
Dr. Chandra, so this one question, little not from speed. You said one segment when you study two neighboring places, one is working, one is not working. I have a fundamental question here is, if you look at the $18 billion figure which we are talking about, 6 is export, 12 is domestic at the moment, and we are looking to go to 30. Now, we heard Ecgc presentation that the export credit risk is done. We don't have a domestic credit, and we are looking to grow that input. So, for an MSME to find money to fund this growth, when we don't have a domestic credit available, which can be used as the collateral which was always helpful for exporters to come, where we find this money for growth?
Yeah.
Sir, I have a question as well. Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, I have a question. You mentioned that before asking for benefits, we should be WTO consistent. So that's absolutely correct. And you also spoke about information that must be passed on to us, that what are the schemes available. My question to you is that Italy, being a rich country, has also come up with a policy of something called Italy 4.0, where they are giving a huge benefits for investment into the plant and machinery, even to the extent of 75% grant or 50%. I don't know the specifics, but I really need to know how they are WTO consistent. And on the other hand, we have countries like Bangladesh, where governments have created, I believe so, created an ecosystem where their growth is so fast, and we in India are always missing the bus. So, they are also WTO consistent. So there's a poor country and there's a rich country example. And then there is China. China is also WTO consistent, I am assuming. And some form of benefits, some have either cheap credit or a low interest credit or some form of, parks for setting up the industry for scalability and for speed. So like Mr. Likha said earlier, since 1981 to now, look at where China have gone. So why can't we, in the government, set up a core team group to go to China and find out what exactly they are doing, that what we are not doing, or go to Bangladesh and find out, and go to Vietnam and find out. What is the harm in doing that?
I got your point. Can I reply to these questions? One more question.
One more question you take up. Yeah.
Hello. Sir, आप चले जाएंगे. मैंने कहा एक last question because you are from the government side.
जी जी.
My name is Manuj Seth. I am from Versatile Group. आज लीखा साहब ने वो बात उठाई है जो किसी मीटिंग में किसी ने आज तक नहीं उठाई. That is infrastructure. हम लोग सारा दिन रोड्स, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी, सीवरेज ये सिस्टम्स पे लगते रहते हैं, बाकी चीजें तो चलती रहेंगी. Who will give the infrastructure? That's my question.
All right, sir. In fact, मैं आज एक रोल प्ले करने जा रहा हूँ. मैं सरकार की ओर से कुछ बोलूँगा, फिर वो कहते हैं ना कि स्टेपिंग इनटू योर शूज, आपके जूते में आके चूंकि जूते पे हो रहा है, मैं फिर सरकार को एड्रेस करूंगा और फिर कुछ ऐसी बातें कहूंगा जो शायद थोड़ा डिफिकल्ट है. लेट मी फर्स्ट बिगिन विद दी व्हाट सम ऑफ यू सेड अबाउट दी फाइनेंसेस, ECGC. मैं बिल्कुल आपसे सहमत हूँ. हमारे यहाँ पे इंटरेस्ट रेट हाई है, डिसएडवांटेज है, हमारे पास एडवांटेज भी है. लेबर का एडवांटेज बताया गया है, हमारे पास एडवांटेजेस हैं. आपके ऐसा माइंड का एडवांटेज है, हमारे पास एडवांटेजेस हैं. बाइंग एजेंट्स बहुत एडवांस स्टेज में हैं. कई ऐसी चीज़ें एडवांटेजेस की हैं, आई कैन लिस्ट आउट. नाउ लेट्स कम टू द सरकार के पार्ट में. यस, आई एग्री व्हाट यू सेड अबाउट दैट. टेस्टिंग का जब आपका पेट्रोपोल में हो सकता है तो चेन्नई में क्यों हो रहा है? आई एग्री, दैट्स नॉट. बट मैं आपको एक छोटा सा एक एग्जाम्पल देता हूँ. मैं गुजरात को अभी भी आई एम ऑल्सो वन ऑफ द हैट इज आई एम डेवलपमेंट कमिश्नर ऑफ अदानी पोर्ट एंड SEZ. जब मैं कांडला भी हैंडल कर रहा था तो वहाँ पे प्लास्टिक, वर्जिन प्लास्टिक इंपोर्ट होता था. वर्जिन प्लास्टिक में भी कई वेरिएशंस होते थे. कैन यू इमेजिन, पिछले 20 साल में एक भी सैंपल फेल नहीं हुआ है. इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि सारे सैंपल करेक्ट है, इसका मतलब सैंपल फेल नहीं हुआ है. आई होप यू कैन रीड बिटवीन द लाइन्स. Now there is a trouble. The trouble is that we are not willing to believe in you. You are not willing to believe in us. Let's create an atmosphere where we can say that नहीं sir, इस testing पे रखिए. We will ensure that testing will not fail or we will not fail you. इसलिए सबसे important बात, apart from the infrastructure, we are talking about EQI, that is एक्सपोर्ट क्वालिटी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर. व्हाट इज एक्सपोर्ट क्वालिटी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर? हम कोई बात नहीं कर रहे. अब मैं आपके जूते में पैर रख रहा हूं और मैं बात कर रहा हूं. मैं सरकार से कहूंगा कि आप बात कर रहे हैं, आप एक्सपोर्ट क्वालिटी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर क्यों नहीं सेटअप कर रहे हैं? एक्सपोर्ट क्वालिटी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का मतलब है मेट्रोलॉजी में इनफैक्ट बात की है कि मेजरमेंट कैसे करेंगे हम, कौन सा लेदर है, किस क्वालिटी का है. मेजरमेंट जब हम इंडिया में करके दें तो इंटरनेशनली एक्सेप्टेबल हो. स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन की बात कर रहे हैं. स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन का आपने कहा कि चाइना में एक स्टील पाइप होता है, सारे एक तरीके के होते हैं. स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन के लिए क्यों सेटअप नहीं कर रहे हैं? T इज फॉर टेक्नोलॉजी. टेक्नोलॉजी की बात की गई है. राइट टेक्नोलॉजी क्या है? इनफैक्ट एडिडास का एग्जाम्पल है जहां पे सी वीड्स या सी वेस्ट से बना रहे हैं. दैट्स ए फ्यूचर टेक्नोलॉजी. मैं एडिटिव टेक्नोलॉजी की बात कर रहा हूं. एडिटिव टेक्नोलॉजी एंड 3D प्रिंटिंग में आज के दिन में इनपुट्स ही नहीं लग रहे हैं. लेकिन इज इट सस्टेनेबल टेक्नोलॉजी? सस्टेनेबल टेक्नोलॉजी का मतलब न सिर्फ इन्वायरमेंटली सस्टेनेबल है बट ऑल्सो लेबर सस्टेनेबल है. हमारे यहाँ पे इतना लेबर जो एडवांटेज है, उस लेबर को किस लेवल पे ट्रेन करके जा सके. मैं जब बना रहा था अभी, आई वॉज मेकिंग कि $1 ट्रिलियन कैसे किया जाए, तो मैं बहुत सुंदर टेक्नोलॉजी की बात कर रहा था. आई गॉट एन इंटरवेंशन बाय ए सीनियर ऑफिसर. कहता अमिया, यू आर नॉट एन आर्टिस्ट. यू नो आर्टिस्ट क्या होता है? बड़ा सुंदर पिक्चर बनाता है, उस पिक्चर में नदी है, तालाब है, ये है. कहता है ब्यूटीफुल, दिस इज हाउ द पिक्चर शुड बी. नाउ द पिक्चर इज डिफरेंट फ्रॉम द एक्चुअल लाइफ. हमारे यहाँ पे लेबर है जो छोटे छोटे ट्रेंड है, पहले उनके लेवल को उठाना है. हमारे यहाँ पे इतने ज़्यादा लेबर है जिनकी एम्प्लॉयबिलिटी को भी देखनी है. हमारे यहाँ पे जो सेक्टर्स हैं जिनका लिमिटेशंस है, और हमारे यहाँ पे स्पेसिफिक प्रॉब्लम्स है, इश्यूज है. तो हमें वो टेक्नोलॉजी की बात करनी पड़ेगी जो सस्टेनेबल हो, उस लेबर के लिए सस्टेनेबल हो, तब हम आगे बढ़ सकते हैं. मैं बात कर रहा था वेगान लेदर की, हमारे पास बात हो रही थी फ्यूचर लेदर की. दैट्स ट्रू, बट आज के दिन में ये बात है कि हमारे पास ये लेदर अवेलेबल है. उस लेदर के साथ कैसे आगे बढ़ सकते हैं, क्या राइट टेक्नोलॉजी है, दैट्स एन इंपॉर्टेंट पार्ट. दैट इज नंबर 1. नंबर 2, आप सरकार से कहेंगे कि मैपिंग, सरकार आपसे कहेगी आपने मैपिंग किया है. आप बात कर रहे हैं खोलने के लिए कई जहाँ पे चाइना की तरह हम खोल सके. व्हाट इज मैपिंग? हमने एक बहुत पहले जब आगरा में आप लोग को एड्रेस किया था तो मैंने कहा था कि स्कूल ड्रॉप आउट, जो जितने भी लेदर सेक्टर में काम करते हैं बच्चे काफ़ी स्कूल ड्रॉप आउट हो जाते हैं. तो क्या करेंगे आप? स्कूल के बाद उसी स्कूल में उनको एडमिट करके लेदर ओरिएंटेड ट्रेनिंग दीजिए. टैनिंग की हुई, डिस्किनिंग की हुई, जितनी चीज़ों की बात आप कर सकते हैं सरकार देने के लिए तैयार है. हमने जब भी बात किया है आपसे कि हम राइट स्किलिंग, इनफैक्ट इंडिया में स्किल केवल 2.8% का है. कहीं भी डेवलप्ड कंट्री में जिसकी बात हो रही है सब में 50% से ऊपर स्किलिंग का है. हम कितना स्किलिंग कर पा रहे हैं? तो हम आपसे पूछ रहे हैं, आप सरकार को कहेंगे हमारे पास इस क्लस्टर में इतने लोग हैं जिनमें ये स्किल रिक्वायरमेंट है. स्कूल के हम हमेशा बात करते हैं कि स्कूल में क्या स्किलिंग कर रहे हैं, स्कूल के बाद क्या स्किलिंग कर रहे हैं, वो ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है. बिकॉज वो बच्चा जो स्कूल ड्रॉप आउट था उसी स्कूल में जाके उसी क्राफ्ट को सीखेगा तो उसका स्टीम ज़्यादा हाई होगा. तो आप बैठ के कहेंगे कि आगरा में इतने लोगों का डी स्किनिंग के लिए कर सकते हैं, टैनिंग के लिए कर सकते हैं, या इस क्लस्टर में इतने लोगों का, ये रिकमेंडेशन आपसे आना है. सरकार विल बी वेरी विलिंग एंड हैप्पी टू डू दैट. हमने आपसे और मैपिंग की बात की है। आप सरकार से अगर ये कहते हैं कि हम आपको इन्फॉर्मेशन नहीं देते हैं कि कहाँ पे हाई, जहाँ पे लेदर का जो जितने भी नॉन टैरिफ बैरियर्स कितने हाई हैं, कहाँ पे टैरिफ बैरियर्स कितने हाई हैं। हम अभी हाल में एफटीए कर रहे थे कईयों के साथ, तो हमने इनपुट्स मांगा कि आप एफटीए में बताइए। एफटीए इज ए टू वे प्रोसेस। ऐसा नहीं है कि आपसे हम कहेंगे और आप हमें इंग्लैंड हमें कंसेशन दे देगा और हम इंग्लैंड को कंसेशन नहीं देंगे, हम दोनों को देना है। तो हम लोग बैठ के देखते हैं कि ये घाटे का सौदा है या फायदे का सौदा है, क्योंकि अगर हमारे कंसेशन से उनको ज्यादा फायदा हो रहा है, हमें कम फायदा हो रहा है, तो हम उसमें कंसेशन नहीं देना चाहेंगे। तो ये हिसाब आपको बैठ के बनाना पड़ेगा। इन कंट्रीज के साथ आप एफटीए कीजिए तो इसमें लेदर का ज्यादा फायदे की चीजें होंगी। मैं आपको बात एक और कर रहा था, मैं एक बड़ी छोटी सी, जब मैं विजन डॉक्यूमेंट अपने एक्सपोर्ट्स के लिए लिख रहा था, तो हमने कहा इन कंट्री में ये प्रोडक्ट है जहां पे इंडिया जा सकता है। तो उन्होंने कहा फिर जा क्यों नहीं रहा है? हमने कहा इसलिए कि वहां पे जो किताब है जो कह रहा है कि इंडियन प्रोडक्ट जा सकता है, उसका दाम $500 है, और कोई भी ईपीसी या कोई काउंसिल हमें नहीं बता रहा है कि इस जगह पे ये प्रोडक्ट है जिसके लिए ये स्किलिंग की जरूरत है। मैं बड़ा छोटा एग्जांपल देता हूं। बांकुरा का घोड़ा एक्सपोर्ट कर रहे थे हम, तो घोड़ा कितना एक्सपोर्ट कर लेंगे, उनका वॉल्यूम भी ज्यादा होता है, लेकिन बांकुरा की मिट्टी का एक बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट चीज होता है कि वो मिट्टी बड़ी सुर्ख लाल होती है। हमने एक डिजाइनर इटालियन को मंगाया और कहा कि भाई एक काम कीजिए, इस मिट्टी से और क्या कर सकते हैं। तो उसने मदर चाइल्ड फिगराइन बना दिया, बड़ा जबरदस्त बिका, उसका भी सैचुरेशन हो गया। हमने कहा और कथा अभी मदर अर्थ का चल रहा है, मदर अर्थ बना के भेज दिया। तो जो मिट्टी का जीआई है उससे कम से कम हमने 200 प्रोडक्ट बना लिए। लेदर में किसी तरीके का ट्रेंड हम देखते हैं कि फ्यूचर ट्रेंड क्या है, लेदर को किससे मिक्स करना है, स्टूडियो क्या है, क्या डिमांड हो रहा है किस कंट्री में। हम लोग नॉर्मली ऐसे पुश पे डिपेंड करते हैं रादर देन पुल पे डिपेंड करते हैं। तो जब आप स्टूडियो की बात करते हैं, कैटलॉग की बात करते हैं, तो आप हमसे ये डिमांड करेंगे कि साहब इस जगह पे अगले 8 साल का ये हो रहा है, मीडियम टर्म, शॉर्ट टर्म, लॉन्ग टर्म में ये होगा, इसके लिए इस तरीके की ट्रेनिंग की जरूरत है, आप हमें ट्रेन करके दें लेबर को। दैट इज व्हाट यू नीड टू आस्क एंड दिस ऑल आर चाइना इज डूइंग इट नाउ। चाइना लेदर को रिलिंक्विश करके चला गया है बिकॉज चाइना को लगा इसमें वैल्यू एडिशन बहुत हाई नहीं है, वो ट्रिपल में शिफ्ट कर गया, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक, इलेक्ट्रिकल। आपके लिए इतना बड़ा वैकेंसी खुला हुआ है। एंड एक बात मैं हमेशा कहता हूं, चाइना को अगर बीट करना है तो चाइना के तरीके से मत चलिए। आपका सबसे बड़ा एडवांटेज हैंडलूम्स हैंडीक्राफ्ट में है, यू कैन सेल एज आई सेड इफ यू हैव स्टोरी टू टेल। स्टोरी पंचतंत्र की तरह होनी चाहिए। लेदर की इतनी सारी स्टोरीज है, इथिकल ट्रीटमेंट ऑफ एनिमल्स की इतनी सारी स्टोरीज है। मैंने एक छोटा सा एग्जांपल दिया था एनिमल बैंक का। आपको पता है पाड़ा, भैंस का बच्चा, मेल भैंस, उसको मार दिया जाता है, बैल को मार दिया जाता है। क्यों मार दिया जाता है? इसलिए मार दिया जाता है कि प्रोडक्टिविटी नहीं है, गाय की तरह वो काम कर नहीं सकता है। हमने कहा उनका मिला करके आप एनिमल बैंक सेटअप कीजिए। एनिमल बैंक सेटअप करने के पास सोचिए किस क्वालिटी ऑफ लेदर का हो सकता है हर विलेज में, हर सरपंच में। तो आप इस तरीके से 500 बनाइए, प्रोग्राम बनाइए, और बनाने के बाद सरकार को कहिए सो दैट यू नो दैट राइट फ्रॉम द वैल्यू चेन कितने लोग हैं आज जो डी स्किनिंग करते हैं, ट्रेंड है, और अगर डी स्किनिंग के ट्रेंड नहीं है तो जो लेदर निकालते हैं उस लेदर की क्वालिटी क्या होगी। जिस तरीके से आपका सर्टिफिकेशन लेदर पे आज 12 सर्टिफिकेशन है जो इंटरनेशनली एक्सेप्टेबल है, इंडिया में कितनी जगह वो सर्टिफिकेशन लागू हो रहा है, कितनी जगह हमने सेटअप किया है, और जो हमारे बैठ के चेन्नई में भी जो सेटअप कर रहे हैं उनमें कितना नॉलेज है कि इंटरनेशनल सर्टिफिकेशन के मुताबिक होगा। आप ये कहेंगे कि हम इन पोर्ट पे, इन जगहों पे उस इंटरनेशनल सर्टिफिकेशन का हम चाहते हैं ब्रांच खुले। नाउ these all are the measures which basically जो टोटल क्वालिटी का जो सप्लाई चेन, जो लिंक चेन है ना, जिसमें राइट फ्रॉम डी स्किनिंग से लेकर के एक्सपोर्ट मार्केटिंग की बात होती है, वहां तक होगा। आपने कितनी बार कहा है कि जो इंटरनेशनल एग्जीबिशन, आज के दिन में डिजिटल इंटरनेशनल एग्जीबिशन हो गए हैं, डिजिटल इंटरनेशनल एग्जीबिशन में सरकार से आपने कितनी बार इनपुट मांगा है कि
फॉर सेटिंग अप द इंडस्ट्री। जैसे कि शुगर इंडस्ट्री में शुगर डेवलपमेंट फंड है जो चीप इंटरेस्ट रेट पे मिलता है, तो इसी तरीके से कोई इन्वेस्टमेंट फंड, कोई ऐसी चीज़ हो जो एमएसएमई को, पर्टिकुलरली स्मॉल स्केल सेक्टर को, जैसे पीछे भाई साहब ने एक सवाल किया था कि पैसा कहाँ से लाएंगे इंडस्ट्री को लगाने के लिए, और यही काम चाइना करता है जो शायद WTO के परव्यू से बाहर भी निकल जाता है और इंडस्ट्री भी लग जाती है। नहीं, सांप भी मर जाए और लाठी भी न टूटे।
ये WTO कंसिस्टेंट भी है। इनफैक्ट मैं आपसे कंप्लीटली एग्री करता हूं, MSME के लिए फंडिंग का प्रोविजन है, बैंकिंग को भी डायरेक्शन दिया गया है, ये इशू नहीं है। इशू इज ऑफ इंटरेस्ट रेट, and that's why I agree right now in India the interest rate is little higher. We are working on it. Sorry.
So my question was not on the interest rate. My question was that the component industry is not exporting directly. We don't have credit insurance. If I don't have credit insurance, I cannot leverage that as a collateral. I must bring in 2 times the money to set up global infrastructure. We would like something like Ecgc to come in the domestic insurance. So we are finally, backbone is not exporting, only the few people who are end product is exported.
No, this is a very good suggestion. In fact, we are working on this suggestion in multiple sector. I'll give you one example, specific example. स्पेशल इकोनॉमिक जोन में अगर मारुति को, आपने देखा है बहुत बड़े बड़े इन्वेस्टमेंट नहीं आ रहे हैं। किसी ने पूछा कारण क्या है, हमने कहा आप मारुति को जो आप दे रहे हैं बेनिफिट, वही कंपोनेंट को भी बेनिफिट दे रहे हैं और उतना ही लायबिलिटी उसकी है। लैंड का दाम जो मारुति खरीदने में लेगा, कंपोनेंट जो सेटअप करना चाहता है वो भी लेगा। अब गुड़गांव में अगर मारुति ने सेटअप किया है तो उसने एक साथ सारे कंपोनेंट को यहाँ पे सेटअप कर लिया है, तो टोटल एक हब साइकिल जो हब एंड स्पोक का है वो पूरा सिस्टम हो गया है, विच इज अ वेरी गुड सजेशन। इन फैक्ट दिस इज वन सजेशन विच वी आर वर्किंग अपॉन एंड वी आर ऑल्सो सेइंग दैट अगर आपको एक टोटली इंडस्ट्री डेवलप करना है तो आपको इस तरह का इन्वायरमेंट सेटअप करना पड़ेगा कि फिनिश्ड प्रोडक्ट से लेकर के कंपोनेंट क्या छोटे छोटे रॉ मटेरियल तक का सारा साइकिल एक जगह पे सेटअप हो सके, एंड दैट्स अ गुड सजेशन। इनफैक्ट leather export council is also working on it, CLE is also working on it, and that's a good suggestion not only for the leather sector but all related sector, because आप बड़े बड़े टाउनशिप में पूरा एक इंडस्ट्री बनता है और उस तरीके का सेटअप करना बहुत जरूरी है। आई एग्री विथ यू।
एक इंसिडेंट हुआ है अभी, इंसिडेंट नहीं, इट्स ए नोटिफिकेशन। हमने लेदर को एग्जेम्प्ट किया है ड्यूटी से फॉर एक्सपोर्ट ओनली, एंड देयर आर सो मच ऑफ डॉक्यूमेंटेशन आई एम अप्लाइंग सिंस लास्ट 15 days फॉर दैट। एक कस्टम एक स्पेसिफिकेशन इंस्पेक्शन करेगा, देन GST एक इंस्पेक्शन करेगा, एंड उसके बाद एक बॉन्ड क्रिएट होगा, उसके बाद वो इंपोर्ट कर सकते हैं आप। एंड आफ्टर दैट ईच एंड एवरी टाइम GST विल इंस्पेक्ट योर बुक्स कि आपको ड्यूटी फ्री मिले या न मिले। एंड अर्लियर इससे पहले एक सेल्फ डिक्लेरेशन था जिसपे एक्सपोर्टर एक डिक्लेरेशन करता था कि मैंने इतना इंपोर्ट किया है और इतना एक्सपोर्ट किया है, इस हिसाब से मैं ड्यूटी फ्री ले रहा हूँ। So I think there is need to make easy the process. So please consider it.
No, मैं इसको इनफैक्ट लास्ट क्वेश्चन में 3 चीज़ें कहना चाहूँगा। Every month we get an order from the top level that ease of doing business EODB2 हम लोग कहते हैं, उसमें कम करने के लिए कौन कौन से डुप्लीकेट डॉक्यूमेंटेशन को हटाया जा सकता है। आपने देखा है काफ़ी रिफॉर्म्स भी हुए हैं। आपको शायद ये भी पता होगा that entire commerce ministry ka the restructuring exercise is going on, where we basically want number 1 to reduce the level of papers, number 2 कि आपसे अगर हमें बात भी करनी हो, मिलनी भी हो, तो हम आपको ड्रिंक्स पे इनवाइट करें और मिले, rather than आप मुझसे ऑफिस में आके बार बार मिले। इनफैक्ट आप मुझसे ऑफिस में कभी भी नहीं मिले, हमारी कोशिश ये है। तीसरी बात दैट जो एक कस्टम्स में भी जिस तरीके का इनफॉर्मल लेवल हो गया है कि कहीं का असेसमेंट कहीं हो रहा है, हमारी कोशिश है, और अगर आपने ये एग्जाम्पल दिया, अच्छा एग्जाम्पल है, सेंड इट थ्रू CLE, we will try to reduce paperwork as much as possible in this, and that's not really an endeavor of ours, that's our compulsion also, because EODB में जिस तरीके से हमारी रैंकिंग इंप्रूव हो रही है, और अगर रैंकिंग और इंप्रूव करना है तो निश्चित रूप से इस तरह के पेपर को खत्म करना पड़ेगा। लेकिन 2 बातें हम आपसे कहना चाहेंगे बिफोर आई गो अवे। आपने एक फिल्म देखी थी डर्टी पिक्चर का एक बड़ा कल्ट डायलॉग है, कल डायलॉग है कि फिल्में सिर्फ 3 वजह से चलती हैं, इंटरटेनमेंट, 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 और मैं इंटरटेनमेंट हूँ। याद है वो कल डायलॉग? एक्सपोर्ट्स केवल 3 वजह से होती है, इमेज, इमेज, इमेज। एंड ट्रस्ट मी, उस इमेज बिल्डिंग के लिए जब तक आप कोशिश नहीं करेंगे तब तक पॉसिबली हमारे एक्सपोर्ट्स नहीं बढ़ पाएगा। दैट्स पॉइंट नंबर 1। पॉइंट नंबर 2, अभी आंचल जी ने अतिथि देवो भव की बात की। आपको पता है एक्सपोर्ट्स में एक हमारी इंडिया का बड़ा कॉन्सेप्ट है, बॉस देवो भव। ये कॉन्सेप्ट सुना है? आप विदेश में बात कीजिएगा तो कहिएगा फ्लोर मैनेजमेंट, डिजाइन के लिए अलग डिपार्टमेंट होता है। बॉस सेज आई नो नथिंग अबाउट द डिजाइन, यू आस्क द डिजाइन हेड और मटेरियल मैनेजमेंट और जस्ट इन टाइम, जो अभी मैनेजमेंट की बात हो रही थी, सारी की सारी चीजें, ही इज नॉट अवेयर अबाउट इट, ही इज अवेयर अबाउट पॉसिबली मार्केटिंग। हमारे यहाँ पे बॉस को हर चीज पता होता है और हर चीज का डिसीजन बॉस लेता है। तो जब बॉस ही हर चीज का डिसीजन लेगा तो आप सोचिए हमारे यहाँ पे क्वालिटी कहाँ से आएगी? सो बॉस शुड नो मार्केटिंग, बॉस शुड नो स्पीड, बॉस शुड नो दी स्किल, बॉस शुड नो, और बॉसेज सन, आई एम सेइंग, और द किन, you know, somehow we do not encourage professionals. So my request to the leather industry in particular is that आप लोग प्रोफेशनल को इतना कम पैसे देते हैं ना, प्रोफेशनल कहता है भाई बॉसी को जब सब पता है तो बॉस ही कर ले। लेट्स गेट इनटू द मोड ऑफ प्रोफेशनल्स। यू नो, I understand that ultimate decision is rest with you, but unless and until we do not start respecting professionals like Aanchal ji, professionals like what he's saying about the future technology or everybody else, we will not grow up. So if we want to build the image, to build the brand, then we need to help the professionals and we need to empathize with each other. सरकार की लिमिटेशंस आप समझे, आपकी लिमिटेशंस हम समझे। एंड आई मस्ट टेल यू टुडे, मैं यहाँ से एक ऐलान करके जा रहा हूँ कि अगर आपकी कोई भी डिमांड है जो आपको लगता है जेन्युइन है, लाइक ही सेड, एंड यू फील दैट दिस कैन बी डन इमीडिएटली, ट्रस्ट मी, आई एम ए पार्ट ऑफ द टॉप लेवल डिसीजन मेकिंग इन द गवर्नमेंट। वी आर मोस्ट ट्रांसपेरेंट। पहले हमें किसी से मिलने में इतनी मुश्किल होती थी कि मिल लिया तो बिक गया। आज के दिन में मुझसे पूछा जाता है, यू डिडंट हैव अ ड्रिंक विथ मोतीलाल सेठी? क्या बात है, दोस्ती तोड़ दी, इनपुट नहीं लिया क्या? That's the difference between now. So let's maintain that relationship. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure.
Thank you so much.
You are an awful audience.
Fantastic. You spoke so encouraging, and I think we are running short of time, dear friends. I think we have to break for lunch, and then we have a next session. During the course of lunch, I would like to say we have got 2 honorable MSME ministers. आप बैठे 1 सेकंड के लिए बस. We have got, and 1 minute और. So I would like that we should break it, and chairman will say that maybe in the next session which we were wanting to have it, he will announce it, how do we go about with it. But in the meanwhile, I would say that during the course of lunch, if you could give me, because I will be speaking the address, welcome address before the 2 honorable MSME ministers. If there are any points, we will take up. With Mr. Amiya Chandra, if something is left, I will circulate his email ID. FTP is being done. So let us take it. With this, I would like Mr. Sanjay Likha, our chairman, to sum up and close the session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Motilal ji. I think we've had a very, very good interactive session, and I am not going to, run through it again because we will do this in the next session. We are going to be we are running behind schedule, so we will reschedule the next session, which we are supposed to have, and so that we will take right after the award distribution, since the ministers are going to be here sharp at 3 o'clock. So we will not, I can see all my friends here who have to be in the next session, but my request that we wait for 2 hours. And we will have enough time to be able to discuss fully, and any additional questions will be more than welcome at that time. So, yeah, so I think let's wind this up here. We will break shortly for lunch, and immediately after lunch, my request is that if we can all wind up in the next 30 minutes after lunch, so that we are back on our seats by 2:45, as the ministers will be here to start the function sharp at 3 o'clock.
Want to honor our honorable speakers who have put in so much efforts, and they have given so much insight. So we just wrap up and by giving a small plaque to them by our COA members. So please be kind to do it fast so we can break for lunch.
All right, before doing that, can we please have a round of applause for this wonderful panel and this very, very informative session. I would request Mr. Tully to come forward and present memento of appreciation to Mr. Likha. Please come up. I request Mr. Sondi to come up and present the citation to Mr. Motilal. All right, we would like to present the token of appreciation to Ms. Achal. May I request Mr. Hajai to come forward and present the memento to Mr. Motilal. May I invite Mr. Gupta to present the memento to Mr. Ecgc. Can we have Mr. Gupta up, please? May I request Mr. Marwa to present the memento to Mr. Dr. Chandra? May I invite Mr. Sanjay Gupta, please? I request Mr. Seth to come forward and present the memento to Mr. Gaurav. I now invite Mr. Handa to come up on stage and present the citation to Mr. Subhash Kapoor. Go that side. I now request Mr. Singla to kindly come up and present the memento to Mr. Eric. And I request Mr. Hemant Gupta to kindly come up and present the memento to Mr. Sanjay Gupta. I request Mr. Deepak Manchanda to kindly come forward and present the citation to Mr. Rahul. I request Mr. Deepak to also present the memento to Mr. Ecgc. Thank you, gentlemen, for doing the honors, and thank you to our wonderful panelists for a wonderful discussion. Thank you so much for joining us today. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to break for lunch. We shall see you back soon. In 10 minutes from now, I request you all to please settle down. Thank you. We are looking for Mr. Raghav Khanna from Jalandhar. Mr. Raghav. Request all of you to please take your seats. I request all you ladies and gentlemen to please take your seats. We are about to start the show in 2 minutes.
इनके साथ कौन बैठ रहा है? भानु, अच्छा सुनो, भानु के साथ कौन बैठ रहा है?
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you all had a sumptuous meal. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to begin with the second leg of the day, the start of Export Award function. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall be starting with this second leg of the day with the lighting of the lamp, and for the same, I would like to invite Shri Motilal Sethi, Northern Regional Chairman CLE, Shri Sanjay Likha, Chairman CLE, and we are pleased to be joined by our guest of honor, Shri Bhanu Pratap Singh Verma, Honorable Minister of State for MSME, Government of India. Thank you for joining us, sir. I request Shri Subhash Kapoor, former Vice Chairman CLE, to join on stage. Shri M. Senthilnathan, Chairman cum CMD, Ecgc. Shri Arun Kumar Sinha, MD, FDDI, and Shri Atul Kumar Mishra, Regional Director, CLE. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we begin with the Leather Accessories Footwear Awards of North India 2022. Thank you, gentlemen, for doing the honors. To begin with, I request Shri Motilal Sethi, Northern Regional Chairman CLE, to welcome our guest of honor with a flower bouquet. We welcome you, sir. Now I request Shri Sanjay Likha, Chairman CLE, to present our guest of honor, Shri Bhanu Pratap Singh Verma, with a shawl as a token of respect. We are very pleased to have you here with us, sir, today. Thank you so much for joining us. Gentlemen, you may take your seats. To begin with this second part, may I request Shri Motilal Sethi, Northern Regional Chairman CLE, to come to dais and deliver a welcome address.
Honorable Mantri Ji, Bhanu Pratap Singh Ji, MSME State Minister, Government of India, Chairman CLE, Mr. Sanjay Likha, Mr. Arun Kumar Sinha, Managing Director, Footwear Design and Development Institute, Mr. Sentinel, Chairman and Managing Director of Ecgc, Shri Subhash Kapoor Ji, former Vice Chairman, Council for Leather Export, my distinguished COA members comprising of Mr. Anil Kumar Sondi, Mr. Manoj Tuli, Mr. Sunil Harjai, Mr. Subhash Jaggaji, and August gathering, my committee members, Mr. Sushil Singla Ji, Mr. Siddiqui, who are all present here today at this award ceremony, which is being graced by our most favorable. 90% of our industry is by MSME, and we are very privileged to have Mr. Bhanu Pratap Singh Ji, who has been doing a lot of tour, and despite his busy schedule, he has been here. Let us give him a big hand. Dear friends, as we learned, 90% of the leather industry, which is actually an employment generation and foreign exchange earning industry, is in the hands of small and medium enterprises. So the importance of this sector and its growth is very much depending on the MSME policies of Government of India and hand-holding. At the outset, I would like to wholeheartedly thank Honorable Minister and his ministry for holding our hand during the times of pandemic by having those emergency credit schemes, by removing those collateral securities, and by introducing a lot of things. And sir, as you understand, MSME is the engine of growth for this India, for the economy, for taking the trade forward. So we are actually so indebted to the MSME ministry that you have always stood with us in hand-holding us and we are also having many things which are required to be done, and we need to be taking them forward with your cooperation. Sir, we are finding, and in the morning we had a session where we talked about 7S, which is skill, scale, speed, sustainability, supply chain, style, and sales. And sir, that was all the outcome of that deliberation was that the industry has got a set target of $30 billion, which has to be achieved by 2025. And that target is possible only with the concerted efforts of all of us together as partnership. The government has to be partnering with the industry very closely. And as you understand, the rule of the partnership is trusting each other. So we and the government are going to be working together. We are responsible industry, and whatever rules and regulations are being created, we are following them very well. Sir, on this occasion, you will be honoring the topmost exporters of northern region, and you will be kindly giving with your honorable words the motivation and spirit to take the industry forward. Sir, while welcoming you, I would like to pinpoint a few small points. There is a supply chain component which is the backbone of our industry, and those are in the hands of small operators who are, not having that much of financial capabilities to set up their industries. So for the working capital, we have got a scheme by Reserve Bank of India. On a proactive note of yesterday, we got an interest subvention scheme. But we would like to request from this forum that also on the term loan, there needs to be something that can be done so that they can invest in the plant and machinery and be more productive. And the same is the case with the small scale sector, because in our industry also there are a lot of small scale manufacturers who are really taking up this matter. So another issue which has come to the notice is on the utilization of the green energy, where I think I'm told by the fellow exporters during the lunch hour that we are going to have the generators are going to be, banned from, diesel generators are going to be banned, but we do not have the gas power connections in substitution. So we need to be really doing and taking a concerted decision where the industry is not put to any inconvenience, because the power generation is very, very important for the industry. So another small thing that I would like to say from the forum is that we have talked about the intelligence, artificial intelligence, digitalization during our morning session. And earlier there used to be incentives by MSME and by the income tax department on research and development. So I think unless the industry is tempted to invest in research and development, the industry will not take those decisions. इसलिए मैं मंत्री जी आपसे यही रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि जो इंडस्ट्री आगे बढ़ना चाह रही है और जो आज हम लोग करना चाह रहे हैं, उसमें जो भी पॉजिटिव सपोर्ट है, विद WTO की बात हो रही थी सुबह, अगर उसको देखते हुए अगर वो एक सब्सिडी नहीं कहलाती है तो वो इंडस्ट्री को दी जाए, जिससे कि इंडस्ट्री होल हार्टेडली आगे जा सके. सो ये कुछ छोटी छोटी डिमांड्स इंडस्ट्री की रखी जा रही हैं. बाकी जो क्रेडिट स्कीम्स आपकी बहुत अच्छी हैं, आपकी MIS स्कीम्स बहुत अच्छी हैं, आपका फॉरेन मिशंस की स्कीम बहुत अच्छी हैं, और हमारी इंडस्ट्री जो है उन सब स्कीमों का फ़ायदा उठा रही हैं. MSME में हम लोग हमेशा साथ साथ चल रहे हैं. और एक चीज़ और देख रहे हैं कि मंत्री जी, जहां हम लोग बड़े बड़ी स्केल की बात कर रहे हैं, इंडस्ट्रियल एरियाज़ लगा रहे हैं, वहां टेक्सटाइल से हमारी इंडस्ट्री को थोड़ा सा अलग रखा जाता है, अलग सोचा जाता है. देखा जाए तो हमें उतना ही काम करना होता है जितना टेक्सटाइल इंडस्ट्री को करना पड़ता है. तो टेक्सटाइल इंडस्ट्री के साथ में जो व्यवहार हो रहा है, जो इंसेंटिव्स मिल रहा है, वो हमारी लेदर इंडस्ट्री को भी मिलने चाहिए, क्योंकि हमारे लेदर में जैसे टेक्सटाइल में लूम्स एंड यार्न्स होते हैं, वैसे हमें स्किन्स के ऊपर भी उतना ही काम करना पड़ता है. मेहनत में कोई कमी नहीं है. तो अगर मेहनत में कमी नहीं है तो इनाम भी बराबर मिलना चाहिए. तो इसीलिए मैं कह रहा हूँ कि हमारे अगर मेहनत उतनी है तो इनाम भी हमें उतना है. इन सब कुछ शब्दों के साथ मैं आपका फिर से तहे दिल से अपनी इंडस्ट्री की तरफ से, अपने सब मेंबर्स की तरफ से आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया करता हूँ आपके आने का. एंड हम आगे चलते हैं इस प्रोग्राम को. थैंक यू सो मच.
Thank you, sir, for your address. Up next, I would like to invite to dais Shri Sanjay Likha, Chairman CLE, to deliver his address.
Good afternoon, everybody. Honorable Shri Bhanu Pratap Singh Verma ji, Honorable Minister of State for Ministry of MSME, the CMD of Ecgc, Mr. Sinha from FDDI, other members on the dais, all my friends here from the industry. It gives me immense pleasure to be here today for the Northern Regional Export Award ceremony. The last year we could not have this function because of the ongoing pandemic, and it is so we have double the opportunity, double the good fortune today to be distributing awards for 2 consecutive years. The northern region accounts for almost 23% of our country's exports, and it has the potential to increase this share and get to a much higher level. We have the advantage of having clusters in the north. We have Agra, which is a big footwear cluster. We have Noida and the NCR and Gurgaon and Faridabad, which also has a large number of product manufacturing facilities. We have Punjab, we have Rajasthan, we have Himachal Pradesh, and in each of these areas we have some specific specialized leather producing, leather product manufacturing companies. I would like to first appreciate the efforts, the support that our industry has been receiving from the Ministry of MSME over the years. We were fortunate that the definition of MSME was changed under the current government, and this brought almost 98% of the industry, of our industry, in the ambit of the MSME definition. In today's scenario, the MSME definition, not only does it cover the micro, small and medium enterprises, but in our industry it can actually also cover some of the slightly larger industries because the investment criteria and the turnover criteria is reasonably adequate. The support that we have been receiving from the MSME ministry has been very, very welcome. We have had support in terms of our marketing efforts. We have been getting regular support in terms of institutions like the CFTI, which has presence in Agra and in Chennai. And I was just talking to the Honorable Minister that, you see, these are institutions which can be made to grow, can be taken to the next level to support the institutional and the skilling requirements of the industry. Of course, we also have other institutions like FDDI and NEFT and NID to support the, and CLRI, of course, to support the industry. But each institution, in my opinion, has a particular place and a particular role to play. And the CFTIs give us the grassroots level of training where, which is a very major need for us to be able to grow the volumes that we are discussing, the sectoral growth that we are looking and targeting. I would like to mention that since majority of our industry is concentrated in and around urban areas and in the metropolitans, the land cost is normally quite prohibitive, And, as I've always said, that by the time a new entrepreneur, working on a new project in our sector, by the time he's done buying the land, he's probably done. And if he's able to manage enough and build a factory building on top, then he has no more, nothing else left to be able to put into working capital and, and so forth. And hence the need for the plug and play model which we have been discussing. If we could get ready-made factories which were available on a plug and play model for both the export and the domestic industry, to be able to, to come in and start, come in, set up your machinery and start productions. So this is a model that that can really work. It has been successful in other parts of the world, and so I think that is a model we have been advocating to the government at all levels, and I hope that sometime or the other we will have some success on this. An issue which I did mention in the morning, which is of infrastructure, of basic infrastructure, is that, you see, we have factories in regular industrial areas, and yet we do not get water supply, we do not have sewage connections, we don't have adequate power supply, we don't have the roads, and these are the basics that industry must get if it has to grow. I mean, we should be out of the thought of having to discuss these issues and should be able to concentrate purely on putting our attention to growing the business. And I'm quite sure that that the current government, with all its forward thinking and its very positive approach to business and to manufacturing, we have already seen a lot of good happening, and for that I thank the Honorable Minister and the Honorable Prime Minister, and I hope that even these small situations that we have will get sorted out. Before I wind up, I would only like to request the Honorable Minister to look at the possibility of expanding the CFTIs, of maybe creating more such branches of the CFTI, because this caters to a segment where there is a lot of need for new skilled people to come out and support the industry. Thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to the Export Award ceremony, and I'm confident that each and everyone present here has done a lot of effort to reach the Export Award winning situation, and I hope that I see everybody that is here today. I see all of you and more people next year, but in the next slab. And I mean, if you're getting an award in a slab, I do hope that you are here next year to get a slab, the higher slab awards, because that is the only way that we will be able to attain our 30 billion target. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the wonderful address, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, up next, I would like to invite our guest of honor, Shri Bhanu Pratap Singh Verma, Honorable Minister of State for MSME Government of India, who was born in 1957 and started his political career in 1988 as a member in Municipal Board in District Jalgaon, UP. Elected in 11th Lok Sabha elections, has ever since held several important posts and portfolios. He is currently re-elected to 17th Lok Sabha elections in his 5th term. He is a member of House Committee, member of Committee on Welfare of Scheduled Castes and Scheduled Tribes, member of Standing Committee on Information Technology, and member of Consultative Committee, Ministry of Defense. He is working in the field of literacy and family welfare so that facilities provided by the government could be extended to scheduled caste and scheduled tribes and struggle against social evils. He is actively engaged in social work and political affairs to espouse the cause of making India a developed and powerful nation. Let's give a big round of applause and once again welcome Shri Bhanu Pratap Singh Verma.
आज काउंसिल ऑफ लेदर एक्सपोर्ट द्वारा आयोजित हमारा जो उत्तरी क्षेत्र निर्यात पुरस्कार के इस कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित मंच पर श्री मोतीलाल सेठी जी, नॉर्दर्न रीजन चेयरमैन CLE, एंड श्री संजय लीखा जी, चेयरमैन CLE, और वाइस चेयरमैन फॉर्मर श्री सुभाष कपूर जी, श्री अरुण कुमार सिन्हा, मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर FDDI, श्री M सेंथिलथानन, चेयरमैन कम मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर, श्री सुभाष, मंच पर विराजमान सभी हमारे इस CLE के अधिकारीगण और यहाँ आए हुए सभी लेदर फुटवेयर के निर्यात बढ़ाने के योगदान को करने वाले सभी महानुभाव, सर्वप्रथम मैं उन सभी लेदर निर्यातकों का अभिवादन करता हूं जिन्होंने 2 वर्षों में लेदर फुटवियर के निर्यात बढ़ाने के योगदान को आज बहुत आगे बढ़ाया है। विशेष रूप से आज यह पुरस्कार आपको आपके द्वारा किए गए निरंतर प्रयासों के प्रतिफल स्वरूप दिया जा रहा है। वर्तमान समय में भारत से लेदर और फुटवियर का निर्यात औसतन $5 बिलियन प्रतिवर्ष है। सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि इस क्षेत्र की 95% इकाइयाँ सूक्ष्म, लघु और मध्यम श्रेणी में आती हैं तथा लगभग 41 लाख लोगों को इस क्षेत्र में पूरे देश में रोजगार मिल रहा है। साथ ही लेदर और फुटवियर उद्योग में लगभग 40% महिलाओं की सहभागिता बहुत ही गर्व की बात है। भारतीय लेदर उत्पाद और फुटवियर उद्योग भारतीय अर्थव्यवस्था में एक प्रमुख स्थान रखता है। यह क्षेत्र निर्यात से निरंतर होने वाली आय के रूप में जाना जाता है और यह देश के लिए सबसे बड़ी 10 विदेशी मुद्राओं को जुटाता है। भारत के द्वारा वर्ष 2020-21 के दौरान फुटवियर, लेदर और लेदर के उत्पादों का कुल निर्यात 3.68 बिलियन अमेरिकी डॉलर था। विशेष रूप से मुझे जानकर बड़ा हर्ष होता है कि इस उद्योग ने विगत वर्षों में निर्यात व्यापार के इतिहास में कई अभूतपूर्व कार्य किए हैं। अब भारत विश्व में जूते का सबसे बड़ा उत्पादक देश है। विश्व में भारत लेदर जैकेट्स का दूसरा बड़ा निर्यातक है। इसी तरह लेदर के अन्य उत्पादों में भी भारत का निर्यात विश्व में शीर्ष के देशों में से एक है। फुटवेयर और कंपोनेंट उद्योग में हमारा चीन के साथ फुटवेयर का दूसरा सबसे बड़ा वैश्विक उत्पादक है, जो 24.2 बिलियन पेयर्स के वैश्विक फुटवेयर उत्पादन का 10.7% हिस्सा है। भारत विश्व श्रेणियों के फुटवेयर के 2.5 बिलियन पेयर्स का उत्पादन करता है, जो लेदर और गैर लेदर के जूतों का लगभग समान प्रतिशत है। इनमें से भारत अपने उत्पादन का लगभग 5% निर्यात करता है और शेष 95% उत्पादन अपनी घरेलू मांग को पूरा करने के लिए किया जाता है। साथ ही चीन के साथ भारत दूसरा सबसे बड़ा फुटवेयर उपभोक्ता देश है, जहां सालाना लगभग 2.6 बिलियन पेयर्स का उपयोग होता है। औसतन प्रति व्यक्ति खपत लगभग 1.75 पेयर्स है, जबकि औसतन प्रति व्यक्ति वैश्विक खपत 3.1 पेयर्स है। इस प्रकार भारत में लोगों की विकासशील आर्थिक स्थितियों और उनकी खर्च करने को आय को ध्यान में रखते हुए निकट भविष्य में एक बड़ी संभावना दिखाई देती है। भारत में लगभग 15,000 इकाइयाँ फुटवेयर निर्माण में लगी हुई हैं। लेदर और गैर लेदर वाले फुटवेयर सहित फुटवेयर उद्योग का कुल टर्नओवर 50,000 करोड़ रुपए है, जिसमें घरेलू बाजार के लिए 32,000 करोड़ रुपए और निर्यात के लिए 18,000 करोड़ रुपए शामिल है। हमारे मंत्रालय की इकाई सेंटर फुटवेयर ट्रेनिंग इंस्टीट्यूट यानी CFTI ने भी इस उद्योग जगत के विकास में अपना सराहनीय योगदान दिया है। इसके साथ आपके आर्थिक योगदान और रोजगार सृजन करने की क्षमता को ध्यान में रखकर भारत सरकार ने लेदर और फुटवेयर को केंद्र सरकार की आर्थिक नीतियों में प्राथमिकता दी है। हमारी सरकार की आपकी आवश्यकताओं को ध्यान में रखकर अल्पावधि और दीर्घावधि की कई सारी आर्थिक और सामाजिक नीतियों को बनाने और लागू करने में जुटी हुई है। नए नए आविष्कार और नई नई डिजाइनें आपके व्यापार को गति और निरंतरता देती है। मैं पूरे विश्वास के साथ यह कहता हूं कि यदि आप इस दिशा में प्रयास करें तो हमारे प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी का जो आत्मनिर्भर भारत का सपना अवश्य पूरा होगा और उससे महत्वपूर्ण योगदान आपका आर्थिक तंत्र को मजबूत और रोजगार का सृजन करने में होगा। मैं एक बार पुनः सारे लेदर निर्यात पुरस्कार विजेताओं को उनके प्रयास, दृढ़ता और भारत के विश्व व्यापार में अगुवाई करने के लिए हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं देता हूं और मुझे विश्वास है कि आज के लेदर निर्यात पुरस्कार विजेता पूरी दृढ़ता और विश्वास के साथ देश के निर्यात और अर्थव्यवस्थाओं को आने वाले समय में नई ऊंचाइयों तक ले जाएंगे। विशेष रूप से अभी हमारे जो चेयरमैन नॉर्दर्न रीजन चेयरमैन CLE श्री मोतीलाल सेठ जी ने अपने वक्तव्य में कहा कि विशेष रूप से हमारा लेदर का निर्यात है, यह हमारी निर्यात की जितनी भी इंडस्ट्री हैं, फैक्ट्रियां लगी हुई हैं, वो लगाने में, काम करने में, जो वस्त्र के लिए वस्त्र उद्योग है उसके लिए सुविधाएं दी जाती हैं, वही सारी सुविधाएं मुझे भी प्राप्त होना चाहिए। विशेष रूप से मैं इस बात को संज्ञान में लिया है और निश्चित ही जो सुविधाएं उन्हें मिलती हैं उन्हें दिलाने का मैं प्रयास करूंगा और निश्चित इस पर बात भी करूंगा। विशेष रूप से पुनः यहाँ आए हुए सभी जो हमारे लेदर निर्यात पुरस्कार विजेता हैं, उनको मैं अपनी ओर से बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। जय हिंद, जय भारत, वंदे मातरम।
Honorable Minister, Mr. Rane is just joining us in another 3-4 minutes. I would request Shri Sansalji to please give us an update on what Ecgc is doing new and how we can take advantage of the modern Ecgc. Thank you so much, sir.
First of all, our thanks to Honorable Minister for this opportunity and to the President CLE and the President CLE Northern Region for this opportunity to be associated with the exporters in this August gathering. We are a government-owned company established in 1957 by Ministry of Commerce. My colleague in the morning session would have taken a session on the credit risk insurance. World over, every nation which aspires to have a reasonable share in the international trade, global trade, as an export credit agency, whose primary duty is to ensure that the exporters are provided credit insurance, and when the commercial banks in their country is not in a position to finance the exporters, many export credit agencies finance the exporters also. And in some cases, they also extend guarantees to the commercial banks so that under the strength of the guarantee, financing can be done. And some of the countries, our counterparts, what they have done is that they have segregated the financing function into separate institution and insurance function into separate institution. Like in our country also, the financing for exports and imports is done by Exim Bank of India. Credit insurance is done by Ecgc. In the year 1950s itself, around 50s itself, there was a huge foreign exchange crisis faced by India. We were faced with a situation where unless we improve our exports, we will not be in a position to finance our import requirements, which are basically food items and energy related crude oil and all those, and defense related items also. So Ministry of Commerce, the Government of India established many initiatives, export promotion councils, and Ecgc is one of them. And last 65 years we have served, and in the current year, just 1 minute. Right from the establishment of 1957, the credit insurance played a big role when African countries went into foreign exchange crisis in the 1980s, 90s. We have paid hundreds of crores of claims, and later on when Iran-Iraq war has happened, we had to pay some 800 crores claims. In the year 2008-9, global financial meltdown, we were faced with a situation where many buyers have failed, and we had to step in to pay a lot of claims and also increase our insurance coverage. Currently, in the last 2 years, the global pandemic has brought international trade to almost a standstill for some time, and many buyers have failed, especially in ready-made garments and leather trade. We had paid many claims, and but my advice to exporters is think of your credit risk when the time is good, so that when there is a crisis, you have adequate protection to take care of yourself. credit risk insurance is one professional tool available in our hand, in your hand. There is other tool is that you can even go for a factoring of your bills. When you factor your bills without recourse to you, the factor not only finances your bill, he also takes the credit risk insurance on the buyer. And if the buyer fails or he becomes insolvent, it is the factor's duty to collect the money from the buyer or proceed against the buyer legally. You are out of the picture once the transaction is complete and there is no quality issue on the transaction or there is no commercial issue on the transaction. The transaction is confirmed as an accepted trade by the buyer, then the factor will finance your bill to the extent of 100% and you are out of the picture, that for the transaction is over. In India, we are one of the factoring companies which does non-recourse export factoring for exporters, and which you can make use of it so that you are free from the hassles of proceeding against the buyer in case of non-payment or in case of failure in payment. Our northern region branch managers are here and our northern regional manager Mr. Gaurav Anshuman is here. For any of your doubts, you can please talk to our regional manager or our branch managers with regarding factoring facilities and even with regard to our existing credit insurance facilities. So with this word, I would like to complete my speech here. Anything further, we can interact after this award ceremony is over. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing the insights with us.
बढ़ाने के लिए, उद्योग बढ़ाने के लिए कोशिश करना, आत्मनिर्भर बनना है भारत को, तो हमारी इंडस्ट्री को ज़्यादा बढ़ावा देना या हमारा एमएसएमई का फर्ज बनता है, इसलिए मैं यहाँ उपस्थित हूँ। हमारे राज्य मंत्री जी, इनका भी स्पीच उन्होंने दिया होगा, इसलिए मैं आप सभी को कहना चाहता हूँ। अभी हमारे बगल में जो बैठे थे आपके इस संस्था के प्रमुख, उनसे मैं जानकारी लिया कि ये लेदर इंडस्ट्री का टर्नओवर क्या है और हमारे इस इंडस्ट्री में तरक्की किसने की है ज़्यादा, तो उन्होंने चाइना का नाम लिया। उन्होंने कहा कि हम 5 बिलियन तक जाना चाहते हैं, तब तक चाइना 90% तक पहुंच गई है, 90 तक पहुंच गई है। ये फर्क है। मैं आप सभी को चाहता हूं, कहना भी चाहता हूं कि आप ये जो बड़ा गैप है 5 से लेकर 90 तक, तो अपनी भी तरक्की उस गति से होने के लिए, हमारा भी टारगेट अचीव करने के लिए उस तरह का प्रयास आप सभी करें और इस क्षेत्र को कि हमारे देश की जीडीपी बढ़ाने में के लिए हमारा इस इंडस्ट्री बड़ा योगदान दे सकती है। इसलिए आप लोग का प्रयास और उसके लिए एमए से भी आपको हर तरह का सहयोग करने के लिए तैयार है। दूसरा, उन्होंने मुझे एग्जाम्पल दिया वियतनाम का। वियतनाम में भी उसी तरह की तरक्की की, रॉ मटेरियल कुछ भी नहीं होते हुए उन्होंने आज 28 बिलियन तक उन लोग पहुंच गए। उन्होंने कहा 12 साल पहले 3 बिलियन थे, आज 28 तक पहुंच गए। तो लेदर इंडस्ट्री हमारे लिए एक महत्वपूर्ण उद्योग है। वो एक उद्योग बढ़ना चाहिए, रोजगार भी लोगों को मिलना चाहिए और उसके साथ उत्पन्न ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा प्रोडक्शन हमारे लेदर का, फुटवेयर का होने के बाद एक्सपोर्ट भी दुनिया में, जो एक्सपोर्ट का टर्नओवर है उसमें हमारा इम्पोर्टेंट रोल होना चाहिए। इसलिए उसी टाइप का आप इस क्षेत्र में प्रगति होने के लिए जो भी मदद सहयोग चाहिए वो कभी भी आप आ सकते हैं, मिल सकते हैं, बोल सकते हैं। हमारे देश के पंतप्रधान माननीय मोदी साहब इस देश की तरक्की चाहते हैं। इस देश में बेकारी न हो जाए, वो बेकारी कम होने के लिए जो इंडस्ट्री आनी चाहती है उसको हर तरह का मदद एमएसएमई ने, सरकार ने करना चाहिए, उनके विचार है। और इसलिए वो कोरोना होने के बाद भी, कोरोना में जो सफर हुए उनको भी मदद करने के लिए, फिर उनका उद्योग शुरू होने के लिए, फिर एक्सपोर्ट, उसी तरह आज भी एक्सपोर्ट में हम एमएसएमई 49% है, 49, ये बढ़कर 60-70% हो जाए और आत्मनिर्भर भारत बने। इसके लिए अलग अलग योजना पीएम साहब हमें एमएसएमई को देते हैं, फंड भी देते हैं। इस बजट में भी उन्होंने टोटल 5 लाख करोड़ तक, 5 लाख करोड़ इंडस्ट्री के लिए उन्होंने रखे हैं कि इंडस्ट्री बढ़नी चाहिए तो ही देश आत्मनिर्भर बने। मैं आप सभी को रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि उन्होंने आम उद्योजक को रिक्वेस्ट की है, विनंती की है कि उसमें बढ़ाने में आप योगदान दीजिए। आज तक जो बढ़ी है उसका भी श्रेय आप लोग को जाता है। देश की जो उद्योग क्षेत्र की प्रगति है उसका भी श्रेय आप सभी को जाता है कि आप लोग उद्योग क्षेत्र में जो तरक्की की, जो डेवलपमेंट की और हमारा इंडस्ट्री दुनिया में जो एक्सपोर्ट में आपने हमें नाम मिलाकर दिया है, इसलिए हम आपका सभी का शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ, धन्यवाद देता हूँ। और इसके भविष्य में भी आप इससे ज़्यादा हमारा उत्पादन बढ़ाए, प्रोडक्शन बढ़ाए। और दुनिया में सबसे ज़्यादा लेदर का बिजनेस कहाँ है, अच्छा लेदर, अच्छा क्वालिटी का फुटवेयर कहाँ मिलता है, तो इंडिया का नाम आना चाहिए। इस तरह का काम आप लोग सब करें। आप सभी को मैं शुभकामना देता हूँ। और मुझे इनवाइट किया या आने के बाद सम्मान किया, इसलिए मैं आपके संस्था का सबका शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ। जय हिंद, नमस्ते।
Thank you very much, sir, for that wonderful address. Once again, we are very happy that both the ministers could join us today. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time that we all have been waiting for. It's time to now begin with the Northern Region Export Awards. First up is the Export Award winners for 2019 to 2020. And to present the awards to all the award winners, once again I would request our Union Minister of MSME, Government of India, Shri Narayan Taturane, to kindly come forward to present the awards. Starting off with the award category, the Northern Regional Export Award winners 2019-2020, overall leather and leather footwear products including non-leather footwear 2019 to 20. The first award goes to Mirza International Limited. On the second position, the award winner is Bhartiya International Limited. The awardee on the third position is Tangerine Design Private Limited. Congratulations. Up next is the award category of exports above 300 crores. Award winners 2019 to 20. In leather footwear, the winner is Mirza International Limited. Next is the award for exports above 300 crores in leather garments, and the winner is Bhartiya International Limited. Next award category is exports above 200 crores and up to 300 crores. On the first position in leather footwear is Gupta Ecgc Overseas Private Limited. second position is bagged by Roger Industries Limited. The award for exports above 200 crores and up to 300 crores in leather goods goes to Tangerine Design Private Limited. Next award category is exports above 100 crores and up to 200 crores. On the first position, the award goes to, in leather footwear category, Linear Shoes Private Limited. Position is bagged by Metro and Metro. Moving ahead, exports above 100 crores and up to 200 crores in leather garment. The first position goes to Apollo International Limited. On the second position, we have Orion Converts Private Limited. Next award is for exports above 100 crores and up to 200 crores in leather goods. First position, we have Alpine Apparels Private Limited. On second position in the same category of leather goods, the award goes to Ecgc Group Private Limited. I'm sorry, it's pronounced as JAG Group Private Limited. I don't think. Next award category is exports above 50 crores and up to 100 crores. In leather footwear, the award goes to, on the first position, Om Exports. On the second position, the award goes to Thara Innovations. Looks like we don't have them here with us. Moving on to the next category, in leather garments, the first position we have Savi Leathers. On the second position, it's Pritz Leather Art Private Limited. Can we please have a round of applause to all the winners? That's better. Next award is for exports above 50 crores and up to 100 crores in leather goods. On the first position we have Banox Exim Private Limited. In leather goods, the first position we have Banox Exim Private Limited. On the second position, the award winner is Punihani International. Up next in the subcategory of non-leather footwear, on the first position we have Relaxo Footwears Limited. On the second position we have Next Gen Footwears Private Limited. Exports above 25 crores and up to 50 crores. The award winner in leather footwear on the first position is Tej Shoe Tech. On the second position we have JM Footwear Impex. Up next is the subcategory of leather goods, in which the first position is backed by Raghu Exports India Private Limited. The second position is backed by Savi Leathers. In the same category for finished leathers, the award goes to Mirza International Limited. Exports above 25 crores and up to 50 crores in non-leather footwear. On first position we have Sai International. Second position is bagged by Welcome Footwears. Harness and saddlery non-leather. The award goes to PK Overseas. Up next is the award category of exports up to 25 crores in leather footwear. The first position is bagged by Cap Footwear Industries. On the second position we have RSV Worldwide. First position in leather garments goes to Discovery Leather Private Limited. On the second position we have Drishti Lifestyle. In the same category, first position for leather goods goes to Apollo International Limited. On the second position, we have Cinturones Alvi India Private Limited. Under finished leather, on the first position we have Drish Shoes Limited. On the second position, we have Jalandhar Leather India Private Limited. In non-leather footwear, first position goes to Jagga Footwear Private Limited. On the second position, we have New Fashion Footwear Private Limited. First position in footwear components, shoe upper, goes to Sagari Leather Private Limited. On the second position, we have Page Shoe Tech. In harness and saddlery leather, first position goes to Rastini Works. On the second position, we have NMC International. In harness and saddlery non-leather category, first position goes to Ved Crafts. On the second position, we have Carpex Wool Thread. In fashion gloves and sports gloves category, first position is backed by Raghu Exports India Private Limited. Second position is backed by Alpine Apparels Private Limited. In industrial gloves category, first position goes to Lakshay International Private Limited. On the second position, we have Drish Shoes Limited. Moving ahead, in footwear components other than shoe upper, other components category, first position is backed by Wilhelm Textiles India Private Limited. On the second position is Versatile Group. Up next is the award for Women Entrepreneur Award 2019-20 under Leather Garments and Goods, and the award goes to BN Enterprises, Ms. Neha Sharma. Congratulations. The next award is for Women Entrepreneur Award 2019-20 in leather footwear, and the award goes to Roger Industries Limited. And the final award for 2019-20 Brand Creation Award in Footwear goes to Liberty Shoes Limited. Congratulations to all the award winners. Can we have a round of applause to all the award winners for 2019-20? Thank you, Shri Raneji, for doing the honors. And now for the next set of awards, I request Shri Bhanu Pratap Singh Verma ji, Minister of State for MSME, Government of India, to deliver the award. Northern Regional Export Award winners 2020-21. Overall leather and leather footwear products including non-leather footwear in 2020-21. On the first position is Mirza International Limited. On the second position under the same category, the award goes to Bhartiya International Limited. On the third position, we have Gupta Ecgc Overseas India Private Limited. Up next is the award category of exports above 200 crores and up to 300 crores. In leather footwear, the first position is backed by Mirza International Limited. On the second position, the award is backed by Gupta Ecgc Overseas Private Limited. In leather garments, the award goes to Bhartiya International Limited. Up next is the award category for exports above 100 crores and up to 200 crores. In leather footwear, the first position goes to Euro Safety Footwear India Group. On the second position is Linear Shoes Private Limited. In leather goods, first position is backed by Alpine Apparels Group. Second position is taken by Tangerine Design Private Limited. Exports above 50 crore and up to 100 crores. On the first position in leather footwear, the award goes to Dabur Footwear Industries. On the second position is Metro and Metro. In leather garments, on the first position is Savi Leathers. On the second position is Apollo International Limited. In leather goods, the first position is backed by Lakshya International Private Limited. The award in the category of finished leather goes to Mirza International Limited. First position in non-leather footwear goes to Next Gen Footwears Private Limited. On the second position is Relaxo Footwears Limited. Exports above 25 crores and up to 50 crores. In leather footwear, the first position is backed by Tej Shoe Tech. On the second position is Sagari Leathers Private Limited. Next award is for leather garments, which goes to Simran International Exports Private Limited. Up next is the award in the same category for leather goods. The first position is backed by Bhartiya International Limited. And the second position is backed by Raghu Exports Private Limited. Non-leather footwear, the award goes to Welcome Footwears. Harness and saddlery non-leather, the award goes to PK Overseas. Next award category is exports up to 25 crores. The first position goes to Capsons Worldwide. On the second position is Oma Overseas. In leather garments, the first position goes to Punihani International. On the second position is Meath Private Limited. First position in leather goods goes to Punihani International. On the second position is the designers. First position in finished leather goes to Jalandhar Leather Private Limited. On the second position we have C&E Limited. Next up category is footwear components, shoe upper. On the first position is Sagari Leathers Private Limited. On the second position is Focus Energy Limited. Under the category of harness and saddlery leather, first position is NMC International. Second position is bagged by Rustini Works. Harness and saddlery non-leather. On the first position is Ved Crafts. On the second position, the award goes to Mushkin International. Up next is the award category for footwear components other than shoe upper. First position goes to Wilhelm Textiles India Private Limited. On the second position is Versatile Group. First position in fashion gloves and sports gloves goes to Alpine Apparels Private Limited. second position is taken by Revive India Exports. Revive. The award in industrial gloves goes to Lakshya International Private Limited. Next award is for Women Entrepreneur Award 2021 for exports, goes to Drishti Lifestyle. And the final award, Women Entrepreneur Award 2020 to 21 in exports, goes to Euro Safety Footwear India Private Limited. Congratulations to all the winners. Can we please give them a big round of applause to all the winners of 2019 to 20 and 2020 to 21. Hearty congratulations to all of you. Thank you to sir as well for doing the honors with us. Thank you, gentlemen. And now we would like to present a memento to Shri Narayan Taturani ji for joining us today. Our Honorable Union Minister of MSME, Government of India. A small token of respect, a token of love and appreciation. And now we would like to present a memento to Shri Bhanu Pratap Singh Verma ji, Honorable Minister of State for MSME, Government of India. A small token of appreciation from us to you. May we now present the memento to Shri Arun Sinha ji, IAS. May we present a memento to Shri M. Senthilnathan, Chairman cum CMD, Ecgc. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to present Outstanding Achievement Award, which is being presented to Shri Subhash Kapoor ji, former Vice Chairman, CFLE. Can we all please have a huge round of applause? After this, we're doing the second question now. Ladies and gentlemen, I now would like to invite to dais Shri Atul Kumar Mishra, Regional Director, CLE, New Delhi, for presenting the vote of thanks.
Good evening, everyone. I deem it a great honor and privilege to propose the vote of thanks on this memorable occasion. Let me first of all start by giving glory to Almighty God for making today's event a resounding success. First and foremost, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to our chief guest, Sri Narayan Rane, Honorable Union Minister of MSME, Government of India, whose very presence in today's program, in spite of his extremely busy schedule, is a reflection of importance that is attached to the commitment of the cause of promotion of MSME sector and its growth augmentation. Sir, we are all inspired by your gracious presence and with your motivational speech to all our fellow exporters for their outstanding contribution in the mercantile exports of the country. I also express my sincere thanks to our guest of honor, Sri Bhanu Pratap Singh Verma, Honorable Minister of State for Ministry of MSME, for his enormous support to export sector of MSME, and we feel blessed with your presence, sir. On behalf of Committee of Administration and Northern Regional Committee of CLE, I would like to convey deep regards and hearty thanks to our Honorable Chairman, Sri Sanjay Likha, for guiding and supporting us to make this event possible. I am also thankful to Sri Motilal Sethi, Northern Regional Chairman, for all his necessary support in organizing this Export Award function. I am also grateful to the members of COA, Northern Regional and Northern Regional Committee for their stewardship, support, vision and commitment to the cause of export sector of leather and footwear from the Northern region of CLE. Once again, I would like to congratulate to all Export Award winners of Northern Region 2019 and 20 and 2021 who are contributing significantly in the regional and national economy of India with their continuous effort to increase exports from India and provide employment to the workforce of the country. I am very thankful to all my guests on dais, Sri Arun Kumar Sinha, MD FDDI, Sri M. Senthilnathan, CMD Ecgc, and Sri Subhas Kapoor, President CFLI, who are our sponsors for this Export Award function. Without their support, this event may have not been possible. Thank you, sir, for extending support to us in financial terms. Thank you. I thank all the distinguished invitees and guests present here accepting our invitation. I thank all the members of print and electronic media for evincing interest in covering the event and all good hearts who work behind the screen. I am also very grateful to the team of Project India led by Sri Vaibhav Chibbar for his logistic support in organizing this event. Thank you, sir. Last but not least, I thank officials of Delhi Regional Office of CLE, Mr. Asif Iqbal Khan, Ms. Survi Mathur, Ms. Gini Chabra, for their all cooperation and hard work making this function a resounding success. Finally, I leave you with this inspiring quote that you will be exceptional only few times, but you can be excellent all the times. Thank you very much. May I now request everybody to join us on the tea. Thank you.
I would request CLE team to come forward.
Thank you, sir, for your vote of thanks, and thank you, gentlemen, for joining us. To both the ministers, thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, after high tea, we shall be continuing with our second panel discussion. We shall have a tea break for 15 minutes. I would request everyone to join us back in 15 minutes after the high tea for the second panel discussion.
डन है ना? पानी वाली लगा दिए।
May I have your attention, ladies and gentlemen? I request you all to kindly take your seats. We are about to begin the second panel discussion now. I request everyone to please be seated. We are all set to begin with our second panel discussion. I request all the guests to please be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are all set to start with our second panel discussion, the valedictory session on strategies to proliferate growth of leather and footwear sector of India. We have our moderator, Shri Sanjay Likha, Chairman CLE. On the panel, we have Shri Motilal Sethi, Regional Chairman, North CLE, a law graduate from Campus Law Center, Delhi University. Mr. Sethi is the founder, chairman, cum managing director of Saroj International Group of Companies. He is also Northern Regional Chairman, Council of Leather Exports, Director of Leather Sector Skill Council under NSDC, Member Governing Council, Footwear Design and Development Institute, and Member CII National Committee on Footwear and Leather Products. Welcoming on stage, Mr. Motilal Sethi, along with our moderator, Shri Sanjay Likha. Next on the panel, we have Shri Subhash Kapoor, panel convener, Leather Garments CLE. Shri Gopal Gupta, panel convener, Leather Footwear CLE. On the panel, we also have Shri Puran Davar, COA member CLE. He founded Agra Footwear Manufacturers and Exporters Chamber in 1997, taken over as Charter Secretary. He is also the former Northern Regional Chairman of Council for Leather Exports. Shri A.K. Sondi, COA member CLE, a BTech in Leather Technology from Madras University, alumni of Central Leather Research Institute. He has also been Regional Chairman North of CLE and the convener for Raw Material. Our next panelist is Shri Sunil Harjai, COA member CLE. Siddharth's Export is a passionate shoemaker, been in trade since 1978, having shoe factories in Noida, serving top quality premium footwear to many brands in Europe, Japan and USA for more than 3 decades. Shri Manoj Tuli, COA member CLE. He did his schooling at DPS Arkepuram, New Delhi, and graduation from St. Stephen's College, Delhi University. Established a manufacturing and export unit of leather garment in 1993. Currently elected as North India's representative on the Board of Council for Leather Exports, Ministry and Commerce and Industry, Government of India as COA. On the panel, we have Shri Vipan Seth, COA member CLE. The Executive Director of Versatile Group, which is a family-owned group in manufacturing footwear components. Shri Subhash Jagga, General Secretary, Bahadurgarh Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Let's begin this session, gentlemen.
Good afternoon, everybody. Obviously, we have lesser people available now, but I think the what is most relevant is that I think we have to have an in-depth discussion on what we need to be doing and how we have to take the industry forward. We have had some very interesting points come out in the morning, and I would want that we deliberate on those, we discuss those, and you know, the whole thought of doing this discussion in this manner, where we had experts in the morning, where we had people from outside the industry mostly in the morning, and now we have the leaders from the industry. We have leaders not only on the dais, we also have leaders off the dais. So we are all leaders sitting here, and you know, we have to come up with formulas on how we can take our industry forward. I'm really happy to see even Mr. Raj Bhatia here, Hemant, Vikas, Singla Saab, Romi ji, everybody else. My eyesight is a little weak, so I can't see way too long, far in the distance, but all the same, it is really good to see that everybody is here, and we have to take this whole industry forward. That is the idea. So in the morning today, you know, when I will just touch a couple of points and then open up for discussion here. When Reena Dhaka mentioned about looking at Indian art forms and you know, using them and what we do for the international markets, I think this is an extremely good idea. I know that many of us have already worked on it, have done things with it, you know, but we now need to start using the Indian art form in a manner that is acceptable to the Western buyer. I mean, there's, you know, the West being our primary market, we have to, I don't know, we have to, in certain ways, we have to make it sophisticated. I don't know whether that's the right word or not, but it has to be, sometimes it has to be toned down, sometimes it has to be toned up, sometimes, you know, we need to play around with it to be able to take it forward and use it to our advantage. Similarly, in the morning when Aanchal was talking about how we need to increase our market share globally, I think there was a lot of interesting thoughts there. I will not repeat them. It was also very good to hear Mr. Arun Sinha about the skilling that the industry could do. Also, the thoughts that came from everybody else. I mean, I would not want to repeat that. What I would want to do in this session is that, you know, we have all the members sitting here. I would like to hear a couple of minutes from each so that we see what is the direction we need to take. I mean, this session right now needs to be focused on how we can take the industry forward, what we have learned in the morning today, and what are our thoughts on how we can take this industry forward to the next level. We have to go to 30 billion industry size by 2025. We have to go to, honestly, I think we have to revise our targets, looking at what the Commerce Minister told me day before yesterday, and which I did mention in the morning, that we have to be very, very aggressive with our targets. I would just like to repeat one point I mentioned earlier in the morning, which is the very useful FTAs that the government is working on. This is going to open up a lot of new markets for us. And when it does that, we have to be ready to tackle them. So with just these thoughts here, let me hand over to, we can start anywhere. We can start with Mr. Harjai is always willing to talk. Harjai Saab, would you like to, let's hear you first and then we can take it from there.
Thank you, Chairman, sir. Moti ji, it was so wonderful that we organized a wonderful afternoon with the award ceremony, with the conclave of the targets, what we are setting for the future plans for the export of growth and the promotions everywhere now. we have been discussing all these issues from last so many years, and now is the time where we should put up every issue on the time bound. We should put up in the agenda what all things where we are lacking for, and how far and what ways and what methods we have to adopt to reach our goals, whether with the targets or whether with our infrastructure or whether with the marketing. So today, like we always say that like exports has to be treated as the priority sector, which is there, it has been treated as a priority sector, but at a certain points, it's not been there, Maybe one of the reasons I could say is, while under lending procedures of the banking, we are never been as a priority sector at all, Since the export is the strategic issue for the government itself, it's the interest of the government. It's the interest for the Indian policies where the exports is required, So today they were in the panelists in the morning, in the hours, they were in the afternoon, they were so interesting. So I can start with one by one. I had a few notings, I'll take a few minutes of yours. Like, sir from Dgft Energy, so he started with the speed, sampling, all those kind of affairs where they would like, the government like to extend the facilities to us. The facilities है जो आप मांगोगे हम आपको देंगे. Now we've been passing through loads of things. Starting whether this parameter comes under their purview or not, whether that's the biggest is the infrastructure. Now infrastructure is the requirement for any part of the world where any buyer visiting around or any buyer or customer visiting around, he wants to have everything to his requirements only. A total conducive requirements there, environment is there, where they feel they are more comfortable than any part of the world where they have the existing business, whether it is the China or whether it is Vietnam or whether it is Cambodia or other parts of the countries. So these things was the Dgft chief had mentioned it about the quality, about the design, and how do we get quality design and all these kind of, how to achieve this first of all. What is the lacking and with whom are we comparing? We are always comparing we'd always compare China. Okay, let's say China. Then by the time we run, they are galloping. They take another speed, So something is between us and them is a big gap, So those constraints and the gaps has to be sorted out, because at the right time, I think we have a dining chairman with us. His presentations, and then our regional chairman, he's giving us the support with it, to the chairman also, and the industry is also supporting at the same time, and the basic and the primarily our Prime Minister has been supporting the whole industry, This is the right time, like the chairman sir also had mentioned in the afternoon. If we miss the bus, we are gone by many decades. So whole industry should collectively come forward. They should, every segment has to make a committee of it, garments or bags or accessories or shoes or leather. Or everybody has his own issues and problems, So these all people has to come out with the objectives of how the growth can be done. The biggest today, the factor is where we are lacking behind is the fashion. We make commercial shoes. When we will be coming out from these commercial shoes? When, how far? It's been 30, 40 years now. This fashion industry is the total buying of around the world is fashion. The buying, the industry, whether it is a $1 flip-flop or it is a $250 shoe, it has an element of fashion. The moment when you buy a shoe or somebody gets a shoe or you buy a shoe from outside, it's always a question, ye kya imported hai? Why can't our product would say, ye kya imported hai? Whenever we have a product, so we are lacking for certain things, materials. So then in a similar thing like Reena Dhaka also mentioned that fashion, we should collaborate with these fashion designers. And apart from these local designers, we need designers We need a team of technicians. We need a proper industrial people who knows the job fully. This jugaad business has to be moved out, like the chief from the FDDI also had mentioned today. He said uplifting bahut zaruri hai karna. Uplifting from the people from the industry we've been asking from years together. Ask chairman, I had mentioned to him about 3-4 days ago, I said, sir, FDDI का use करो please. Industry के लिए FDDI को use करो. FDDI हमारे लिए use नहीं हो रही है. Because we have the people. We can't throw out the people who are with us for 20-25 years. They knows the subject. He can just fulfill and make a nice shoe. He doesn't know how to maintain that machine and what temperature and what levels he has to run that game, you know. So today we need to uplifting in these institutions where the technicians from these around the world, the best technicians we can get either from Italy, either from Romania, either from Germany. These were the countries producing the footwear from a very high level. So these are the times where the factories are not running to the full extent there, and we can avail those technicians also for our country, whether they can be based with CLRI or they can be based on FDDI. 10, 15, 20 people should be there, the industry should be there, the part of industry should bond the expenses, and then we should bear the expenses. And the most important part of our industry to grow is the component industry. Without growing our component industry, I don't think so we're going to catch up the targets what we wanted to achieve or the targets what we are heading for. I think we will run, we will have a nice, wonderful shows, we will be surviving. We'll have a nice factories, we'll have nice infrastructure, but the buyers, what he wants, we are not offering them at the moment. Really, sorry to say this, we are struggling for this, and for this struggle, we lose the season every time, and every time losing means we are losing a big pairage of shoes, a big quantity of turnover. So this is unfair, it is happening on us, you know. So the support to the component industry has to be done. We all know, all exporters know, on what basis we are suffering and bleeding, you know, how this can be done, and everybody is importing either from any part of the world. He has to meet the standards of the buyers. So Likha ji has mentioned one more thing, like he is running a very large factories in Faridabad area, which is there for so many years. He's the most successful businessman of our community, and I felt very, very sad about it that in his area means sewerage is not there, water connections are not being proper, the roads are not being laid properly. So this, I think our whole community should move forward and meet with all ministers. I think this is the right time to do it, you know. We should do it, you know. It's been there, okay, he's been there for a while, maybe he's a simple man, doesn't speak out, and, you know, he has never mentioned, you know, but he will have to do it, you know. We will have to support him for this, you know. So I think, you know, in this, and the basic thing is the major, another issue with us is that in our industry is the supply chain. Now, I take only 1 or 2 minutes for the supply chain. This supply chain, I think the Williamson company has really given a very good presentation today for that, you know, very nicely been done, you know. It's truly facts he has very nicely mentioned, how from 1 week to 9 weeks, how it happens and how person says, मेरा तो भी माल तैयार नहीं हुआ और मेरा तो भी डिलीवरी लेट हो गया या मेरा तो भी ट्रक निकला हुआ है बस पहुंचने वाला होगा. This stand also we have to, you know, we should have a common discussion between all the suppliers where we also have problems, they also have problems. Every supplier says problem एक ही है कि मेरा पैसा आप जो 1 महीने में 3 महीने में देते हो 2 साल के बाद देते हो. चलो जी, प्रॉब्लम हुई है. We can all solve this also out. This is not a very large or a big issue. But the supply chain system has to be really strictly, stringently, has to be effective. Like deliveries, the qualities, the delays or the commitments, what they have been making. This is the reason I think the inflation, what we are facing today, is all because of supply chain. Because delivery which has to come in let's say, in any committed or stipulated period, which is not coming in, and it takes the own time of a supplier to come into your factory, and then he takes his time to make it. So his time management is a failure, his time period is a failure, his commitment is a failure. So he has to bear a lot of other expenses to send it by air or give a discount. But supplier say, lena hai to lo ji, nahi lena to main tumhare liye zimmewar nahi hu. So this part of this has to be somewhere, I think not somewhere, we have to do it very fast. and I think all the trade from the component industry. They also have problems. We can sit down, all the export community can sit together. Whoever has problems, then one can lay some agenda, okay, how this can be resolved and everybody becomes successful. So thank you, sir. Thank you so much for giving me time. God bless you all.
Thank you, Arjai. Thank you very much. I think you've raised a few interesting points, but I think we will come back to those at the end, and I'll now like to request Manoj Tholi to please give his points.
Please, sorry, let me say something and then go because I have to arrange for those.
Okay.
Okay, so
Sure. You are a senior.
I just, as a panel convener for the leather garments, would like to say thanks chairman and the regional chairman for organizing this LEFCON in a very, very organized manner. It was a great success. All the speakers who were invited, they gave their full-fledged information and guidance. So we should follow, let's say, if Reena Dhaka, she said something, Anchal has said something, they mean to us. For as far as leather industry, leather garment industry is concerned, it is not a very, very big kind of industry. It is just a fashion industry. So we are happy with the system that we have to increase our infrastructure. We have to maintain our supply chain. We have to be more organized in designing, scaling our productions, and various things as per the guidance they have given to us. So what I suggest to the leather garment industry, we all who are here, we have listened to them. Let's have a brainstorming session after the few days, and then we can discuss and come back with a good solid program to the chairman, and then this will be done. I think this is, otherwise all the speakers spoke very well, and it was meaningful, right? And we should take the best suggestion they have given to us, and they were very, very factual. Thank you. I think I won't take more time. And Manoj Tholi is there. He can give me more elaborate.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Manoj, if I could request you, please.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Chairman, and Mr. Motilal Sethi to give me this opportunity to talk about having a brainstorming and a general conclave about leather garments growth in our northern region and pan-India. Chairman, I must say that you and Mr. Sethi has spoken all day about the back-end side of what we need to grow our industry, from plug-in factories to styling to scalability. But I think one topic which wasn't touched is the future growth, which has to be somehow connected to artificial intelligence, which we are seeing coming our way for future. Sir, with due respect, there is that dearth of young minds in our industry. We are still following the primitive methods. I still feel there is a big chance for growth there, sir. And if we have that opportunity of brand building, which most of our members find it very difficult to push ahead for the growth, which we are seeing, sir, with all these young IITians and young minds actually coming in our fashion field and growing to a level which India has never seen before. From Mintras to Flipkarts of the world, these young boys have given us a platform where I feel in our fast fashion industry, we can grow to a length to unbelievable success. I come from a world of leather garments, which is a winter commodity, and unfortunately India is not a very big market. I don't say it's not a market because I'm myself exploring possibilities. There is a market there, but for an Indian manufacturer to go out there in the world to use artificial intelligence and increase the market share, their own brand, I think there is a huge opportunity. We shouldn't just be asking the government for the back end. We should be trying to create a brand for Europe and US or wherever the world we want to, so that not only our manufacturing exports increases, but also we have that made in India brand created worldwide. I think what we lack is like I said, some young mind and entrepreneur skills to take it to the next level. Secondly, as you know, financing is a big, it's very difficult for a small MSME to have it in India, especially like you rightly mentioned in the morning, by the time his factory and infrastructure is set, there is hardly any capital left for the exports requirements. So I feel if plug-in facilities is the back end of what we need, the future is warehousing and distribution. I think we should also ask the government to give us help in warehousing and distribution for brand building for our products. I know they have been talking about it for a long time, but nothing concrete is happening. Amazons are ready to buy our product and distribute, but we don't have our own warehousing and distribution networks to help us build that case. As you know, Amazon is a profit center. We want government hand-holding. Instead of incentives, they should give us this access to push our exports to the next level to achieve our targets. It was a fantastic conclave. I must compliment Mr. Sethi for organizing this and Chairman for your vision to help us to reach the next goal. I feel we have the capability, and now with that opportunity knocking at our door, we can do wonders with our trade. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Manoj. I think that was quite a few interesting points there. Can I now request Gopalji to please give us his thoughts?
थैंक यू चेयरमैन साहब, मोतियाल जी। एक्चुअली मैं सिंपल वर्ड में 3 बातें बोलना चाहता हूँ। जैसे सुनील भाई ने बोला, कंपोनेंट इंडस्ट्री स्ट्रांग होनी चाहिए, उसके लिए बहुत ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि हम शू को अपग्रेड करने के लिए इंपोर्ट ड्यूटी फ्री इंपोर्ट करते हैं और वो गवर्नमेंट को फैसिलिटी देनी चाहिए। और इस जब पहले गवर्नमेंट ने दे रखी थी फैसिलिटी, इसी वजह से हमारा एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ा है और इसको गति को बनाने रखने के लिए हमें ड्यूटी फ्री कंपोनेंट इंपोर्ट करने ज़रूरी हैं, क्योंकि हमें अपने जूते को अपग्रेड करना है। दूसरी बात, R&D में पहले गवर्नमेंट एडेड टैक्स एडवांटेज देती थी, जो भी R&D के एक्सपेंसेस होते थे। अगर आपकी यूनिट मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी से सर्टिफाइड है, तो वो R&D में जो भी एक्सपेंसेस होते थे एडेड टैक्स एडवांटेज मिलता था, जो उन्होंने बंद कर दिया है। वो शुरू होना बहुत ज़रूरी है, तभी ये इनकरेजमेंट मिलता है कि R&D में हम अपना खर्च करें, इन्वेस्टमेंट करें, नए डिजाइन, नए ट्रेंड, आगे सीजन के लिए नए ट्रेंड के लिए हम उनको डिजाइनर्स को हायर कर सकें। तीसरी और आखिरी बात है कि कोई ऑफिशियल तो नहीं है यहाँ पर, लेकिन जब गवर्नमेंट को लोन चाहिए होता है तो वो 0.5% में जापान से ले लेती है, जब बिल ट्रेड बनानी होती है, और व्यापारियों को 5% सबमिशन मिल रहा था, उसमें भी कटौती कर दी गई, जबकि 5 से बढ़ा के 6 कर देना चाहिए था, उन्होंने 3 कर दिया। अब व्यापारी कैसे एक्सपेंशन करेगा, व्यापारी कैसे वर्किंग कैपिटल लेगा, आगे आने वाले टाइम में पेट्रोलियम के सारे प्राइजेस बढ़ने, कैसे अगले सीजन को अपने को सेव करने के लिए स्टॉक करेगा। तो ये सब के लिए वर्किंग कैपिटल चाहिए, जो कि लेकिन इंटरेस्ट लेवल ज़्यादा होने की वजह से यहाँ पे हमको नुकसान है, आर्थिक हानि है। इसका भी संज्ञान CLE को लेना चाहिए। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Gopalji. Interesting point about the interest subsidy, but at least you see, at least ये ज़रूर हुआ है कि अभी 3 साल के लिए क्लैरिटी हुई। Of course, as you said, उसके अंदर रेट के अंदर थोड़ा उसको कम किया गया है। Anyway, this is something that we will, we can discuss and take up again with the government. Can I now request Motilal ji? नहीं, आप करिए। हाँ, आप लीजिए। Why don't let's hear you and then.
नहीं, good evening now. From morning to evening, we have reached such a big day we have had. I think we are reaching towards the whole conceptualization of this idea of 7S was to diagnose, and this morning I think speakers spoke quite well on different spheres. A lot of issues were identified. So we are here giving a lot of responsibility to our dynamic chairman who initiated, and having forums means taking more responsibility. Because now public is looking forward at what we have spoken today. How are we going to accomplish? So we have all taken, we are all COA members, regional, I am the regional chairman here, and we are willing to take the responsibility. That is why we have had this session this morning. I would like to say that on various parameters, I would not be, Mr. Manoj has spoken about leather garments, Mr. Kapoor, though I come from that industry, and we discussed that the industry specific we will be talking, but my purview, I would like to talk as a regional chairman, what a regional chairman should look in implementation of these 7S. So here I would like to say that as a regional chairman, I have already done the first part is, and more or less created the cluster-wise zonal conveners, so that all the schemes of the government and all the facilities and all the way forward should be traveling right to the bottom of the pyramid. Wherever we are going, the people should be able to be trained. And I was talking to, on the skill development, which is the first S, I was talking to FDDI to take forward all these things by having workshops at various clusters. So this is, as a regional chairman, my first job will be to reach out to every region. And we have got Manesar, we have got Mr. Singla taking care of that region. We have got, Jalandhar, we have got Romi here, who is also product coordinator. So all these coordinators will take these things forward. On the scale, what chairman said, I was very, very impressed with one word. Here is an opportunity. Don't miss it. Harjai ji also said, don't miss it. I also endorse, don't miss it. Let's not miss it. The moment we get an opportunity for making the cheap land available, and the infrastructure. And Sanjay ji, I would like to say that in our Uttar Pradesh, the infrastructure wise, we are very good. My request and appeal will be to give all support for taking forward, because I will be hoping that tomorrow the results are going to be very good, and we will have the continuation of the Uttar Pradesh. Once we can have that cluster which is being already conceived, 100 acres, 150 acres, the scale is there. The land prices, you will be surprised, it's just like when I went to Haryana recently, Dushyant ji said, I want 12,000 rupees for Rohtak, whereas I am getting for 7,000 rupees, fully developed, ready to move in infrastructure. So what more we can call for? And I think that with the roads and all, our Haryana industry can also come, UP industry can come, Faridabad can come, and it's very nicely located. So we would definitely want to take up this forward from tomorrow onwards, once the government is back again, and then on the scale, we have talked about it. On the sustainability part, I think we have had in our new scheme of the government, 500 crores have been given. Now the tanneries which are in Jalandhar, we have already done that. We have gone to Jalandhar, we got the subsidy scheme done, 7.5%. Even the ETPs, CETPs and all those things, we will be doing in our region. Wherever required, we will be taking them forward. We will take up with the chairman and go forward on doing all the handicaps which are preventing our this thing to maintain the ecological balance. Another small thing on the style which I am talking about. The style as a region, I was talking to Mr. Sinha, FDDI, he is creating center of excellence. I would like to say one more thing. We do not have really professionals in our industry. We would like to have from the board of CLE to have a meeting, and I am requesting chairman to come and address in FDDI. I am the board member of FDDI, inviting chairman and my board members to come and interfere into their curriculum also, because Mr. Sinha is working a lot. In FDDI, we can definitely keep it as an institution for our resource management. There is a lot of money coming into the next scheme. FDDI should produce more professionals for leather garments, for leather bags, for leather accessories and things like that. And on the sales front, we are already been doing a lot more activities here. So we would like to take these sales forums and global outreach programs, which all we have been discussing it. I think the whole day's session has embarked upon a lot of things. On the last word which I have been advocating, which was the job of Mr. Amiya Chandra on the speed. The speed, I have been mentioning it, the new bottleneck, I have seen that the custom notification is even not enforceable. I will take it my personal example that I have also got my containers lying at the port. The scheme was announced on the 2nd. I told Mr. Amiya Chandra while he was sitting with me that exporters are paying through their nose. The scheme should be immediately noted. Even till date, the computer. So, government is talking about speed, but speed is not there. It is killing a lot of opportunity. Same thing is, I think, on our IDLS scheme also. If Mr. Sinha was here, the applications must get through. So, from the region, we will make sure that we take up all these issues in accomplishing the goal set and be a supporting hand to the chairman in fulfilling the target he is giving $10 billion and $30 billion by 2025. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Moti. Can I now request Vipinji, please.
Namaste, everybody. Dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. See, I am from the component sector. We have to see how our component industry to perform to achieve the 30 billion target which CLA has fixed. Out of 30 billion, 12 billion is the export and 18 billion is for the domestic industry. See, the footwear component are technical products and specifications are different for different sectors like kids, gents and ladies. See, like Motilal Sethi has said, 7S, I am taking all the chapter starting from skill. Skill is directly related to the technology because in the component industry we are lacking in technology. To bring the technology, we have to bring the joint venture and collaboration for which the government of India has to help us and for which the investment required. In the morning session, Mr. Slika said at least 5,000 to 6,000 crore investment is required and opportunity is there. I fully endorse. Because of this China problem, we must do it. We can achieve it. For instance, like trim. We don't have a trim manufacturer. Hardly 1 or 2 people are there and we are always talking on the platform where the trims are there. Same way we are talking about the PU leather cloth. No doubt 2 PU leather cloth manufacturers have come, newer as well as wonder. But more are required to make the thicker leather. Focus on fabric is required because now the trend is towards the sports shoes and the athletic shoes. We are talking about the scale. See, we have leather, no doubt about that thing. But how about the non-leather accessories and all those things? More of textile to be used in the shoes. The textile dedicated unit with the backward integration of dyeing should be allowed in the cluster. Footwear cluster we are proposing, we should allow such type of industry also in with a special concessional land as the textile people are getting. So in footwear component park also, if somebody is going to make a textile, so he should get a special concession also. Capacities to be increased to feed the market. When we are talking about the speed means the development to supply. We are lacking in this, I admit it. The component supplier must understand that they should reduce the development time and up to the delivery time. It takes 75 days to make the complete shoe from the date of order. Nowadays, shoe manufacturer get hardly 75 days, so we have to be very strong in speed. Supply chain, yes, the component supply chain is also disturbed and all those things. My request to the footwear industry that they should place the bulk order, not the small order, because it takes time also. Like in the fabric also, if we get an order of 50 square meter or 5,000 square meter, here there is a hell of a difference also sometimes. 50 square meter is sometimes difficult to make it. Sustainability is the new chapter which is coming up in the market. Today also, Mr. Kaushal talked about the sustainability from the Adidas side, where he says by 2025, more of the shoes will be having a sustainable product. So we can do it. We have recycled polyester yarn also. We have recycled cotton also. We have organic cotton also. I think the industry is trying to understand also. More of industry on this part will come very shortly when there is a demand also. We have in Versatile Group, we have already started making artificial fur cloths from recycled polyester. And also we have started making the non-woven also from the recycled polyester. And same way we are making the knitted fabric also from the recycled polyester. We will do much bigger in the coming years. Style, when we are talking, without innovations, see, we cannot succeed. Style means more of innovation is required. New product to be launched in minimum time to beat our competitor. Because when we talk about this thing, that if somebody goes to China, he get a ready-made stuff and all that thing. Yes, we are lacking in that. We don't have a market of component in India where all the components are available. We must find a strategy how to build up a component park also, where the things should be available on the floor itself. Somebody goes there, he can get a sole, lace, anything like that. Such cluster should be there. Our Idealist scheme has been introduced thanks to Government of India. And my request to the steering committee as well as the screening committee, give some special relaxation to the component industry, because every year we face that we doesn't get the appropriate result also. So my request to the steering committee and the screening committee, that relaxation should be for the component industry. Also for the FTDA, the student should be given a full knowledge of the component, and our industry should be ready to support that. And they should bring the student to us and teach them. We are ready to take them at the intern also to teach them about the component. When we talk about the sale in last 2 years, we have lost due to COVID, but 2021 and 22, we are expecting a good business from the autumn winter. There is a good scope of business for footwear component in the neighboring country as well as Vietnam also. Nepal is also growing. We can focus on the Nepal also. Local domestic industry, if you see, it is booming. More component will be required, so we can increase the capacity also. 30 billion target can be achieved through export as well as through domestic industry also. In the coming year, we have to increase the production capacity. We have to see the product easily available on the market and reduce import, make industry on Atmanirbhar. Thanks, and let us go together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vipinji. You represent a very, very important part of the industry, and I think a lot of thought needs to go into how we can take this forward and sort out the issues for the product manufacturers. Can I now request Soni Saab to please give us his thoughts and views.
Thank you, Chairman sir, and thank you, Motilal ji, for conducting this LEFCON. It was very, very positive vibes it has given to the trade, and we hope more programs will be coming in the future, similar program. I'll take a few minutes only, Chairman sir, because being the last one is like being a Hercules. So, you see, I speak for the leather industry, and we have here, you see, as all are aware that we are importing $550 million worth of leathers and converting it into, or with including raw materials, we have $5 billion exports, or $5.5 billion. Somehow leather export has been coming down due to various reasons, and whether it is due to policies or friendly policies or different reasons, I feel we can do a lot to increase it and bring immediate changes by, and my following are my request and recommendations for the future to increase. One is, you see, our vegetable leather is a very versatile leather which very few countries in the world are having. If they have in Argentina, it's more for sole. Our vegetable leather can be used for shoes, garments, bags, saddles, etc., everything. If we can get eco-friendly tag to it, which it is a eco-friendly leather, there are certain cases about that deforestation is happening on the vegetable extract, for which we have written recently a paper. It will be coming out in the leather magazine in the next month, that our leathers products in India or our extracts do not affect deforestation at all. So I request Chairman to kindly see to it that if we can find vegetable leather being declared as eco-friendly leather, it will help in our exports a lot. Second thing is, sir, we got very lot of small tanners, and now is the time for LWG certification. if we can find some kind of a help for LWG certification to upgrade those tanneries technically and give them help, support, technical support for the certification, it will be very nice. My third point submission is that lot of tanners who are doing well right now are brand nominated tanners. They are nominated by big brands. We should help smaller tanners also to develop products, leather articles on our strength of buff calf, goat, which are very versatile and very few countries in the world have it, the baby buff calf, etc., which is our specialty. Those leathers, if they can find support for the brand nomination, it will help our industry a lot. And to further augment the export, if finished leather norms can be reviewed, and you see in present circumstances, our leathers are subjected to microscopic testing, where the film created or film required should on 100% enlargement should be visible. Now such kind of certification in present times should not be working. We should be more open to the industry. And as we can import all kind of leather, at least certain kind of leather, finished leathers, which do not have so much of finish on it and not fully pigmented, what we call aniline leathers, should be allowed for export, and the finished leather norm should be reviewed urgently. And this finished leather testing, I have been advocating, requesting, and I really again and again request that finished leather testing at the port should be stopped. It is time consuming, it is financial consuming, and it delays our shipment, and so far nothing has come out of it. It is not a deterrent at all. It is in fact deterrent in exporting our industry. It is not helping us at all. And a lot of money is being spent. For every color we go on spending 2,000 rupees, ship small testing sample, SMS samples, 520 colors, we spend a lot of money on it. I request that this CLRA finished leather testing at the port should be stopped. Our custom officers are educated enough to find the difference between wet blue crust and finished leather. And you see, in NRC, we got a lot of finished leather industries. We have small tanners in Chandbaji, we have in Bahadurgarh. They should be given support for pollution, CTP, to develop, because NRC, if instead of getting leathers from 3,000 kilometers away, if our raw material from the North India can be utilized in the North India itself in a proper way, it will really help our finished product industry. So Bahadurgarh industry, leather industry should get support from the CLE. And also I would say Chandbaji at Jaipur should be developed. Jalandhar is a very big center. It should get full support for development of products so that finished leather made there should be utilized. Now coming to, everybody knows that FDDI is a very good institute. It is imparting a lot of skill development. I request that FDDI and NIFT include finished leather knowledge, and more information is given to the students coming out from there. They have more knowledge about finished leather, leather product, development of leather, leather processing. So when they come in the industry, they can help the industry in a better way in development of the product and R&D and in design development. In the end, sir, everybody wants land, and as land has become very expensive, I again request that motherland should be available for the government only, and the government should lease the land to the industry. If they want, that land is given to the industry on long lease of 30 years, 40 years, and it is attached to certain kind of employment system that every acre should have 50% generation or 100 employment generation. The trade should think about it and deliberate on it, so that we can request government to give us leased land instead of we investing, and we are happy to return the land if the industry develops, if it extends, it moves somewhere else, 30, 40 years of lease, which can be extended if and when required. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I think the points that you raised on finished leather, see, the first thing, you know, what you mentioned about eco-friendly leathers and a tag and, you know, all that. For sure, the Indian, you know, West End leathers are I would presume they are eco-friendly, and something should be done on that. I think the panel convener of finished leather is perhaps already working on something on those lines, and I will ask him to take it forward and make a presentation of how we can do this going forward. So now that everybody has spoken, I would quickly like to sum up what we have discussed. See, the various, we have discussed and touched on many things, but I will only want to just pick up a few relevant points and discuss them and just tabulate them right now, and then see how we can take this forward and convert it into a recommendation, which can be taken up at the appropriate levels. I could actually run through whatever everybody has said here right now. Mr. Harjai mentioned that exports should be treated as a priority sector. We need to create infrastructure. We need to widen the product range from commercial shoes to more fashion-based products. We need to bring in European experts. We need to look at the component industry and ensure that this is expanded. Mr. Subhash Kapoor wanted to take this up further with members of the industry and have an interaction, and then come back with a leather garment specific suggestions. So we will wait for that. Mr. Manoj Toli talked about the future growth that could come from artificial intelligence, and here I would tend to agree that the way forward is digitalization and artificial intelligence, and I think a lot of the industry is already moving in that direction. I know for a fact that in the footwear sector, some of the organized players are working hard on digitalization and on creating everything into a digital situation, so that you know what is happening, you are able to track your product, you are able to ensure that things are absolutely transparent, and that is the way forward. Also, your manufacturing lines now need to get more technologically upgraded. They have to be more, I think our production personnel need to get more tech savvy. They have to be working on creating more digital information and not just working on the traditional methods. Brand building, which Manoj talked about, is extremely important. Bringing in younger minds, I think that is something that each one of us as an entrepreneur has to work on. We have to bring in more and more younger generation, and and it need not be only family members who are in the younger generation. We need to bring in younger minds. We need to professionalize. We need to we need to learn to be able to delegate more than anything else. The financing issues that were brought up are extremely important, the financing issues are extremely important. Mr. Gupta mentioned about the duty-free components. I would tend to somehow not be so much in agreement on that, for the simple reason that, thank you, that permitting the industry duty-free components maybe is a short-term remedy, you see, and what is really needed is to ensure that very quickly our industry, our component industry must rise. And I think the thought in the component industry has to become more macro, and to get away from the small issues and thoughts which even Mr. Sethi mentioned about and I think somebody else also mentioned about payments and this and that. I mean, these are minor, avoidable things. Let us not waste our time on these things. These are commercial issues. Each one of us has the same problems. I mean, but if we only limit ourselves to these discussions, we are unable to go beyond. I think today we are all in agreement that we have to make the component industry a strong industry. You see, I am completely committed to it, and I will do whatever is possible. I'm willing to support, go to any level with the government to ensure that the component industry gets the support that is required. Because once that happens, thank you. Because once that happens, our growth and our targets will become easily achievable. Gopal ji also talked about the R&D tax benefits. Yes, this is positively something that we will recommend, and the higher subvention for interest to bring us interest parity with our competition is again something we will take up. I mean, I know that we have only got 3% against the 5%, and at the right forum we will try to bring this up. Vipinji talked about the fact that the component sector, there is a lack of technology, there is a lack of technical know-how, and for that collaborations need to be formed. I am more than happy that you bring in the collaborations, bring in anybody who is willing to come and invest in the country to create infrastructure for the components. Absolutely, that is what we need. And I mean, if you have any needs, if you have any support that you need at any governmental level, I can assure you that we at the council will give it absolutely full support and try to make things easier for the foreign investors that wish to come in. Vipinji, you also talked about one of the points that struck me was that you said that the small orders can be very cumbersome, and to make those few yards of fabric is a very troublesome thing, and if you could get the bulk order right away at the beginning, obviously, it would make things much easier. But that is the real difference between our supply chain here and the Chinese supply chain. You see, when we as a product manufacturer, when we work with somebody in China, and we need 5 yards of something, it comes just as easily as the 5,000 yards. I mean, the commitments on that 5 yard, whatever it is, that it's going to take 3 weeks, it will take 3 weeks. But then on the 21st day, you can be almost assured that the goods will get shipped out. That 5 yards will get shipped out, so you can make your samples, you can ship it out. And I think this is as important as making those 5,000 yards. I know from a manufacturing perspective, I'm a manufacturer, I understand that from a manufacturing perspective, it is not the easiest thing to do. But this is the way. I mean, you have to be able to create the infrastructure. I don't know, it may need a different, you might need a different factory to do it. That is for you as an entrepreneur to see. And when I say you, I don't mean Vipin Seth, I mean, anybody who is doing this line of production. But our needs as a product manufacturer are simple, that if you need that 5 yards, you need that 5 yards, and I am sure Mr. Eric will understand that, because that is the way. You see, unless you give me the 5 yards, the 5,000 yards is not coming. Unfortunately, that's how it is. So we have to understand each other's problems, and yet we need to find solutions to them. So I think that is what we need to do. Soni Saab talked about eco-friendly leathers, which I already mentioned, that we will, our product convener is Mr. Shafiq Ahmed, is already working on it, and I will take this up further with him, on how this can be done. And the LWG support, you are right, Soni Saab, that the small tanners must get LWG certified, and wherever possible, some support to them should be given. But I'll tell you one thing, because this makes me go back a few years. When in product manufacturing, and I think Raj will perhaps remember, 20 years back, when somebody came to us and said that he wanted to visit the factory and audit the factory, the first thing was, what the hell? I mean, why the hell should I permit anybody inside my factory who is not going to give me an order? You see, you give me the order and then you want to look at your product, I'll show you your product. Maybe inside the factory or maybe in the meeting room. See, that was the initial thing. And then I think some of us did slowly over, after that basic initial resistance, we slowly realized that if we don't fall in line, then you are already a veteran of the industry and you are gone. I mean, you are no longer, you are not going to survive, you are not going to grow. And many of us did not do it. And I don't want to say this, but those, unfortunately, those people are not a part of the industry today because they could not, they did not understand the seriousness of this. Why I am talking about this? Because I feel that something like the LWG today is a necessity. If you have to have a, I don't know, Pargal Sahab, if you have to have a shaving machine in your factory, you better have an LWG also for your factory. I mean, or you have to have a drum in the factory, you also need a LWG in your factory. Because if you don't have it, I cannot even come to you. And when I say I mean all the product manufacturers. We can't even visit your place because that is what our customers require, and that is it. And it's not only, there is nothing unfair in this. It is finally, it is helping the tannery, it is helping everybody in the supply chain. If you start complying, it helps the supply chain. It will help you improve. It will help you, understand what the global customer is demanding. And I also say this for the component industry. You see, we are today talking about components, about strengthening the component industry. My request to you would be also that please do ensure that in the long term, as a long-term strategy, your units have to be compliant. Because if they are not compliant, again, you see, we could work together, we could create the infrastructure, and because your units are not compliant, the product manufacturer may not be able to source from you. I mean, you see, whether it's a footwear manufacturer or a handbag manufacturer or a leather garment manufacturer who is catering to international brands, they have to have the comfort of being able to say that yes, we are working with compliant units, and that is the way forward. So I think we have a lot of thoughts that have come out today, and this is obviously it's not a process that can end, but we have to carry on thinking. We have to keep on moving forward. And anybody at any time has any new ideas, let us always, the avenues are always open. We must keep talking. We must keep interacting and take this forward. I will, based on what we have discussed today, I will make up a little proposal and take it up at whatever level it needs to go. But I can assure, before I wind up, I will just like to reassure you that the government today is listening, and they have listened to us in the last few months that I have been actively working with them. All the issues which were pending when I took over in June of last year, almost all of them, to some extent or the other, have been sorted out. The biggest challenge that we had at that time was the finished leather duty. You see, that to some extent, in a small way, got taken care of, at least on the wet blue. And on the balance on finished leather, if it has not got taken care of, we are working aggressively with the Dgft on getting SION norms notified quickly, which will permit us the import of finished leather. I mean, you can already do that, through a specific advanced license, but once the norms are notified, it will make it easier. Similarly, the ROTTEP scheme is fully notified, is fully operational. I have not heard of any issues other than the fact that we, of course, we all complain that it is too little, and that is something we will continue to do. And we have been taking it up at the right level with the ROTTEP committee. The IFLDP scheme has been notified, and I think the minister will. I've been requesting the Commerce Minister to officially launch the scheme, which we hope will happen in the near future. And once that happens, we are there. So thank you very much, everybody, for being a part of this. I'll ask him, and for all your patience. I think there is a couple of Pargal Sahab wants to say something. Mr. Santosh Pargal Sanjay Pargal wants to say something, so let us hear about.
Hello. Thank you, Likha Saab, Sethi Saab, for the wonderful interactive session. It has been really very informative and very good, and we have got a lot of informations. I am from a tannery sector representing Haryana Leather Finishers Association. So from the tannery fraternity, some things with today's things I just want to comment upon and ask. Regarding vegan leather, as we were discussing in the morning, we must understand and appreciate that vegan is not a leather. A particular company is trying to promote it for its own, because it is something from plantations, from other things. So it is not leather. As Sondi Saab rightly said, that we should promote eco-friendly leathers, vegetable leathers, leather for chrome-free leathers. So they are really leathers that can be, we should not call vegan, but yes, eco-friendly leathers. And talking about sustainability also, when we are talking about sustainable leathers, I must say that leather is more sustainable than PUs or anything, PU leathers, because PU leathers are all chemical based and leather in any way is more sustainable. So whenever we are talking of sustainability, so leather is always there in the prime focus. And if we are making eco-friendly leathers and if we are making it from pickle and we are making a chrome-free leather, then yes, we are 100% sustainable. That is for sure. And even leathers that we are making, we are getting that 100% because they are 100% biodegradable leathers. So that is a sustainable leather, and we should differentiate. Whenever anybody is saying, why are you not making vegan leather? Because vegan leather is made from plants. So that is not the real leather. We should not, it can be a fabric. It can be another fabric, but it is not leather. So we must tell our opinion about the thing as we are seeing. One thing was this. Secondly, I want to say that regarding idealists, I've got couple of grants in the previous years, but for the past 2 years I've applied. I don't know what is the reason that they didn't give us the grant last year. I tried my best. All things were verified from my tannery, even from Jalandhar, but no practical reason was there that they are not, they didn't give the grants that are there. So this is what I had even told you personally, sir, but couldn't get it. Regarding pollution, regarding tannery pollution, I would like to add that because in Chennai, if a CETP plant is there, we are getting a subsidy of 75%, up to 75% subsidy we are getting if it is a CTP. And if we are going for ETP, and nowadays we are being a LWG tannery, we are trying to go for a zero liquid discharge. So this idealist is giving only 30%, Because what are they saying is, if it is a CETP, then we'll be giving you 75%, and if it is an ETP, we will be giving you 30%. So, you know, making a zero liquid discharge is not easy. It involves a huge amount of money. I am also going for it. The running cost is also very high, and the establishment cost is also very high. So when they can give a scheme for CTP, why can't they give it for a ETP? Because every time, you know, it is not possible that we are having a cluster for the industry. So if the single industry wants to grow, we want that industry, so that subsidy should be given, 75%. Another thing that I want to add is that while we are talking of MSME, the schemes for MSME, they are not available for the tannery sector if they are not a zero liquid discharge or something, you know. I tried some schemes for tannery sector, but they say that you have to have a zero liquid discharge. They are ready to give 75%, but after they'll get a certificate that you are a zero liquid discharge. So MSME schemes, we are not getting it. And lastly, what I want to tell about is a cluster scheme from a MSME, which is like, which I got to know, which I want to share, perhaps all of us know, but I want to share my information. A cluster scheme is like a common facilitation center of a common facilitation center up to 20 crores can be done, and they are subsidizing it up to 90%. So the modern machinery that all of us want to purchase, it's a group of 25 or 30 people with the same industry, and with all the machines, modern mechanized machines that we want to take. We can have a space, we can have a testing laboratory, or we can have whatever machines that we want to put in, and where anyone, or if he wants to take advantage of that, you know, something of the testing lab or a good machine, he can get it over there. So this is a scheme of MSME where 90% subsidy is there, and it is 25 or 30 industries, minimum 25 to 30 industries, and if there are 100 industries or 150 industries doing the similar job, so they are subsidizing it. I think if CLE can have a special note about this. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Pargal Saab. I'll quickly respond to, maybe not to all your points right away, but at least on the issue of the CTPs and the ETP and the, you know, and the coverage under the IFLDP scheme and the other elements of the the IFLDP scheme. See, what has happened in the last proposals that were given by the CLE, we had also requested for ETPs to be covered under the same scheme. Unfortunately, as I understand, the scheme has been notified more or less on the same grounds as last time, which means that CTPs of course are covered, but ETPs are not covered. What has got added is only that the pre-treatment plants, in the individual pre-treatment plants, I think which were not getting covered completely, are now being covered under the scheme. So, but which still means that you have to be connected to a CETP for you to be having a pre-treatment plant. I mean, so that I don't know how much benefit it will give. Obviously, it will not give any benefit to somebody who is not connected to a CETP. So we are aware of the problem. Already, I think an analysis of the scheme is being done. And since you mentioned this, and it had already come to my attention, we are working on that. We will be making a representation, and let us see if any changes can be done. And the other points also I've understood them, and at the right time we will take it forward. So I think we should call it a day now. Everybody has spent the whole day, so thank you very much. I think they still have one more formality to be done, so let that get done.
We would like to be acknowledging our gratitude to all the panelists by giving a plaque to them. So the members here would like to be doing this.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you very much for this very intriguing discussion. Thank you very much, all the panelists and our wonderful moderator. May I request Mr. Sushil Singla to come on stage and present a token of appreciation to our panelist, Shri Motilal Sethi. All right, we shall be starting with our moderator first, Sri Sanjay Likha, the chairman, CLE. I request Mr. Raj Bhatia to present a memento to Sri Sanjay Likha. Requesting Mr. Vikas Gupta to present a citation to Sri Subhash Kapoor. Acha, he is left. Okay. Presenting the memento to Sri Gopal Gupta. You can.
Yeah, I can.
All right, there we have Sri Subhash Kapoor. Requesting Mr. Romik Singh to come up on stage and present the citation to Sri A.K. Sondi. Mr. Romi Singh. Requesting Mr. Sanjay Gupta to present the memento to Mr. Sunil Harjai. I now request Mr. Madan to present a memento to Mr. Manoj Tuli. Requesting Mr. Hemant to present memento to Mr. Manoj Tuli. I now request Mr. Ellis to come up on stage and present the memento to Mr. Vipin Seth. Requesting Mr. Sanjay Pakal to come up on stage and present the memento to Mr. Subhash Jagga. He's gone? Okay. All right, so there we are done presenting the mementos. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you so much. And now I request Shri Motilal Sethi to come to the front because he wants to extend his gratitude to Atul Kumar Mishra and his team. And our chairman, sir, as well, Shri Sanjay Likha ji.
I would like to mention that the team of CLE has worked in a short time span. We had only like 8 days to do the whole of it. And the CLE had to do a lot of coordination and a lot of things. So we'd like to have the whole team here, the team behind this success of today's program. And would like, Chairman sir, aap aaye. Or this team has really worked till 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, Sundays, weekends. Really great work done. Yeah, you know, and plate is memento is. And the last, I would like to make my special thanks to Mr. Vaibhav. Where is he? Who has also worked a lot. Thank you so much, Vaibhav, for all your efforts. At a short time, you did it. I'd like to give you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for being a part of this conclave and the awards evening. Thank you so much. Please enjoy the rest of the evening. All right, requesting everyone to kindly proceed to the banquet hall. All right, so we are having a draw there, so I request everyone to kindly proceed there.